lot of issues, but being able to have a second ulti, which basically negates Doom being a useful skill, that's a really good upper hand to have for a team. So I think the Wraith King's a good pick here, and it also kind of just counters well. Especially if he goes a little bit of minus armor, he'll be effective against Spectre, he'll be effective against the Doom as well.
Absolutely. I mean, the team fight from Thunderbirds is potentially going to be incredibly destructive. Just having the Wraith King slow and then the follow-through from an Invoker's combo or Sand King, Warlock, it's going to be an absolute mess, the 5v5. But of course, it's all going to be down to the lanes at the start, with Liquid picking up this Monkey King first. We saw the Beastmaster picked in response. Do you think KingCharlie's still going to get a lot done in this early game?
I don't know. We'll see. I feel like Liquid didn't pick Monkey King very much at DAC, at least. A lot of the Chinese teams were onto it at the very start. The Western teams are catching up a little bit. We'll see how his does. But there's been a lot of downtime since that tournament, so I'm sure all these guys are up to speed on the hero.
I see KingCharlie already over here on the side of Thunderbirds map. Get some vision, but certainly not going to go for any aggressive sort of play. Misery, Rezo in neighborhood.
Trying to get a ward down? No,
they already got the deep one down, KingCharlie.
I mean, they can maybe kill Wraith King here, but I mean, Doom really doesn't want to have to fight level 1, so Devour level 1 is just way too good to pass up, so...
And Saxus as well. Actually going to heal up Resolution, so Thunderbirds, they themselves could look to try and turn. We'll see a bit of a fight around the rune, and in the end of the day, it's going to be the 2-for-2 going either way, and Thunderbirds getting themselves the first blood. They may even be able to get themselves more here. Mana is nearly going to be there for Resolution to have a second Ray Fire Blast. He's clarity up, he's got it good to go, drops it down, and with the Shadow Word damage as well, this should be a second kill for Thunderbirds as they block Mind Control off, give a bit of gold as well to Weeha, perfectly done, and Liquid all a bit of a mess down there.
Yeah, this is way too ideal there for Liquid. They just can't fight at level 1. Monkey King without his third skill is not that amazing at trading. The hero's got 0 armor at the start of the game. He just can't tank any damage. And even like Winter Wyvern and Doom didn't want to skill anything, so they walked in there with basically 1 skill point for 3 heroes. It's just not valuable. So the Doom will start in the jungle. It's not that big of a deal, but giving 2 kills to Thunderbirds at the start of the game is gotta be tough.
Yeah, making sure that they get that Sunstrike hit as well is huge for Weeha. Yeah, in this mid lane. I mean, the mid lane matchup as well, Invoker versus TA. Oh, actually, we'll hold that for because top lane Moon is being gone on. Hasn't quite hit level 2. He needs 1 more creep to die to get that XP for the Burrow Strike, but it looks like he's not going to get that lucky as Liquid will take him down and punish him. You know, obviously getting that first point in the passive, you need it, but if you can't hit that 2 in time, you're always going to be vulnerable.
Yeah, that was pretty greedy by him. If he did hit 2, he probably would have been okay, but he probably felt overconfident against a Winter Wyvern Spectre. It's not really the best dual lane, but definitely some decent slow. He'll be okay from here on out. In terms of the mid lane, like we were talking about, Invoker's historically not good versus TA, just low armor kind of stuff. You can't really break refraction super easily, but depending on how early Miracle goes to the jungle, it should be okay for Weeha. So most of his gold acceleration is just going to come from Sunstrike kills and just typical laning stuff. So really it'll be a little bit more about how his team sets up kills, and they can do that easily with Wraith King in the safe lane. So that's going to be maybe the hero we watch, is whether or not Doom gets combo killed, or maybe even Monkey King too.
See Mind Control, you know, after picking up that first creep in the jungle, coming back into lane and getting a bit more aggressive. It has picked up the toughness aura, and I guess that's, you know, as you mentioned, Tranquil boots, they've been taken away in terms of the armor, but you'll be able to pick it up in the form of an aura, and you can head back to lane.
I mean, he's got an Alpha Wolf here. This is really the ideal in a lot of ways.
For sure.
It's like 30% damage bonus, and you have a 20% to double damage crit. So that's by far the best neutral.
Top lane again, Moon being gone upon. Spectral Dagger is there. Matumba fairly low, and Moon will have another Burrow Strike in 5 seconds, but with KingCharlie jumping in, it's not going to be quite enough. They'll try for the chase down. Moon actually turning around with the aggressive Burrow Strike to hold KingCharlie back. Sax is there as well to make sure the Liquid can't get any damage done. And in fact, at the end of the day, KingCharlie himself is going to be walking away very low on life. And also Matumba in this top lane.
This is the hard thing about Monkey King right now. His armor is just so low that if you go Poor Man's Shield level 1, then your other support has all the items and you don't have that much regen. And then if you go Orb of Venom, then you have no armor and survivability. So when you do get hit, you lose like 300-400 HP every single time. So there's this weird place for Monkey King now where in the early game you have to be a part of a lot of kills, or you have to get some pulling done, because if you don't, you're going to get under-leveled and you're not going to accomplish very much.
And it is a very hard lane really to kill the Sand King in, it feels now at this point, because you've got all the slows, but that's about it really. You don't have any huge amount of burst damage and you don't have any stuns.
Yep, yeah, exactly. So it's difficult to actually make a big lane impact on the hero. You just have to be kind of like a roaming playstyle. Show up at the right place at the right time, get the kills, and let that try to accelerate your team. But now that they've rotated Warlock up here, it's even harder for them to kill Moon Meander. On the bright side, though, that is going to give more space for Mind Control in the safe lane, and he's already picked up level 3. And in the mid matchup, if that continues to go well for Miracle, then overall this will be all right for Liquid. But they've got to give some space here to Wyvern, who's going to die, and Spectre.
Yeah, ticking out to the Shadow Word. He came forward trying to interrupt the pull that was being made, and Moon actually with the next Burrow Strike onto Matumba. Matumba himself incredibly low. Saxa has got a Shadow Word if he can get himself just in range, and Matumba, he's going to be taken down as well as Thunderbirds get a second double kill for the Warlock on the off lane. And Liquid looking after a really rocky start in this lanes. Yeah,
it just looks like the typical thing that's been popular since DAC. Pick really, really strong laning heroes and let that carry you into a good part of the game. And I think Liquid maybe this is part of the problem with grabbing heroes like Winter Wyvern sometimes. The heroes kind of inconsistent in the lane, and Spectre is definitely the same problem. So their picks maybe is going to work for them better the late game or maybe the mid game as well, but it's looking real iffy right now.
For sure. I mean, one of the lanes that's going very nice, of course, for Liquid is this middle. Already the CS, as you anticipated, Miracle with the TA, certainly riding on the advantage that he has in this hero, and even more so, in fact, by Lizzo. 23-12 against the 11 for 7, and also that little play from KuroKy, not getting the kill, but forcing Weehaw out the lane. I mean, Miracle, he is going to hit those item timings, and if he gets himself a good Blink Deso, he is going to be able to help these side lanes out that are struggling.
Yeah, he can actually help a lot against heroes like Warlock and even Beastmaster sometimes. If you can go on those guys, and especially when they're by themselves, that way they can't just ulti, it's a pretty easy kill. Those heroes don't have very good control. It's basically just Wraith King and Sand King, but he can actually deal with both of those heroes, especially the Wraith King. So I think TA is going to be instrumental here. He's the best hero at dealing with the Wraith King, just tons of physical damage and minus armor. That's the best way to kill Wraith King really rapidly twice.
And already as we see the ancient stack.
Moon might be in trouble top. Never mind, just being a little harassed.
Tumba 27 CS to the 34th Rezo, so not falling too far behind considering the amount of harassment Moon and Saxo have been able to force onto him. Moon, the strike isn't going to connect. Has to be a little careful. KuroKy is in the neighborhood, still just level 2. But no point in the bound list yet. Moon, very, very aggressive, feeling confident with the backup of Saxa. But Liquid, can they actually punish it? I mean, we already talked about how hard it is to get Moon, and he is able to do these sort of plays and positionings. And with 3 heroes there, he doesn't feel too scared at all. Yeah, I love the treads build he went as well. It's not something I've seen before on a Sand King, but that's true, actually, yeah.
The attack speed that he gets from it, that's an extra Caustic Finale proc on every single thing he attacks. The extra attack speed makes a huge difference in the laning stage here. Not to mention, it did just get buffed, gives him a 200 HP difference, which is massive early game. And the tread switching. 10
stats, is it?
Yep, 10 instead of 9. So small buff there, but the attack speed is huge, and the tread swapping in the laning stage, it's actually super valuable here. It's going to be, in a lane like this that already has damage problems, if they're going up against treads unexpectedly, things get even harder. So I really like this choice by Moon here. Really affect the lane.
Some mind control there, pick up an Invis, and
they're
eyeing up middle. He's not quite level 6. Does have the Shockwave nuke, but it's going to be top lane where the action again is happening. Moon moves in onto KuroKy. The Cold Embrace will be there. Moon, though, revs up the epicenter. He's sticking around for the Monkey King kill, and he'll get it. Brings down KuroKy. Matumba in return, trying to find Saxa. The stick charge, just about keeping him alive. He'll still fall down as Matumba dives in deep, but Resolution coming in with the rotation, looking to hunt down Matumba. The Sal's there. Matumba not quite enough mana for another dagger. He does have a mana. He's got the mana for TP. He's going to go for it. He's not going to make it. Resolution hunts him down just in time. And with a good few crits, he should be able to get this. I mean, Matumba's speedy with those phase boots.
He's still map hacking?
He's been duped. Resolution's still looking for him in the trees. Matumba just cuts across the lane, gets out. And meanwhile, whilst the attention was being drawn up there, mid lane, Liquid went full in and took down Weehaw.
Oh, Misery's going to find him accidentally.
Matumba, this is not the route you want to take.
Does he see him?
What? All
right, now he sees. They might get him.
Okay. He's fine.
No, okay. That was really close. I think Rezo didn't anticipate the phase or something, because he just sat there and auto-attacked.
Yeah.
Probably expecting the kill, but had to be a little bit more careful with that. So, good escape, but still costs the Spectre a lot of time here. In the meantime, Moon and Meander pressuring the tower. Yeah, this should be a dead kill.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, they didn't stack the stuns. They're holding on to the Brave Fire Blast. They don't even need it for GH. Or maybe they did. GH gets away. He lives, and Moon goes down. GH will finally pop. But now Liquid with the 3-man reaction straight in onto Resolution does have the reincarnate. So he's going to have that second life to go, which will almost certainly be popped as Mind Control tries to chase it down. Can they kill him a second time? Doesn't look like it.
No.
They have to back off, but still, that's a long cooldown to be put on.
Yeah, no kidding. 240 seconds is huge for this hero, especially if the first reincarnation you use doesn't produce a kill. It puts you really far behind, actually, because now you're just this squishy hero that has a stun, and until he actually picks up something like Armlet, his damage isn't even that incredible. So, definitely a bad place to be in for him.
Mind Control will get the deny on the tower.
Losing the safe lane is so big, though, at this point. 8 minutes and your safe lane tower's gone, that's insane. Because now Spectre doesn't have a safe place to farm, and if he does sit in the lane here, it's really far for his allies to TP to a tower and support him. So this should give a huge advantage to Thunderbirds, especially with heroes like Beastmaster. They can just push out the lane, invade the jungle, and now they have an extra couple camps, and it's easier to gank the Spectre, who's still insanely far from Radiance. He literally has just got his basic items.
Tumba can certainly pick up a bit of action though with the Haunt now online. If Kuroki's able to set up for some sort of a play. I mean, between the two of them, if they catch someone their own, you just having the phase boots and the chase down with the Desolate damage, they can find someone. But it's always going to be risky because we've seen already how both teams in this game are very quick to react and make sure that no one's left alone. But mid lane Miracle, he's fairly deep. Kuroki comes in with the Boundless to cancel the Epicenter charge up, and Matumba haunting in, as mentioned, able to be involved in 2 quick kills. The Roar will be there just to hold them back, but no follow-through from Thunderbirds to find anything in reaction, and that's brilliant. You know, Spectre that was suffering in lane suddenly turns up, gets involved in a good slice of action. Yeah, super good rotation there. 2 kills and a mid tower, that's insanely good. And all it took really was the Boundless Strike on the Epicenter. That turned everything around, and Invoker would have been fine otherwise. And he still doesn't have Midas yet, 500 gold away from that. Now all of a sudden things are looking a little bit rough for Thunderbirds. The last like 2 to 3 minutes, other than that top tower going down, has been kind of weak. I mean, Wraith King did that early TP to the top lane. He didn't get a kill for that. And ditched the safe lane. On the bright side, Soxa hits a fast 6 and gets Arcane Boots, but I don't know if that'll cover for it fully. I mean, with that 6 online, do you think we can expect to see Thunderbirds very keen to go for a play? I mean, they're smoked up. They want to try and find something, and as you know, they want to do something big with this ult, and getting the tier 1 in return down mid would be perfect. Finding someone like Matumba would be even better. You know the Haunt's not going to be there to help him escape. But can you get the jump? You've got no Epicenter
really
for
hard.
this.
And they don't have Aurora either for 20 seconds, which is fine. By the time the smoke ends, it'll be about up. So, but they didn't bring the Warlock with, and them starting fights is a little difficult right now. Because if they go on the wrong heroes, it's just not going to work. Because if it's Doombringer and he turns on his Scorched Earth or something like that, it's going to be a tough kill. Picks up the Cloak Aura, surprisingly. Not sold on this. It's only 5% magic resistance for heroes, but probably just did it because he wanted to eat something. He's probably really hungry.
Sure, yeah. You're getting that bonus gold. Top lane, Thunderbirds finding the place to put a bit of pressure onto this tier 2. What Liquid want to do, reaction. They are starting to make their way up there. Matumba Man still 30 seconds before the ult is back available. That's one good advantage that that Thunderbirds has, is that Liquid takes a very long time to set up. Their heroes are all pretty slow. They're not super mobile. The exception of Spectre ulti, basically. They are a lot better at split pushing. And Crow can just split push in the mid lane as well. So, alright. Who picked up the Midas here? Oh, Doom's got a Midas, damn. Is that the only one? We've got the Midas on Invoker as well.
Invoker just picked this up as well, but Mind Control getting at that time is really good, actually.
So Midas into drums looks to be the plan here for Mind Control this game.
Okay. So no Tranquil Boots yet. Probably will just not upgrade his boots, I'm guessing. That's probably fine.
I guess there's not too much detail. I mean, when you get a bit of extra speed from the Scorched, and
if you don't get armor from the Tranquil Boots, it's probably okay to pass it up. Even though the extra movement speed is still really good on the hero, I feel like he'll probably just wait. And early drum is super effective when you're having a little bit of teamfight problems, just because it's an extra, what, 14% attack speed or something like that? Or 14% movement speed, 25 attack speed, I believe. A big buff to have early on for the entire team. So now the teams are getting a little bit passive here. Miracle's farming aggressive, which is good because that way he can rotate into a lane if they need a kill. But it's not as easy for Thunderbirds to do that because it's basically Invoker, right? So he's going to sit on his Ancients and hit creeps, but it's so much more dangerous because heroes could actually get wards down. There's Monkey King that could scout him out. So I feel like at this stage of the game, Liquid's actually sitting really good after they got that double kill mid with the tower. It like killed all of the early tower advantage that Thunderbirds had. Bottom lane, they just go for the quick and easy kills here. There's been a bit of a downtime, but the action picking back up as bottom lane Saxa caught out. Almost no way that he survives there. And this is really nice thing about the Monkey King Spectre. The laning was really rough, but now it's just so easy to find a hero. And if it's somebody like Warlock that can't defend themselves, Easy every time.
This could be nice. 5 seconds until the boundless strikes. They don't have the initial stun follow-up, but they've already got 3 touches onto Weehaw with the melt damage. It's more than enough for Liquid to pick up the Invoker kill. A massive one to find. That will be the goal for Miracle, to have the Desolator complete at a very respectable timing, 13.5 minutes in. Resolution actually moving out aggressively in the mid lane. He does have his ultimate to rely on, so he's feeling fairly confident and safe. Knows that the Horn isn't there.
And he doesn't walk over any traps, which is very good for Thunderbirds, because he could have just been revealed here. They're going to maybe try to kill Doom here. It's a possibility it'll work. Still has the Cloak Aura, but no Scorched Earth for 20. And they don't even do that much tower damage just yet. Basically just simple right clicks. He does have Armlet at least on the right king, so that'll help a little bit. Liquid pretty heavily controls the middle of the map. Slightly surprising due to things like Beastmaster, but I feel like we haven't really seen Misery do a whole lot this game so far. AFK jungled a lot, did a couple of early rotations, but they were pretty reactionary. We haven't really seen him start tempo and get a kill.
Do you like the decision of Resolution this game to go for this armlet and then into the Blade Mail straight up?
It's a very good build, actually. He definitely needs extra armor this game. I think that's probably the main reason it's good. Because if you're against a TA with a Deso, Armlet alone isn't going to cover you. You need to go really heavy into armor, and that's one of the better builds to do so. There's just going to be a lot of damage happening in the fight that can't be stopped, like Doom Scorched Earth. You can reflect back towards him. Things like fighting the Spectre is pretty strong. Fighting TA once his refraction's gone is great too.
Just going to see a smoke up here from Thunderbirds, ready to go. They have all the ultimates at the ready. See if they can get the wraparound jump. No one towards the mid lane really at the moment. Only the Wyvern general neighborhood.
Yeah,
he's already heading himself out of there.
Basically, Liquid's just paying attention to this. They know that their opponents have really good team fights, so what they're going to do is just avoid fights. I don't even know if they can get this kill.
GH should be fine. Still has the Cold Embrace to rely on to get the heal off when he's far enough away. Kuroki's coming across, mass TPs. They want to make something happen. There's the Horn. The Boundless Strike onto Resolution. The Golem's been dropped in return, though. Thunderbird's trying to use it to buy themselves some space to back out, but they've already lost the Warlock. Resolution being surrounded by the 4-mana Liquid, but Moon comes in with a beautiful epicenter Burrow Strike, but is it enough damage? The Golem's been taken out. Matumba Man's low. Resolution has the Ray Fire Blast, finds the kill. They've lost Miracle as well here. GH has to get himself the hell out of there, and Mind Control could be in trouble as well. The Ray Fire Blast connects. Moon is going to have the Burrow Strike to find another. The crit comes through, and Thunderbirds end up taking the team fight, and they may not even be done yet. Moon still hunting down GH. GH tries to hide in the trees. He's not going to get out. 4 down on Liquid. Thunderbirds. I mean, it just kind of I really want to give credit to Saxa there. Even though it didn't look great at the start, just drops the rock, and that allows the space and time for Thunderbirds to kind of reposition themselves and turn it around into a massive win.
Yeah, I didn't think they were going to win that fight. It looked really bad for them, but Reincarnation at the same time as the Epicenter actually made a huge difference. Maybe Kuro, you could blame him for not ulting earlier. I feel like maybe he should have dropped his ult, but I don't think he felt like he needed it, and the Epicenter kind of came out of nowhere. Yeah,
I mean, that 3-man Burrow Strike epic combo, absolutely perfect.
And the Doom was a bit weak as well. They didn't really need to Doom the Beastmaster. Got him out of the fight, but he had already used Roar, so at most, level 1 axes, no call the Wild Boar. Kind of an effective usage by Liquid, but I thought they were going to win that fight. I think they felt confident with it as well.
Great fight for Thunderbirds. I mean, it's just kind of rocketed. Resolution now on par with Miracle, who was keeping himself a little bit ahead with the speed that Miracle was farming at. But that fight has leveled the ground between the two of them. Miracle halfway towards his Blink Dagger. Resolution off the back of that, of course, Blade Mail complete. Yeah. And will be queuing up the Blink himself, so an extra bit of chase that's going to be pretty crucial. And we're seeing these sort of fights, and it's never really everyone dying in the midst of it all. It's whoever can chase down those extra 1 or 2 kills at the end of it that comes out on top.
And it's not even just the chase, it's also the fact that he can initiate is huge on Wraith King. Being able to go in first, force your opponents to actually cast spells on you, use your ulti, or maybe you have to use Winter Wyvern ulti to save like Monkey King. That could absolutely swing a fight. So, and if your ulti goes off, you can blink out sometimes. It's going to be really effective here.
What do you think about the decision from Moon, actually? Something I feel that we don't always see on SKs, the blink into Hood.
I've seen the Hood a few times. It's so good when you pick it up. And if there's a lot of magic damage, it actually makes Sand King so survivable. I think the last time I saw this was actually at Genting, where DC at the time actually did end up winning the tournament, and Moon was building it, I believe, at the time. It's really effective for overall survivability. It'll be really good against things like Doom, Scorched Earth, against Radiance when it comes out. It's a good item. I think it can really make Sand King way more survivable.
Talking about the Radiance as well, the progress from Matumba, 3.4k gold, so very close to having that relic. We'll see if he is able to close that small little window on this first big jump towards the item without being punished by Thunderbirds. And he looks like he'll be okay, unless this goes really badly for Liquid. They themselves are looking to fight here. Moon on the high ground, great position though to dispel the smoke and immediately blinks out. Looks like Liquid won't find the catch that they wanted to with that movement.
Really good play by him. I think their Observer did spot them smoking. They were around that area when they ended up smoking, but either way, still really solid play. They'll try to turn this into a Roche kill, though. TA is one of the best Roche heroes, but can they get there?
On the side already, Epicenter coming out from Moon as he bursts down Kuroki and immediately eliminating one of the members of Liquid will force them to back off, and that brought Roshan down to half health. Thunderbirds themselves, they could try and take this kind of without the Monkey King. They don't feel too much threat around the pit. They need to be careful about a good ult from GH.
I mean, Thunderbirds messed up really bad there. Misery summoned the Hawk. The Roche clapped and killed us. They don't have vision. This is going to be hard for Thunderbirds.
The Horn coming in straight away with the Winter's Curse. The Radiant will get Roche, and they do still get the Aegis. Liquid aren't able to stop them doing that. Matumba falling incredibly low, trying to get himself up to the high ground, but the Sunstrike, not quite enough as the damage is split with the creeps. Matumba's still on the run. Weeha, can he chase this one down? They themselves don't have any vision there, Thunderbirds, so Matumba Man will be safe with the initial attempt to juke, but the TP's still on cooldown for 30 seconds. There's no way this man gets out. Surely not.
No way.
No way. No, oh my goodness.
Holy
okay, they've not
crap.
seen. He's still got 20 seconds of
No, they assume he's gone.
Oh my goodness.
You don't keep looking at this point. Oh, I haven't seen him in 40 seconds. Maybe he's still here, guys. Maybe you would, Owen. I'm not sure if they would.
He's getting out.
I think he is going to get out. I mean, he did lose a lot of farm time here, but the fact that he didn't die was
and
helpful.
it still was not great, of course, for Liquid.
At all. I thought that Liquid was going to take that fight pretty well, considering that they had Thunderbirds had no vision, but it worked out. The Rock came down at the perfect time. They were able to get Roche kill and Aegis still. That was a huge grab.
Yeah, this is crazy. And Thunderbirds now able to turn it into another bit of an objective on this bottom lane with a tier 1 push. Liquid, they're in the neighborhood. So they will do their best to slow this down. But Resolution with that Aegis, with Reincarnate.
He's got Blink too, so if they see an opening, he's going to go.
He's thinking about it. Miracle with a click Blink.
I like how he did that. He doesn't want to gamble a Blink stun. He'd lose too many resources, but just testing the waters. Throw the Hellfire Blast out.
We'll still get the tower. There's the jump forward, straight in onto the TA. GH and Mind Control there to try and hold him back, but the Blade Mail's pot. Resolution continues to charge forwards. Can actually bring him down once. That Miracle touches him and says, I'm out of there. Does not want to commit for that. Knows that there's backup as Saxa, Weeha, Misery in the neighborhood as well. And Moon, meanwhile, diving the tier 2. Tried to make a play with the Epicenter. Doesn't really get too much damage done at all with that one. But just a zoning one, just to try and assert his domination on the game, Purge.
Yeah, losing and trading that for Monkey King ulti, I think is completely worth it here. Because now Monkey King's kind of a worthless hero. Not worthless, but he's not good.
Look at this aggression from Rezo, just diving in. Knows the backup's going to be there with a Burrow Strike and a Sun Strike. The double strike combination to bring down GH. 15 to 10, Thunderbirds moving on to yet another tower. Matumba Man, how's he going for him? He's doing his best right now. He knows that he can't turn up to the fight. He's trying to get that Radiance finish. He has got it. Once there as well.
Might be too late.
Absolutely. Against the items and the stage that Thunderbirds have reached, these fights are not going to be easy at all for Liquid.
Yeah, especially with the Hawk. It's spotting where their supports are standing, and then it's so much easier for Wraith King to jump in and stun, or Sand King. They can make perfect decisions basically with Sunstrikes and get those crucial support kills. Like if Winter Wyvern dies, that's most of the team fight for Liquid. They've basically got Haunt, they've got Monkey King ulti, and they've got Winter Wyvern ulti. Obviously Doom is great, but you need some AoE control to try to combat things like Warlock and Invoker and Sand King. So the vision game is huge in this match. It's almost everything, really. Miracle hoping for a solo pickoff, but
with the AFK strats here,
he can maybe kill Warlock, but even Warlock has a buckler right now.
And if he does, I mean, he's almost certainly going to be in risk of being punished by Thunderbirds.
He could actually kill Invoker, maybe. Invoker's probably who he's hoping for, but
I don't know. Quick reactions from Wee could get him out with a good tornado.
They spot
that. Yeah, but they're going to horn in. They want to fight. Mind Control gets the Doom on to the Sand King, but in response, Taxa's there. Drops the Golem. Already Liquid trying to split. GH with a decent curse on the backlines, managing to lock down the Invoker and the Sand King. And in fact, that's going to be it for Liquid as they get the 2. They popped the Wraith King once. Can they do it again? They've lost Miracle, though. The Golem's still alive, pounding through Liquid's lineup. And Matumba Man trapped amongst the Ancients, trying to get himself away, but he's ticking down low. Does actually manage to survive. Resolution tries to hunt him down with a blink forward, but it's going to be off the point. And on the back lines, they're able to take down Misery as well. Resolution ready to come back in. He's going to try and go for the wall cleanup. Oh my goodness, that crit! They said Doom had a lot of health. Not anymore. That one shot from Resolution bringing Mind Control straight out of the game.
He even skipped the, he got the health perk as well. 275 health is kind of hard to pass up, and it doesn't quite pay off there, but...
Reza, I mean, he's got no way to break this tree. Okay, well, Moon, that's the burrow strike. They still don't have any vision to get this Monkey King.
He's got force. He could force here. Oh,
he needs to break the trees. Oh, I didn't break the right ones.
Just a little bit too late here.
They know that they can't get the monkey. Oh, okay, well, if he comes down off the trees, they might... Oh, no, Kuroki just with the bait, but the Sunstrike's there. They've got him this time. Thunderbirds able to outplay Kuro at the end of the day.
And the pressure's on. Wraith King's looking really good this match. He actually does counter a lot of the Liquid heroes, and you're seeing it in that last fight. Just does a lot of right-click damage. Is very hard to kill, survivable, and it's not going to stop.
Misery with the roar onto Matumba. Matumba does have backup, and this is right by the shrine. So Liquid straining with the reaction, but Moon on the back of it all with the Epi strain onto GH. Sunstrike setups there. As they'll take the Wyvern out the fight. Mind Control just being pulled apart from his team. Moon may go down, but Mind Control, can he survive? Cold Snaps there is the Wraith Fire Blast. Double kill for Weehaw. And again, another trade where Thunderbirds are coming out on top in terms of numbers.
Yeah, all the cores on Thunderbirds keep getting more and more farm here. That's the big thing. They're not dying in the fights, so Weehaw's going to eventually get to something like a BKB or an armor item. Or it looks like he's going to go Lincoln's Blink BKB. Got it all planned out. And at that point, he's just not going to die, really. The Spectre's got his Radiance. He's picked up a Vid Booster, but I mean, he's still going to be vulnerable to the Wraith King at most of the stages of the game. It basically comes down to initiation. Can Liquid go in first and kill off some important heroes like Warlock or Sand King or Invoker? I don't know if they can this game. It's tough. I don't think the Monkey King has to play safe, basically, because he always has to worry about like the Hawk or some other person having vision on him and blink stunning him. So like their vision advantage that they're maybe supposed to have is very difficult to actually facilitate and give their other team members advantages.
Absolutely, a very, very tough position for Liquid to be in this moment in time. To 15, 25 minutes in. Miracle's still up there in terms of net worth, but the fact that there's a Evoker and a Wraith King on level with him has got the BKB complete. This is an absolute necessity against this lineup of Thunderbirds.
It's definitely good to have, but it all depends who goes first. If he gets chain stunned, he's dead, 100%. And they're going to go in first on him.
Let's see what they can find here. Resolution. Ooh, quickly though, as the blink outs there from Miracle. There'll be a haunt from Matumba. Matumba's actually gone right into the midst of it all. Mind Control jumps in with the Doom. Very nice. Make sure there's no chaotic offering this fight. The Winter's Curse is there to control the Wraith King. Kuroki's looking to Moon on the sidelines. Miracle's chasing down Wii. They've brought down the Invoker. They've taken Wraith King down once. They may be able to do it again. He'll jump forward. He's looking for the crit onto GH. He isn't going to be able to find it here. They surround him. Resolution almost certainly going to go down a second time here. And Liquid doing it there. And you've got to give hats off to Mind Control, getting in with that Doom without the chaotic offering, which it was pretty much been the key component in the last few fights. They couldn't quite do it, and they may not be done yet. Kuroki looking to Moon, and it's going to get out the courier though, just sitting there with the AC completion recipe and the armor. Oh my goodness, and there's no AC now for 3 minutes. What's happening? Thunderbirds are just a swing around.
Yeah, they didn't expect that fight to go like that, but if you try to initiate to stun a Templar Assassin with a Blink Wraith King stun, it's just not going to work. It had to be Sand King going in first, and that was the crucial mistake there for Thunderbirds. If Sand King initiates first and they fall up, they win that fight. But instead it was them retreating, getting doomed, and then everything going badly.
Goodness, Moon. Trying to slow down this push here with the Burrow Strike. Tier 3 already down to half health, and Liquid certainly going to be riding on a newfound bit of confidence after that bit of play. Miracle suddenly 2k ahead of the relevant cores on Thunderbird's side, as he will look to build into the Bloodthorn as his next time to have that extra bit of lockdown and damage. And as we're seeing, these silences, these Dooms are just huge against these heroes that rely on getting the ultimates off in these team fights.
And they're building the right items. And there's a lot of survivability things. Soxa picking up the Buckler still on a Buckler. Someday he'll build a mech, but he is definitely the hero to Doom, though, especially with a mech.
Absolutely.
But he will be protected against silences later in the game, at least. He'll have that going for him, but they've got to have the good initiation. It's all about that this game.
Straight into the pit. Don't have Horn, of course, Liquid. Still down. I'm actually saying that only for 5 seconds, but it looks like the speed that Thunderbirds can take this is going to be too quick for Liquid to have the chance to contest. So, they do want... Matumba, he tries for it. Not quite there in time. The burst strike in reaction. The combo ready to come through from Weeha. They're actually probably the creep there. KingCharlie drops the ult in the midst of it all. They're bringing Weeha and Resolution down low. They've already found two. They'll pop the Aegis on Weeha. The bashes coming through from the Wukong's command, knocking the Wraith King down. Also, the bashes again on Weeha. A second bash from this Wukong's, doing huge amounts in this team fight, and they'll clean up the fifth as well. A perfect ultimate there from KingCharlie, and Liquid, they don't get the roast, they don't get the Aegis, but they get the full team.
I'm actually so surprised they didn't do better in that fight. They got the Golem off, they got Fatal Bonds. I mean, I guess they did waste Necro just killing the Roche, but... And the Winter Wyvern ulti was crucial there. It actually guaranteed the kill on the Sand King, and he's actually going to go in.
He's trying for someone here with the Epi Moon straight in, and with the Sunstrike, it will bring Mind Control down very low, but the Cold Embrace is there to top him back up. It will slow down the Doom's aggression. The rest of them still standing fairly strong. They will back up now, with Thunderbirds coming back into the game. Yeah, these last two fights from Liquid showing incredible potential.
Yeah, he actually picked up the Devour Ancients skill, and he grabbed the, I don't remember what it's called, the new purple one that has no magic resistance. He's got the Petrify thing, which roots for 2 seconds, and he's also got Desecrate. Now, Desecrate's pretty special. It does 200 damage, which is quite good, but it also lowers your base armor by 50%. So if anybody has a lot of stat items or naturally high armor, it can be really effective. So that's possibly part of the reason that they're shredding so fast, because stacking that on top of Templar Assassin, for example, could really amp your damage. But most of the fight still comes down to killing the important heroes and preventing their team fight from coming out. And once again, Thunderbirds got initiated on. Even with the Aegis grab, it wasn't enough.
Matumba, well, is certainly going to become more and more of a trouble to deal with, Manta style, and with that Vit booster now looking to build it up into the heart, so just tanking up against this huge amount of burst that Thunderbirds do have when they get the jump. But now, once he has that heart, you've got to ask, are they actually going to be able to kill him in that initial burst? And well, with the backup of GH and such, Liquid have got ways to keep that Spectre alive and allow him to turn and fight.
And the other thing is that Thunderbirds haven't been scaling as well on their cores. Like, Wraith King's been sitting at these same items for a long time. It's not just because the courier sniped. They've lost 2 Roche fights in a row now. It was like the team fight by enemy shrine, then the Roche fight. Resolution hasn't scaled into his next item in a long time, and he's also built a hybrid armor item. So yeah, it's going to increase his damage, but it mostly just makes it so that TA doesn't like 4-shot him or something like that. And because that got delayed by like 5-10 minutes, now they're just, like you said, they're tanking up Spectre. They're not going to kill this guy rapidly anymore. They're not even close to that.
We got Liquid. We've seen them win the fights outside of the base. The high ground siege becomes the next big test. And looking at both lineups, really, for neither side is it necessarily going to be easy. Lots of ways to fight from the high ground. Both teams this game. Understandably so. We're seeing Liquid respect that. Not going to go for any sort of high ground play, as they will back up for now. KingCharlie just cleaning up the top lane.
It's too dangerous, and they're safe to do this anyways. Just send Matumba Man far away from where they know Thunderbirds is, and he can always haunt in. It's pretty straightforward. He continues getting farm. Grow can split push the other lanes that are being pressured in just because Monkey King's so able to get around rapidly. It's looking pretty darn good for Liquid right now. Mind Control changing up his creep, picks up the Granite Aura. 15% extra HP for him and his team. Look at his items right now. His HP items are Drum and BKB, and he's got 3k HP. This is actually insane. And he's obviously got the HP perk, but this is a really cool build. I really do like that health perk. It just got buffed so many times. 275 health on a regen-based hero like Doom. That's pretty incredible.
I mean, 20. If he hits that 25, I imagine you take the 48 H regen.
Infernal Blade damage is hella good, especially against a hero like Wraith King, but kind of hard to say. We'll see what he does.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. I mean, this game at the moment, 32 minutes, it could end up going on. We could see some of these 25s come out. It certainly doesn't feel like a game that's going to be over just like that. Both teams have lots of ways to keep themselves in the game, split the lanes out, and both have pretty good late game potential. I mean, the team fight from Thunderbirds is always going to be massive. You've obviously got that Invoker that's going to scale incredibly well, and then vice versa. On Liquid side, you have Matumba, and then you have, I mean, even just the Wyvern, someone that can use the enemy's advantage against them.
That's huge against Beastmaster as well. Especially if you grab somebody that isn't like Wraith King. Pretty much any other hero is definitely a threat to dying this game.
Matumba man will be gone on here. The Manta Star, though, causing initial trouble for the Raw, but it still comes through in time. With the Golem shots as well, they'll chainstone up the Horn, tries to get his way out, he's not going to make it. Boundless Strike will be dropped, Mind Control in the front of his all. Croaky questioning if he wants to get himself involved. Miracle is now coming across to try and join Mind Control. Tornado EMP trying to split Liquid up. Burrow Strike from Moon to hold back Kuro and GH. And with the Deafening Blast and Meteor combo, they'll find one kill. They may even get a second. GH trying to get himself out with the Winter's Curse and TP, and he does make it. Neat little play from himself, but overall, Liquid getting punished heavily there as they were just split up. Matuma Man being caught out and chainstone like that at the start was a perfect way for T-Birds to jump in.
Yeah, I didn't really see the framing at the start of the fight, but I'm confused that Matuma Man was there. Like, he's the guy that's supposed to react to the fight with a haunt, but instead it was him getting gone on. Maybe feeling too comfortable with his HP levels. I mean, they definitely blew a lot on him. It took like a Hellfire Blast into Aurora, into a Golem, but against a Spectre, the tankiest guy when he's by himself, that you do that every time.
Oh, it's actually going to buy back as well. They really don't want to lose a set of racks. They want to make sure that they keep control of their base, but costing him the buyback, it is going to prolong that heart.
Yeah. No, what's special about that is it wasn't just the base, it was about that shrines right there that they protected. Because if that tier 3 tower falls, they can clear the shrines, and then again, the vision game changes again. It is still about initiation. If they lose their shrines, it's easier for their opponents to grab gem, close off the map, and just outfarm.
Yeah, that's true. And in a game as well, where it's, you know, no one's really leaps and bounds ahead, those shrines are very important for specifically like Roche control at this stage as well. That's going to be huge as this game goes on. As we can see, there's only a 5k or so difference. So, as you mentioned, for that reason alone, certainly see why the call was made to buy back.
So Wraith King queuing up a Monkey King bar next. So you can hit the Monkey King more often.
There we go, Purge.
Does that prevent him from auto-attacking?
It should. It should take away his weapon, you know. Picked it up.
Yeah, that makes sense. Mostly stops the Radiance mischance and potential butterfly pickups for either the TA or the spec. So I think it's a safe pick. You can actually lifesteal from it, by the way, if you didn't know.
Oh, what, from the extra...
From the procs,
yeah.
Yeah. It's magic damage, but you can still lifesteal from it. It's kind of a cool interaction. And I think he could get away with the 20% vamp aura at 25.
I think he can this game.
I don't think he needs to worry about mana drain.
Yeah, for sure.
Hypothetically, Spectre could get like a Diffusal, but it's a very low chance. So.
I mean, that could be the play, couldn't it? Wait until the rating hits 25, gets the lifesteal, and then hit him with a 70-minute Diffusal Blade pickup.
That could win them the game.
It could win them the game.
You never know.
It could win them the game.
You got to think about those things, just in case 1 out of 1,000 games that happens.
For sure. I mean, with Manta and a Diffusal, you lose that 900 mana pretty quick.
Yeah, that's true. It could actually matter. Goes for strength over attack speed on Wraith King. It's probably the right choice. He will catch Kuro, though. This could be really dangerous for him.
The Sunstrike and the Burrow Strike. Again,
yeah,
clean combo from T-Birds.
Dangerous, definitely. Looks like Invoker going for a Shiva's Guard next, most likely. It's a good choice.
Very nice, yeah.
Really limit the attack speed of Liquid. A lot of their heroes don't buy that many attack speed items. Usually Spectre sometimes goes more tanky. Heroes like Doom don't buy attack speed very often.
It's really good as well against the Monkey King, you know, when he's trying to get these ults off and Kuro's trying to be in a position, maybe the other side of a tree line as such, suddenly the vision's there,
yeah,
you
that'll
get
help.
him out. Get him out.
Figure out where he is and actually kill him.
Yeah.
They think they see the Spectre. It's pretty obvious it's an illusion now. Nobody would stand.
I don't think he'd go on Mind Control. Too big for him to go on his own.
Okay, he definitely knows the specs to the left now because he saw the camp retreating, so he's going to try to find him. I don't know if he will, though.
You have got the rest of Thunderbirds making their way up here. But Matuma Man, yeah, he's playing it safe now. Realizes they're off the map, almost certainly being hunted out as he comes top lane. So straight back out for him. And I imagine we'll see Matuma playing a little safer after that. A bit of a debacle around that Ancients of Radiant.
Yeah, he can't get caught again. He's got tons of HP, but his survivability is not insane. His resistance, things like that. T-Birds kind of looks like they're considering smoking. They're grouped up as 3. They just know that they can't separate because so many of their heroes just get killed solo. If Monkey King finds a single hero and Spectre haunts, that's a dead hero. But they've got to stay grouped. It's really going to hurt their farm levels. Whereas Liquid feels like they can be more mobile. They've got more Blink Daggers. And they've got Monkey King. So
back up. I mean, in terms of teams taking it, as we've seen, both sides can struggle because of the AoE team fight that each opponent has. Both teams are aware of the status of Roche. So control of this area is going to be pretty key. Liquid trying to get as much as they can down bottom as well. A bit of an illusion push. Pressure being put on by Matumba, and now making it across from behind on the mid lane.
Yeah, it's so sick what they did. Miracle came mid, pushed the wave, which means T-Birds has to move over and push it, which lets them initiate.
They're going to go straight in here with the Haunt. And yeah, looking for the backliners, making sure that there's no chaotic offering for this team fight with the Doom dropped as well. They'll take down Saxa. Resolution now being focused, has been split up from the team. Weeha comes in with the Tornado and EMP to try and hold them back. KuroKy has managed to get the Wukong's command off in the high ground, so they'll bring down the Wraith King once, and they'll go for a second time. Boundless Strike immediately there. The damage from Miracle coming through with the Bloodthorn finds a second, and now Misery's in trouble as well. Matamui's out of mana, but he's there with the chase down. They've got the trap slow. Liquid find a third, only losing GH for that fight. Weeha and Moon are still in the neighborhood. Trap slow onto Wii, holds back Kuro with the cold snap, but mind control straight in on his face. Looking for the chase down onto Invoker. Again, the Boundless Strike from KuroKy, slowing down Weeha that little bit more. Did get the dust stop, but Moon's there with the Epi Burrow Strike to hold back KuroKy, but it's not enough damage. Miracle quick with the Bloodthorn, tries to go for the chase, but Moon's out with a blink, and the Sandstorm should be safe for now.
The way they approached that fight start was amazing. Just push the lane, sit everybody to the right, and as soon as somebody comes to push it, they look for the back lane. And once they didn't want to go on the Wraith King, but they knew where he was standing, and because of where he was standing, they could make assumptions that their supports were on the back line. So that was insane play by Mind Control, because as soon as you doom the Warlock, the fight's won. Spectre just haunts, jumps in on the Warlock, and kills him. And if Warlock had buyback there, whole fight changes. But without buyback, Warlock's out no matter what. And that means that Liquid can actually pressure and take a fight well. And they definitely got advantage there. It wasn't insane. They didn't get Roche as well, but that was maybe the one good thing that Thunderbirds did, is they really delayed the fight. Maybe that's why Weeha stuck around, tried to get them to chase him, so that they could prevent Roche from dying. But if he just ran away, they would have just taken it instantly.
And the big items coming out as well, as we just saw the Butterfly now complete on Miracle, Heart complete on Spectre, and an interesting one here from KuroKy this game. He's got the Diffusal Blade coming out for himself.
Yeah, interesting choice. We almost never see this on Monkey King, but more mana drain, and it also applies to your Wukong's command, so those are also going to drain mana. Not to mention, just does a lot of damage.
Yeah. And as I said, he's level 23, but because he's a bit dumb, the in-game's not great. He's only got 800 mana, so it could definitely been burnt out. There's the Haunt, Misery being looked for first. The Chaotic Offering did come out in time, and in fact, Moon comes in with the two-man Burrow Strike. Thunderbirds trying to finish off Miracle. They'll have the Roar to hold him. The damage from Rezo, the crits is not going to be quite enough. Resolution, the evasion is destroying him. He can't get the hits in onto Miracle with the Butterfly, and the Solar Crest buff from his team fighter. He's fine. 3 dead on Thunderbirds. They'll come back in with the Epicenter, but it's not quite enough damage. Matuma Man just absolutely losing no health at all with this Heart. They can't kill him. They're found 4. They're going to be able to find 5 as the bash comes in from KuroKy. A Meld Strike straight between the eyeballs of Moon.
That was a really good fight for Liquid there. The Monkey King ultimate just controlled the fight so well. And even GH, I think, played amazing. He ultied a BKB hero. I think it was the Invoker on the backline. Didn't do much damage, but the important thing was that it really limited what Wraith King's initiation did. He landed his first stun. There was a little bit of follow-up, but it just guaranteed that it was just Wraith King slapping away all fight. And almost every time he got somebody sort of low, it was just Cold Embrace from GH to ensure that Wraith King didn't do enough.
Absolutely.
I'm kind of feeling like he went too defensive on his items here. The Armlet Blade Mail was fine, but I think he maybe should have skipped AC and gone even something like Radiance, perhaps. I think that might have been the better move, just to guarantee that you standing there does a lot of damage. It's hard to say, though.
I mean, for sure, the physical damage limitations of Thunderbirds are certainly showing at this stage. It's just Liquid have just seemed to scale a lot better. They did suffer early on, but at this stage, just the farm that they have and the way that they're executing these team fights just seems to be a step ahead of Thunderbirds. And Thunderbirds, even when they get their ultimates off, it's not quite enough, and then you kind of ask yourself, well, what is going to be enough? Maybe it is Wraith King getting those items, but he needs a lot of time, and in that time, Thunderbirds are going to continue to just struggle to keep up with the pace that Liquid are farming.
Realistically, it's still about the team fights. Like, items will definitely matter, but it's more likely the reason is because Thunderbirds have been losing fight after fight, and that's because Liquid have been having really good initiations. So maybe we can talk about the AC, but it's realistically, they shouldn't have lost fights. That's the bigger problem than what item he chose. So that's what they got to do. They got to take good fights. They can't get their Warlock doomed. The last 2 or 3 fights, they haven't gotten a rock out of the engagements. It's just always doomed, killed.
Yeah, Lin Miracle. Have that DD. And Resolution actually going to jump down to the low ground looking for the initiation. But again, Solar Crest is on Miracle. He just can't hit him. Miracle just walks it off. He's A-OK. The Haunt comes through and Liquid, they're ready to rock and roll. Straight in onto the high ground. Miracle bursts down 1, takes down Misery, turns towards Resolution. They'll pop the Reincarnate. The BKB up, ready to look for more. Resolution will get the blink out. being forced away from their tier 3. Liquid will force out in turn the fortification. Definitely still ready to go aggressive. Not feeling too scared at all by the potential of Thunderbird's defense. First strike back to safety from Moon. The racks in the mid lane sure to be going down as Liquid looking to be borderline unstoppable at this point.
They want to chase and fight this, but it's so hard against Solar Crest and Aegis on Spectre. Any engagement they go on has a low chance of actually succeeding. So now Thunderbirds is in a really bad spot. They're just not able to combo their disables well enough. Their cores aren't going to scale nearly as well. Wraith King's their carry, but he's not even the most reliable late game. So with offlane Sand King who's going utility items, they're just going to run out of damage really soon. They have to have a good team fight now or very soon or they're going to lose.
If they find Matumba, that would be nice, but he does have friends around the corner. And he's such a big target to go on. They will try with the jump in. Liquid's going to come back. He responds again. Mind control. This time with the Doom straight onto Weehaw. So Weehaw is out the fight. Can't throw any Tornado or such in to break it up in response. And Liquid, they can continue to chase. Diffusal Blade from Matumba Man used to slow down Resolution. Does have the reincarnate. It's actually going to fall on the mana. Might not even have mana for it. He does just have enough mana. But Liquid, they're almost certainly ready to kill him a second time. Weehaw will come in with the Meteor trying to save Resolution, but it's not going to happen. Kuroki with the Bash chasing down for more. And Thunderbirds tap out. They've had enough, and Liquid really pulling it together and showing us some very, very impressive play this game one.
Yeah, I think Mind Control and GA.
Liquid's turn to ban. Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. Liquid's turn to ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Keeper of the light.
Liquid's turn to pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Monkey King.
Liquid's turn to pick.
Night Stalker.
Dire team pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Sand King.
Liquids turn to ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Liquids turn to ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Dire team ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Crystal Maiden.
Dire team pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Dusk.
Liquids turn to pick.
Life Stealer.
Dire team pick.
Terror Blade.
Liquids turn to ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Dire team ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Dire team pick.
Bristleback!
Liquid's turn to pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Arc Warden.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Thank you very much, Red. And indeed, this draft, we saw the reaction from the panel there already here in day one of the Swiss format group stage. We're getting a lot of excitement. Thunderbirds finishing with a Bristle that we assume is going to be mid. I mean, they could switch it around. And then the Arc Warden in response, Purge.
That's the second Arc Warden of the day, by the way. It's a decent hero. I think the Bristle is a really good pick, though. His opponents, there's a lot of low armor heroes. It's like, Arc Warden has really bad base armor. Monkey King has really bad base armor. CM does. With the backing of a Tusk behind him in case things get a little bit iffy, and Caudle as well, I feel like he can do a lot of good stuff this game. It'll be interesting to see how it works. But previous to this, the only team that really has been picking Bristle a lot has been Complexity, and they didn't end up making it here. So we'll see if this one's mid though.
Wow.
They were playing carry in the past,
Bristle.
so I think it could be really effective this game. I've been playing the hero, randoming the hero a little bit lately. It's quite good, especially when Liquid is really weak on disables. They've got silences and stun. Silences are pretty effective against the hero because he does need to stack up quills, but I think this is a good game for him. I think it could be really effective.
I mean, yeah, this mid lane matchup, one that I want to say I don't think we've ever seen before in Pro Dota. Arc Warden versus Bristleback. It feels like this is very new territory for us to be stepping into, Purge. But I mean, how do you expect this 1v1 matchup to go between these very kind of unorthodox heroes to the mid lane?
Well, with a little bit of cover, I think Bristle can do really well, but I do think Monkey King will roam on him, obviously. And it's very dependent on how much mana he has, because once he gets a bottle, it'll be fine, because he's going to have more than enough mana. But to go for a kill, you kind of need to cast all of your mana pool in Quill Sprays. So that part will be important. How well can they deal with the Monkey King roam is going to be a big thing, I think.
Yeah, for sure. And of course, talking about the other cores as well, Thunderbirds getting that Terrorblade, as mentioned in the draft, Hero itself is going to be pretty strong against the Lifestealer sets. KuroKy does manage to get the nice little steal there at the bounty ring, so Liquid will secure themselves the 3.
That's huge for Monkey King, actually, because getting up to either a Stout Shield early or something like that, some kind of survivability is a really big deal. So 100 gold puts him a little bit closer to trading better in the laning stage when he still has regen. So I really like that steal for him.
Looking at the side lanes, looks to be, well, as expected, we're going to see potentially a bit of aggression coming out from Thunderbirds, bringing the Keeper of the Light down here, so Misery can back up Moon. Already, though, KuroKy with his eyes on Misery. Misery did spot him jumping between the two, and did try there to catch him off. KuroKy quick with a jump to the side. So running these dual lanes, Thunderbirds, and Liquid leaving Mind Control up on his own on the top lane. And in fact, he's been trapped in by the shards. They're trying to go for the kill here with the extra damage from the Metamorphosis, but it's not quite enough. Mind Control able to walk it off. Pretty tanky, 660 HP, 6 armor straight out the bank. And with the poor man's, it's a hard kill for those two.
Yeah, they blocked a lot there. The wave is going to push now, so that'll guarantee him some experience. But in the offlane, it's not going as well for Thunderbirds. Keeping Moon Meander in the front is the safer way to do this, because Misery knows that he's the vulnerable of the 3.
Moon, with the burrow and trying to get some Cosmic Finale procs to harass him back. And in fact, yeah, Misery has been trapped up by KuroKy and GH. That's going to be your first blood. KuroKy, brilliant start to the game. We saw him get the bounty, getting the first blood. This is huge for a Monkey King.
Yeah, he's going to take some damage here, though. The creeps plus the Sanking. He might be able to get this kill.
That's close, yeah. I mean, the Cosmic Finale, if he gets one more touch, he could have done it, but the open wounds is there to slow him back in return. Has got a man going to Burrow Strike, which he is going to need. In fact, Burrow Strike's in aggressively looking to try and get GH. Matuma Man look to chase down Moon. Hasn't quite got the movement speed to find him.
Nice.
KuroKy jumps back in on Misery, who did get the kill there with the Illuminate, but pays with his life as Liquid do find him in return and make sure that they keep this trade down bottom as a 2-for-1.
I think that's pretty valuable. A little bit of gold there for the Coddle. Level 2 as well is not bad to have. Zanking gonna...
He's got another Burrow Strike.
Yeah,
again, I mean, the choice to Burrow Strike back in, is it not good for him to just Burrow Strike away and create distance in that situation?
Yeah, he's playing very aggressive right now. That one was definitely a mistake for sure. There's just a little bit too much to disable, especially with the Orb of Venom. It's just very difficult to lane against this, and he got overconfident for sure. Back on the mid lane, looks like things are pretty even. Weehaw's got the same last hits as the Arc Warden. He's got his bottle finished up, so he's going to be able to push a lot better than Arc Warden can as well. So pretty consistently, I think Weehaw's going to have a decent time, and it should really lower the amount of time that he can even be ganked, because he just pushes the lane, grabs the rune, and should be fine there. So I think the mid lane might even be just a little boring. Calm down more to how the support rotations go now that the Sen King goes to the jungle. See what those guys do. The Monkey King, the Crystal Maiden, maybe they'll get active, maybe not.
For sure. I mean, with the start of the MK God as well, it's scary. I mean, KuroKy 3 minutes in and just a blades away from a phase boost. That's pretty quick for this monkey.
Yeah, that's a huge grab actually, especially if you can find heroes without boots and he's got phase boots already. I guess Coddle's already really fast, but maybe a gank here on Weehaw, but no creeps. There's no way they can dive towers.
No point in the passive yet for KuroKy. Get the second point in the boundless for that play down bottom. Weehaw, yeah, taking a lot of harassment here from Arc Warden, just laying down those wraiths. So keeping him zoned out of the lane so that he may start to be able to get a bit of a lead in this 1v1.
They also did see that Moon Meander was here by the shrine, so now they can maybe make some assumptions of gank patterns on that. So I just don't really see Thunderbirds getting a lot of kills right now. It's pretty much down to what roam that Tusk might do, but it's just better for him to prioritize levels right now, because if he doesn't gank somewhere with like Sand King or the Coddle, there's almost no way they get a kill, because their lanes, their cores are just not super gank heavy. It's like Bristle and Terrorblade might as well be the same hero. It's just right click heroes. They do a lot of physical damage, but they don't have good disables, so the lanes should just be passive for Thunderbirds. So not feeding is definitely their big goal here.
Mind Control coming in with a good bit of harassment under the cover of night. Attacks it, plays it safe, rolls himself away. I mean, Mind Control, during this first night, can he himself get much done in terms of rotating to overlays?
Yeah, that's definitely the goal. I mean, he can be somewhere with Monkey King and do something good. Gank coming in mid.
Yeah, trying for the TP out is not going to make it with Kuro being there as well. Miracle, getting himself a nice bit of a cash bonus.
It was a good try on the TP. A lot of Monkey Kings, some of them don't grab Boundless Strike at level 2, but Kuro doing the safe, smart thing, grabbing Boundless Strike for the stun. So that's the kill that they've been looking for, but I mean, it's only Misery's. Oh, it's actually his third death. I don't remember a second one, but Yeah, he's really the guy that just can't die. But it's very difficult for him to actually play in the offlane here. Normally he sits on trees, blasts the wave out, his opponents won't see him coming, but against the Monkey King he can't do this as safely. Like even
Look
right
how
now.
deep GH is hunting for him,
Yeah.
and Misery has been caught out again. This will almost certainly be the 4th death here from the Keeper of the Light. Mass TP's coming through, but with the Boundless, they'll find him once again. Saxa and Moon. So you think anything in response? Ice Shards are out. KingCharlie still in the safety of the trees. He hides up top. Moon trying to find him there. Cuts through one. Gonna get him initially. They're hunting. If they can get him. GH very deep as he himself as well hides in the tree line. Will be successful by the looks of it with the TP out. KingCharlie still has to be very careful how he jumps about here.
Yeah, that was really smart how he did it. He saw Tusk cut the tree, or Moon Meander cut the tree, but he actually didn't jump. Because because a typical Monkey King player would just jump instantly when they see
panic,
one.
yeah.
But that actually reveals you a lot of cases, and it makes the tree move. So if he just stood still, then it was just Moon Meander moving on to the next spot. So Mind Control at this point has really not done that much in his lane, but he has gone level 5, which is pretty solid here. Maybe kill Resolution, but go under tower.
That's a lot of armor on Reza.
So the nice thing that Mind Control is doing is that he's just being a nuisance in lane, basically. Is that Rezo can't do everything that he wants to maximize his farm.
He's still getting decent farm though. I mean, he's still on par with the Life Stealer.
I feel like it could be higher due to having
Okay.
illusions and things like that. Lifestealer's also been in some kills, so Lifestealer's definitely getting more right now. So I think Thunderbirds is in a bit of a vulnerable position right now. They're going to need to take some fights with things like Bristleback for this game to kind of come online, because they really don't have very much tempo to set. And the heroes that they do have to set some tempo and to get efficient plays is basically like Coddle, and he's just super countered in the offlane by the Monkey King. So they kind of put themselves into a bad spot with their opener, in my opinion. Or maybe it was just because their mid didn't make up that ground. So we'll see if it comes together better. I mean, remember last game, Liquid had a relatively rough laning stage, but once they started team fighting, it got really strong.
And it'll be interesting how they plan to bring it together with running this mid lane Bristle. It's not a hero that's going to be able to jump and surprise you, but it's a hero that's going to be very strong to add to a push. Having him on the front line with his defensive capabilities once he has the Vanguard complete, and then just being backed up by Rezo on the Terrorblade, you've got the components for that very strong and hard to stop mid game push.
Yeah, that's really where it comes down to. Or maybe a fight where the Liquid overextends and he's able to TP in right on top of them. That'd be really effective as well. So, but for now, they're gonna maybe try to pressure Resolution. They spot Misery at least. That's the guy they want to go on. Yeah, I think he's dead right now.
Again, the easy kill for Liquid. They keep it alight. Nice Boundless as well to catch the TB off on the back of it. There will be a snowball as Thunderbirds trying to find something in return, looking towards GH. They'll get it. 1-for-1 trade will occur.
Actually, like the Tusk pick against Monkey King could really work. I'm not sure if you snowball a Monkey King, does it destroy the trees before he gets stunned? I'm not quite sure, because it might do a good stun. At the least, though, the Frozen Sigil can be used to scout, which is really nice.
You're going to catch him, yeah. A lot of potential.
So at least they do get a response kill, though. That kind of stuff is really needed right now, especially if Misery's in the experience area. He's got to catch up in levels here.
And if they can transition it into a tier 1 push, that would be great. But there's a lot of heroes from Liquid coming up for the defense. Thunderbirds, they are going to try and move forward. Boundless strike onto Saxa. Gets the snowball off, in fact. The Void still on cooldown from Mind Control. Look for the chase down. Saxa trying to juke this one out, but KingCharlie up in the trees, giving that essential vision to allow Liquid to have that clean fight. Managed to find the Tusk. GH suffering a bit with the creeps here, but KingCharlie will be there to get them off.
So this isn't going super well, but on the bright side, Weehaw's going to have a little bit of time to farm Ancients. He's going to have a 3-stack here and an Arcane Rune, so I don't know. It's not going the best for Thunderbirds, but definitely not out of the realm of winning yet. Although I would say Bristle's farm is actually quite low compared to what Miracle's got, but that's Arc Warden. Double Midas. It's pretty good stuff. And in some ways, Arc Warden may be one of the heroes that did get buffed with the Midas change, because it gives more gold but less experience. So that's maybe something that his hero can really benefit from.
The Timberman, with the help of KingCharlie again, getting some action on the safe lane as Moomiander's caught out. I mean, KingCharlie just making all the rotations, perfect rotation. 305 involved in all 8 kills before the 10-minute mark. This is textbook Monkey King play.
Yeah, he's playing amazing, actually. He's using all his skills perfectly, too. Very difficult to make sure that you make everything happen perfectly on that hero, usually. They're going to try to kill the Mimic thing.
Yeah, let's see as the backup from GH is
Or
there,
just the hero.
trying to save Miracle, and it won't be good enough. Thunderbirds managing to take him down. In response, though, Matuma already charging forward. Moon, again, with these very aggressive burrow strikes. Burrow strike down to the low ground. Won't be punished for it, though, so Liquid do back off. But, crucial kill to get. We saw a good Midas timing. We know that Arc Warden's farm can get out of hand. And this is great for Thunderbirds as well. Space is given up top with the pressure that was put on mid in that kill. Resolution has the space to get some damage done to this tier 1.
Yeah, that's very good movements for them. Arc Warden just didn't seem like the best pick in some ways. Like, I get that the hero has some value, but against a hero like Bristle, he has very bad control. Like, yeah, he can pick up a Shadow Blade and all, but if you're just walking next to an ally, his flux skill doesn't work, and Bristle's just going to chase him down, and this might just happen here again, too.
Oh, if they kill him again in quick succession, that's going to be brilliant for Thunderbird. Straight in onto Miracle with the nasal goo. The War's punch slow as well. He'll try and get himself to the field, but that's not going to save you against the magic damage. The Quill sprays as well as they rip through him and the illusion.
Yeah, like, Bristle just literally runs at him, and he can't do anything.
He doesn't care about that field at all.
Yeah, like, it's going to be a while until Arc Warden feels survivable here. He needs, like, a Force Staff or a Shadow Blade or something, but he's always going to buy Midas first, and then you've got to wait for the Shadow Blade. I don't think those heroes match up very well, but I'm not surprised that Miracle does not have a lot of experience. Maybe Liquid didn't anticipate the Bristle mid or something, or they thought it would be okay, but that matchup does not work so hot. At least not until later. So that's the one lane that's not going so well for Liquid. It's definitely the Arc Warden now. Those 2 deaths in a row were big. The first one as well, his Midas is off cooldown, so definitely costing him a lot of gold. Yeah.
Bottom lane, Moon trying to finish this tower off, but Matuma is there to start to force him back. Kuroki, again, ready to be in position, but doesn't get the stun off in time. Yeah, Moon with the immediate burrow strike into the Illuminate. It'll be Thunderbirds getting the first kill, and now Matuma with the rage still on cooldown, could be in trouble. Immediate infest to get that burst heal, but the chase down will be there with the slows, the stuns. Thunderbirds get a second. They'll get the tower. Again, Thunderbirds, after suffering early on from these Monkey King rotations, now reacting really nicely and getting Weehar active across the map.
Yeah, this is how they make the hero work really well. Just a simple rotation you walk over, but the big difference between Bristle and a typical mid hero is that he's insanely hard to kill. He basically just constantly slows you, and especially with the Coddle using Chakra Magic, it's a guaranteed super valuable use of that skill. So it makes Chakra Magic normally used just for mana. All of a sudden his Quill Sprays just stack insanely fast, and he can just win a whole team fight by himself in that way. Like, it's not like he goes all in casting Laguna Blade on one hero. He gets in that fight and he casts Quills until everybody dies and hits everybody.
Interesting decision as well. I mean, a lot of the time it feels like on strength heroes with these mana regen talents, it's kind of laughed off, and normally the other is better. But it's totally understandable why we takes that in this situation over the strength.
Yeah,
because of the aggression.
Almost always Bristle, at least when I play the hero, I almost always get the mana talent.
Yeah.
The only time I don't is if I have a CM on my team, I think. And a Coddle, you might argue maybe it's worth it, but you know, Coddle can't be everywhere. And the more you cast Quills, the more heroes die. That's the straightforward way to play Bristle here.
You're not wrong there, Patch. Resolution. Dragon Lance complete, ready to work his way towards the Manta. And this is a man that he's not really being prioritized in terms of Liquid's movements, have they? He's been given a bit of space now.
Yeah,
top lane.
He was certainly pressured in the laning stage by all means, but the last couple minutes of rotations from Thunderbirds have been way too strong. Like, he could dive Miracle right now, maybe. Like, they had to TP right there because there was a real chance that Weehar dives.
Yeah, for sure. With this DD, Weehar is ready to get aggressive. GH will lock him in under the tower. Kuroki's there from the high ground with a beautiful Wukong's command. Can they kill him though? Yes, with Resolution Metamorphosis, they'll find it. They'll get Kuroki down, and they'll try and move in for more. Moon with the 2-man burrow strike onto GH and Mind Control. They'll pick a second. They should get the third as Mind Control surrounded in the tree line. They'll find that surely he's tanky. He's big. He's strong. Not quite strong enough as he finally goes down. And as a bonus, Rezo and Saxa were able to chase down Miracle, getting 4 kills in the mid lane. Thunderbirds, again, they have just stepped up their team fight massively from what we saw in Game 1. The execute, it just seems a lot tighter.
I think the big difference is that Liquid's lineup is not very good at stopping Thunderbirds from running straight at them, and that's the big advantage they're getting. They're going to take Roche super fast as well with the Goose stacks here, and Resolution on the end of his Metamorphosis. But Kuro's going to be able to go in maybe.
Steal?
Yeah,
Can they go for some sort of big play? Yeah, the Thunderbirds are respecting this.
They have to. They made too big of a mistake going in like this.
Roki thinking about
Oh,
going in,
the
but the
burrow.
burrow strike again. Moon with these plays catching out the monkey before he can do anything. He's almost only going to pop. He does get the boundless strike off in time, and they did kill Misery. But with Weehan Resolution wrapping back in from the bottom, they'll take a kill in return. Jump forward from Moon as he finds GH. Matumba trying to play around with Moon, but he can't with the Sandstorm and the Burrow Strike. He's fine. Miracle's still there, laying down a lot of wraiths around this pit. Weeha has to be careful. Mind Control in with a Crippling Fear. Void onto Sakta, bursting him down low. Miracle continuing to try and zone them back with the Wraith spam. There's the Snowball from Sakta, who very nicely tries to get himself up to the higher ground, going towards the Ancients, but for some reason it doesn't quite close the gap. Moves back in though with the Epicenter onto 2. Matumba Man Rage still on cooldown for 5 seconds. Resolution and Misery looking for the chase down. Matumba trying for the TP out. He's not going to make it though, as Thunderbirds will take down the Lifestealer and move themselves back into the Roshan pit.
And now Roche is going to have no armor from the Solar Crest. They finished Roche. I can't believe they're able to take that fight. I mean, Liquid did the right thing. They needed to pressure there and actually stop Thunderbirds, especially because they were so low, but that's the power of Bristle, man. He's just always regenning HP, and he can play around the fight. And one of the big things I saw in the Liquid draft when the Bristle was picked is that they don't have a lot of disable. Like, they've got all these like weak disables. They've got Flux for slow. They've got Void for slow. They've got Frostbite. But in all of those skills, you can turn. The only thing that they can't, that can prevent turning is Boundless Strike and maybe a Basher. So basically, every time they go on the Bristle, he can always turn around and stop 40% of all damage flying at him, which is a huge advantage to have when you're already tanky. And at this point, he basically can't die. Liquid needs all of their heroes to actually focus on him or to chain stun him when he's looking the wrong way.
And also, I don't know how much of an effect it's going to have, but they fluffed up the fortification there, popping it after the tier 1 went down.
Did it come back? They fixed that. Or they changed it, remember? It's like if you,
there's a little
if you
bit
mess
of a
it up,
window, isn't
yeah, it refreshes. It uses it, but it refreshes
Icefrog's
it.
got your back, Liquid.
Yeah, that's to help all those high ping players, right? Or the bad ones or something.
Here we go. Thunderbirds smoking up, but it was under the ward, so Liquid
doesn't matter.
Unlikely to be caught out.
I just feel like no matter what, as long as Weeha's in the front, they're going to be... It'll definitely waste the smoke, most likely. I'm sure they'll prep for this. Miracle, oh, this could be really bad, actually. They don't have vision.
He's gone. Surely he can't get his way out of this one. With 3 heroes surrounding him, he's dead.
That
Miracle,
was a huge mistake. Like, they definitely saw the smoke.
They definitely.
Just Thunderbirds took it the right place. I just really don't think that Miracle was expecting it to be over there. And by the time the smoke broke... But that's the problem with Dark Warden. He can't get away fast. He's pretty much committed. Like, if smoke breaks... And Moon reacts like that. Oh, smoke broke. I'm going to blink the high ground. Let's see if I can get somebody. So they needed somebody who was more defensive on the mid lane, I think. And maybe they were thinking Ember, like Ben was talking about in the draft, but he's more survivable at least. Like, they definitely have equally bad time in lane, most likely. Maybe worse on Ember, but Arc Warden just feels so bad right now. It just doesn't feel useful. He's just dying repeatedly. He can control the area, space very well, but he doesn't feel like he's contributing anything to this game.
I mean, he's got the Maelstrom done now and picked up the recipe trying to go for that Mjolnir, but Weeha is obviously eyeing up a BKB. And once this man has a Vanguard and a BKB, the damage just isn't there from Liquid to do anything about Weeha. They have to ignore him, but at the same time, because it's this mid, Corpus are back in a great position, and he's going to have a lot of damage to offer. The team fight kicks off. Misery with the Blinding Light knocks them back. Mind Control on the front lines taken down. Now the chase down from Liquid as they'll look to try and get a bit more potentially from Thunderbirds. Miracle with the Tempest double, trying to zone back Weeha, but who was seeing this, the Flux just pretty useless against this 5-man that T-Bird's now pulling together. It's a spell that's just made entirely redundant.
Yep. If you're standing next to somebody, it doesn't do anything. It actually does nothing. So this is one of the big problems with Arc Warden. If you get behind and you're trying to team fight against opponents, a lot of times that skill does nothing. And then you're like, well, I hope I have a stupid amount of items, because otherwise it's just a magnetic field caster. I mean, that's about all you do.
It feels like with this build against this play, you can't really turn up to fight against the 5-man. The only way you can play it is kind of farm up and split push, surely, because
that's one of the
effect
things
that you have in these fights is so low.
And if your opponents have better gank pressure than you as well, then you're just not really accomplishing that much. They are going to go for the CM kill. They even scanned for that one. Thunderbirds were expecting somebody, like they were hoping for a Monkey King kill, but found CM instead. Ooh, can they get the follow-up? Like, what does he do here?
He tells Kuro to pick another hero.
He got another Ice Shards too because of the Coddle. That was cool. He can cast that twice. That's a 14-second block with Ice Shards. That's insane, actually.
18-11. Thunderbirds, at the moment, doing their best to bring this series to a 1-1, which, of course, wouldn't mind. We get to see another game between these two teams, and both so far have been incredibly entertaining. T-Birds thinking about the high ground break. Weehart goes for the turnaround AFK strat. It's pretty strong with the Bristle. Moon jumps in with the burrow onto Matumba, forcing him back. Immediate boundless strike onto 2. Sags falling very low. The Birds will have to back up and themselves back together before getting back in on this, as Liquid are full up and ready to hold. And indeed, Thunderbirds respect that, and they'll leave for now and look to high ground push another day.
That was a great CM ulti, but nice Blinding Light there to push the CM away. But that's really their best damage right now, I think. It's basically Crystal Maiden Freezing Field.
I mean, how's Matumba doing at the moment on this live
I'm sure he's got good. Yeah, he's got Midas he's got an Armlet, he's almost got his Deso, just a 600 gold away. He can kill heroes really fast, but he's got to get on top of them. Yeah. And the way he did in the last fight was Night Stalker ran in, basically. So it's a good way, but it doesn't get you there instantly, and your opponents aren't necessarily disabled when you jump in.
Shoot, they'll get themselves a bit of a freebie here, Liquid. Quick rotation onto Saxat to bring him down. And, I mean, kills like that, it is pushing Mind Control very close to having his Aghanim Scepter. Yeah,
that's going to change the game a lot, because it's gonna hit the timing when Thunderbirds picks up their Ags on Misery on the Coddle as well.
Yeah.
It's about 500 gold away. So once he picks up that, and they can just spam Darkness all the time, then it's just going to really limit any vision advantage that Thunderbirds was supposed to have. So when you have these lineups like Bristles and Terrorblades just hitting buildings, vision is huge for pushing, because it does let you swing around, maybe catch the one hero that's by themselves. You can always know when your opponents actually have all 5 heroes there. So yeah, the Night Stalker is going to be a huge thing in this part of the game. But even still, I don't know if I have faith in Liquid's cores this game. I don't know if the Arc Warden is going to be strong enough. Will there be a point in the game when he actually is able to take the fight to Bristle? I'm not sure.
Maybe if we see kind of the game kind of continue to stay at this pace and not rocket too far down for Liquid, we could definitely see a similar situation to Game 1 where Kuro is able to get his items, and the Wukong's command becomes a massive part in holding these high ground defenses.
Yeah, that's true. That definitely could matter. And he does have the Midas, so you know, he's on his way, I'm sure. The levels will help as well, and he can always just split push out bottom. But will it be in time before the edges comes up?
Down, and he's found Miracle, but the Burrow Strike's already been blown. So Miracle will be able to get himself out. Very close to being caught, though.
So he's doing his best split pushing, but I don't know. I just like right in the meantime they defended that, and Weeha's still hitting a building. That's how confident he feels right now. Feels like he can be anywhere. And the big save from Soxa. That was so sick.
Matumba man's just wrapped around from the back lines and immediately looking into Misery again. Good Wukong's command into the 3-man boundless strike. They'll take down well. They'll get the Saxa as well. Weeha forced to put the BKB as he's trying to run himself away. Liquid, they can't deal with that BKB Bristle. They'll have to leave him.
That's okay. They got 2 kills.
2 kills.
Soxa did a great job trying to save Misery there. Blocks them in with the Ice Shards. The Lifesteal has to walk around, but Matumba making a perfect choice. He saved Rage there. Unlucky for Liquid. No Roche up just yet, but maybe they can grab Weehaw here. His HP's still a little low. They've got the Ags on Night Stalker as well, so they know where everybody is. The target is Moon Meander, if anything. Prevent those epicenters.
To see if they can get some sort of a wraparound here at the moment. Resolution already backing his way out of the jungle. In himself safe on TB. But definitely a thing to account for is what it feels like. In terms of the cores, you say you doubt kind of Liquid's potential, but surely the same for Thunderbirds. I mean, the Bristleback, eventually there's going to be a point where his damage output is very much limited. He's not building any right-click items other than the Solar Crest.
It doesn't matter. This hero actually...
Yeah. You think the Quill Spray stacks are just always...
His ulti is real strong. Every spell you cast, you get 30 damage. Who needs items, man? Like, you could even go the build that Moo was doing consistently was like Blink, Echo Saber, Vanguard with Ags. That way, he could just cast Goo even if nobody was around. And then he would blink in, and he'd have like 8 charges of his ulti, and he'd like 2-shot somebody. It's actually, there's a lot of interesting ways that you can build Bristle, and you just need a mix of some stats but also survivability. And he did definitely need things like Solar Crest, Black King Bar, but I think from here on out he may go maybe if he goes Lotus Orb, I don't know. I'm not sold on that build this game. Oh, free Courier, that was a gimme.
At the same time, Liquid were able to find Misery in the jungle, but for sure, Thunderbirds getting the favorable trade. They'll put the pressure onto the tier 2, force out the fortification. Now, this time the float's coming into play. I'm going to see Weehaw say, come and stand next to me, boys. I'm taking a bit of damage here, and it looks like they're keeping themselves away from it. Moon will try and come in with a burrow strike, but with the silence onto Saxa. Saxa, he's out and down. Boundless strike onto Weehaw. He'll put the BKB, try and get himself out. Matuma Man has to back away though. The Quill Spray stacks, building up. Mind Control will get taken down. Again, we're seeing at the moment when that BKB is popped, very little that Liquid can do to bring him down, and Thunderbird's turning back in for more. Godlike now for Weehaw as he picks up the double, and with Resolution turning up, they're ready to power down the mid lane, take a tier 2, maybe even more.
Hits for 300 damage right now, and that's just from casting spells. So strong. And he's level 19, of course. That part helps a little. Continues to buy utility items, though, and Resolution on the backline is going to probably be able to do the damage his team needs. Maybe kill these, whatever, Tempest double thingies.
See, of course, with the field, Miracle making it very hard to hit the tower. And Weehaw will be baited in close, but Matuma trying to go in onto him.
It's daytime, though. They got heals now. This is the big thing that T-Birds are waiting for, and this almost guarantees a Rax in some ways. Although losing the Resolution's ulti, the Metamorphosis,
yeah,
that's going to be a big
deal. That's a lot
deal.
of damage gone. Yeah.
And not necessarily the damage, it's more about the range ability, because if they can just sit low ground and keep hitting the building and continue to get these like 500 HP heals from Illuminate, that's where the value is. But unfortunately for them, that fight was forced, and it wasn't like a tower siege. So I think what the smart thing that Liquid could do is try to force fights that's going to get Resolution to use his Metamorphosis and prevent him from just using that to siege. Because if it's daytime and they've got Metamorphosis, it's going to be pretty straightforward for Thunderbirds to eventually take a tower. But running out of that there, absolutely shut down their push.
Roshan is back up. Something that Thunderbirds for sure will want to look for, but at the same time, we know that Liquid can do a lot to hold on to it. We're seeing just the power of the Monkey King around the Roche Pit. Big plays potentially from Kuroki to come through. If it does kick off around there, he's very close to having that Basher complete.
That's going to be huge.
Yeah, that with the ultimate, we saw it last game, just how disruptive it can be around these confined positions.
With that said, though, if they know where he is in the fight, I think Terrorblade's going to be able to deal with it really well. Super ranged hero, he picks up a Dragon Lance, so he's going to be able to kill the Monkey King.
And the speed
as does Bristle. Like, Bristle can just run at somebody. Like, Monkey King can't really stop Bristle. Well, I mean, he could just ulti, I guess. That would do it, but with a Basher. But it's difficult for them to stop Thunderbird's heroes from running at them because they're all fairly tanky, and they've got good heroes backing them up with the Caudal and the Tusk and the Sinking. The Scotty coming up soon, though, for Terrorblade. That could be really huge against heroes like Lifestealer. Just get permanently slowed. And he went a little bit more of a greedy build, Midas into Desolator, so he's a little bit more damage heavy than typical Lifestealer, so he actually might die really rapidly in some of these fights. And pretty consistently, teams that pick Lifestealer almost always ban Terrorblade, so that should kind of tell you what kind of a place this is looking late game.
Thunderbirds, 26-16 in here, just looking at those two cores net worth. A clear 2,000 in respective between the mid laners and the safe laners of both sides. Tier 2 going down. Thunderbirds.
They got 30 seconds till nighttime.
Looking incredibly strong in this game too. How do they stop this siege? People their best efforts, trying to make it go on to Weehaw, immediately with the Lotus Sword, trying to remove some of these debuffs. He's brought down to half health.
They're doing good damage. They got a shrine at least. Oh, Kuro on the backline gets caught. That's a huge grab for them.
Oh, and he doesn't have buyback as well, so yeah, no Wukong's command for this defense for 40 seconds.
Man, that's so tough for them, actually, because they were like 15, 20 seconds till nighttime. I think he might have forgotten about the Caudal eggs. Or Misery was hunting him the whole time, also a possibility. But grabbing Kuro is massive. 30 seconds without that? At least the creeps are a bit cut. That helps him.
Mind Control? See if we could get a grab onto this Axa, but quick with the blink.
Yeah. Guess they're going to give up on that one. Somebody must have pushed out mid, or just happened to be pushed. I'm not sure, but
I guess maybe Miracle had one of the Tempests out there.
Yeah, this is. I was wondering about this. Where's the gem for Thunderbirds? They picked it up just now, and now this should give them a lot of map control. They weren't able to kill a tier 3 there, unfortunately, so no shrine kills, but they've got to offset what the Night Stalker is doing, basically.
Weehaw, feeling very confident. I mean, he is on his own, but definitely has the capability to do so. And I do like his decision as well. You kind of touched upon it earlier in some other builds the players do on the Bristol, getting the Arcanans. Having that, being able to, as you say, max out the stacks, and just providing that slow and armor reduction to really allow the Terrorblade to hit home on these heroes. Yeah,
not to mention every time he casts it, somebody's armor is going to be lowered by 2.2, and that could hit Night Stalker. That guy's not going to be Magic Immune. You know, using it against Lifestealer will be a bit unpredictable. You don't always know when you'll be able to cast it, but the damage amp, the AoE slow, all that stuff's going to be really worthwhile. What I'm really curious about is what he gets at level 25. It's either 30 health regen or the 25 cool stack. I think you go for the cool stack
I
here.
think you go for the cool stack.
It got buffed
I mean, he's
by
not dying, is he?
25%.
Yeah.
And there's a coddle, so he's going to cast more quills than average.
Yeah.
You do insane damage with this.
No, I'm not
You go
saying
from
go for the quill
36 quill stack damage to like whatever that is. Is that like 61 or something? Yeah, 61
That's right, you did
per
the math
quill
there.
stack.
Perfect.
So that's going to add up real fast. We're talking like
That's-
400 AoE physical
yeah.
every 2.5 seconds or whatever the heck it is. 3 seconds.
Yeah, it just really feels like he just does not need that regen. He's able to frontline at the moment with these items, with Vanguard, Lotus, and Solar Crest BKB. Who needs regen?
And the disable threats that his opponents have, he can always turn. Almost always. So we'll see what he does, though. He may not end up committing, but there's a lot of mediocre armor heroes on the enemy team. That's basically everybody but Lifestealer right now.
Simba trying to do his best to hold off the push. As Weeha very, very confident in the front lining. The mass TPs coming back in from Liquid. Will look to do their best to hold. They're going in on the Bristle at the same time. A bit of a split push coming out from Resolution's Illusions on the top lane as they work down that tier 3. Once again, in on the front, we falling low, but the bait potential as Moon comes in with a burrow strike, but in response, Kuroki looking to get the tree down, the Wukong's command out, won't quite reach Weeha on the side of it, but they get the 2 on the front. Moon and Saxa punished for their over-aggression.
Ooh, they lost the gem as well, I think. Must have been on Tusk, perhaps? Or Sanking? No, it was on Sanking, definitely.
Yeah.
That's a big loss, and this is basically the Night Stalker counter, is what it feels like there. He didn't actually even need to use his ulti there, but I guarantee that if Night Stalker wasn't in this game, Thunderbirds would just wait till daytime, then they would do that.
Oh, and a freebie
big
for
kill.
Matumba. Yeah, just a solo kill on Misery. Will knock him out for 45 and no buyback. And there's that pickup that the panel talked about, having someone with the Silver Edge. Now they're on Miracle.
Yeah.
So now there's that extra chance to bring down Weeha.
2 chances. Both him and his Tempest Doubler are going to have it. Which means that they can use Silver Edge for, what, 10 seconds in a row if they want? And now the game's just so weird because Thunderbirds should be just closing out Arax easily because they have a big advantage, but the nighttime thing is causing so many issues. They don't have this like overwhelming heal to keep the Bristleback healed up. Like his items are covering some of those problems, but they want to be getting these 500 HP heals every like 5 seconds. That's when they can just end the game and get a Rax or 2. But they're just not getting that opportunity because of the Night Stalker counter pick. And Thunderbirds are forced into doing these like high ground pushes or attempts at them at times where they're not going to necessarily be full power because they feel like they have this timer. Resolution maybe gonna get caught here.
Does need to be a little careful, Liquid. 3 members in the neighborhood. Thunderbirds, TP reaction are holding on. Mid lane, Weeha, a bit aggressive, but has the haste room. Again, feeling safe. But as we're seeing, in a game where Thunderbirds were taking the vast majority of team fights and really keeping the pressure onto Liquid, Liquid's still able to turn it around if mistakes are made by Thunderbirds on these high ground sieges.
Yeah, absolutely can go both ways. And as time goes on, there's literally 5 Midases on Liquid, so...
Damn, the 5 Midas strat.
That looks pretty good.
Yeah.
For the late game implications there. Just everybody's got a golden hand. So everybody's going to have a lot of gold on the Radiant side, which could mean a super late game victory here. I think Liquid's goal is, Turtle, don't let them take a Rax. And here's an opportunity. It's daytime. Night Stalker, no ult. They've got 3 minutes.
Tried to go in onto Saxa, but Saxa quick with the snowball to hold himself back.
This is the best window that Thunderbirds has had all game. 3 minutes here. Well, it's actually 50 seconds until Night Stalker uses ult, but they've got a good 2 minutes of total window time here. They need to take a Rax, or at the least this tier 3.
Fortifications out. Miracle getting ready with the silver hedge hit. Will get it onto the Bristleback. Mind control being focused here by Rezo and Weeha on the sidelines. Moon has managed to find the stun onto Kuroki, so making it very hard for Kuro to get off that Wukong's command. He does find it, gets the bashes out. He survives. Kuroki finally goes down, but that Wukong's command there, buying the time, hitting the bashes to allow them to get the triple kill for Miracle. I can't believe he got that off, and it did so much in that short second that he had it. The bashes were instant.
That was all about this medallion purchase on Monkey King, in my opinion. The difference of 7 armor there meant that Terrorblade doesn't just like 2-3 shot him, but they're going to be able to get the Night Stalker and a gem possibly if they can grab it in time.
GH and Matumba Man eyeing it up with the shards, keeping them away from him. Man, he got the damage to bring down Weeha with the freezing field. It's going to be close, but Weeha still able to run it off. Matumba Has to be careful of how heavy goes in. He does have Miracle moving across as well to help. Saxa with the blink away will survive.
Okay, grabbing the gem definitely helps a lot. It's really tough for Thunderbirds though that they died there. That was the window. They did get the tier 3 at least, so they will be able to kill the enemy shrines, but I'm sure they were wishing they got a Rax. And yeah, the Monkey King staying alive just long enough to get quadruple bashes off or whatever the hell crap happened there. That made the big difference.
Yeah, so it's looking scarier and scarier for Thunderbird, considering that they had this lead and they haven't been able to take rounds. 35 minutes in. Bottom lane, the Tempest double. Might even be taken down, actually, Miracle. We'll keep it alive long enough for its timeout.
Very wise to not feed those. They give a lot of gold right now, and experience.
And you talked about the medallion, it's now a full-fledged solo crest, so even better.
Yeah, Resolution's queuing up a MKB, but he hasn't started yet. It's definitely pretty late at this point. Maybe should have grabbed... No, I think he's doing the right item progression. It's just kind of a bad timing that you have to deal with as Terrorblade. And Roche going to go for Liquid here. Not too surprising, considering that they put the pressure on their opponents recently, but...
And do you like the decision as well from Weeha, considering the situation? Not going to go for the Axe this game and has switched it up for the Assault Cuirass.
I think that's the right move. He's insanely survivable now. It basically means that Matoma Man doesn't really touch him too much. I mean, I like the Ags idea, but the timing wasn't quite right. And the fact that he bought Lotus Orb basically ruined his chances of getting Ags. It was basically Lotus Orb or Ags. It'd be... His whole like survivability thing would be way too delayed otherwise. This will overall give him a lot better right-click damage anyways. Just the other one's better tankiness against like nukes and stuff, and better teamfight disruption kind of stuff. I mean, the man's got like 40 armor. With the Solar Crest, I think he's going to be super effective like this. Ooh, Arcane Rune.
That would be nice to get something done with it.
Okay, they're going to use Arcane Rune on Terrorblade, probably, for Metamorphosis.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. Makes sense. They can make use of it here in this time, but they will be pushing, of course, into this Aegis. So it'll be questionable how heavy Thunderbirds try and go in during this time. I mean, do you feel that Thunderbirds, because of kind of that 5 Midas pickup from Liquid, are they running out of time, or do they have the heroes to continue to scale?
They definitely feel like that, and I do think there's some big worry about that.
Well, we'll find a free Crystal Maiden there, GH. They're behind on the top lane. Down for 60. It's a minute that they can try and abuse this one hero advantage, but essentially Liquid, of course, still with 5 with that Aegis second life, one of their cores. They'll play it safe, get the shrines, continue to find what they can get. MKB now done though for Matumba. This man is certainly going to be able to start chomping through these heroes, especially if you factor in the Silver Edge and the Bloodthorn picked up on Miracle.
Yeah, it all comes down to 4 staffs. Things like Snowball, keeping those heroes alive is a big deal. God, Miracle is actually getting really farmed though. Yeah. Double Midas pays off. Bloodthorn's going to be huge.
That's true, actually. I mean, technically the 6 Midas strat from Liquid.
Good point. He's queuing up Scotty afterwards. He's basically to the point here, especially... It's 25, he's going to have 30% lifesteal as well. He's going to deal with the TB quite well at this point. I think this is the main reason they picked Dark Warden, because they knew they needed like a ranged Mjolnir carrier of some kind. That way they could actually clear the TB illusions when they go high ground. So they really did draft interestingly for that.
Jump here, Liquid. Can they respond to this? They'll look towards Moon, bringing him down very low. Infest, the nuke damage is enough to bring him down, but in return, Thunderbirds, they'll find mind control. Kuroki quick with the jump away and now on the retreat. Timmerman and Kuro trying to get themselves out of there. Saxa with the shard block onto Kuroki, tries to hide as a tree. It's not going to fool T-Birds as they take down the Monkey King as well.
Bottom a fraction of a second, but only so much.
Timmerman will be saved though, so it's kind of a little bit of a silver lining, but still, Thunderbirds getting 2 kills is of course just a question of, again, how much, if anything, they can get done in that 40 seconds for both, because Miracle, just look at the pressure, bottom lane and mid lane shoved entirely in onto the side of map of Thunderbirds, and in fact, he's going to go for a 1v1 here.
Well,
he is inside the bubble, so the evasion isn't there for the Tempest double. Miracle's out. The Flux will bring Rezo very low though.
And that's just a Tempest double, man. He almost died. Fight goes in, though. Lifestealer, this is a huge kill. Okay, Aegis. Can they get the follow-up, though?
Miracle's hanging around. But this is going to be a 3 versus 3 and a scary 3 on Thunderbirds with Weeha ready to be on the front line. Saxa will go for the easier kill. Looks towards GH. Do they have the detection? They do, indeed. They'll take him down through the Glimmer Cape. In response, the Bloodthorn, the Flux bringing Moon very low. T-Birds are ready to try and break high ground once more. There's no Aegis, there's no Crystal Maiden for a full minute. Matuma Man focusing on zoning back the Bristle back. The Bloodthorn's down onto Rezo, bringing him down to half health. Weeha straining on the high ground, has to be careful. This Mjolnir damage bringing him down low, but the BKB's out. But again, another Wraith dropped up onto the high ground to continue to just zone Saxa back. Mind Control has Matuma Man inside him. They're ready to try and chase for more as T-Birds desperately scatter and back away from this.
They're gonna chase. Here comes the blink.
Yeah, Mind Control.
Oh, good
immediately
stun.
turned on. Yeah, the Burrow Strike in response comes through. Matuma Man now in the front. Resolution's just going to turn and beat him down. The Boundless Strike is there trying to save Matuma Man. Can he get his way out of this one? He can't. He's down. Miracle has the Tempest Double, looks towards Rezo, but again, TB with his own BKB doesn't care about the Lightning. Kuroki trying to 1v3 here with the Wukong's command. He will take one down. The Bashes keeping Thunderbirds back. He'll try and lifesteal his way back up, but they've got the Burrow Strike. They have the control. Triple kill for Resolution as Thunderbirds will end up taking the convincing team fight win.
Dude, that fight was saved by Sand King Burrow Strike there. Just being able to instantly disable the Night Stalker makes it a little bit harder for Lifestealer to make a decision, and killing him basically means that even the Lifestealer can't run away because then he's stuck in the guy that's stunned. So that Burrow Strike is huge. Allows Resolution to get a kill without even having to commit Metamorphosis. He'll use it now though. Time to take a Rax for Thunderbirds if they can.
And he's absolutely massive. As was the BKB making huge effect in that last fight. He's got an MKB as well now. Miracle scouting out the situation with the Tempest double. And will look to put a bit of a harassment down onto Rezo. But with Moon and himself, they'll turn and bring it down. But again, you can't underestimate the damage that this double can do before it goes. But the space is there. Top and middle racks being pressured by Thunderbirds. Miracle trying his best to keep them alive with the field, but We Are simply steps into it and will allow them to bring down the melee racks on the top lane. Mid lane looking fairly exposed as well. Few seconds, Liquid will have the full lineup back up. Resolution still with the Metamorphosis, so the damage that he can offer, can he bring down a second set? There'll be the fortification, BKB forced out on Rezo, now looking to get out. Liquid looking for the chase down. Can they get anything out of this one? Kuroki jumping forward, hits the Boundless Strike onto two, Mind Control into the midst of it, finds Rezo, hits the Silence and Void just in time to bring down the Terrorblade, and now the Shard. Oh no, they've actually trapped in. We have, oh, the epic Burrow Strike from Moon onto three as he comes back in. A buyback will be there from Kuroki, but Matumba Man's down for 80 seconds, does not have any buyback available, and Thunderbirds, even after losing Resolution there with a fantastic fake back as they come in with that Sand King play.
Yeah, it was such a fun little dance to see. They wanted to get close to the Terrorblade to kill him, but if they get too close, he sunders and he's going to be able to fight at full HP, so they just played it out until they finally had enough to disable. They get the kill, but the crucial epicenter there from Sand King, guaranteeing the team fight wins. It's not over though.
Kuroki from the high ground again with these Wukong's commands, but Sax is forced out to safety. Weeha as well, shoved down to the low ground. Can they get him out? Miracle trying for the chase, but being very careful about how they step out the base now.
Misery.
They do respect the turn potential of the Thunderbirds.
And they also shut down the Wukong's command ult again, pushing him out instantly with the blinding light. And it's daytime. 1:28 until night. Night Stalker does have his ulti, but the heals are coming. And they got to shut this down pretty soon. I don't even know if they can stop this, though. With Matuma Man dead for 25, it's tough. They do make it nighttime, so no more heals here, but they've even got BKB.
And they kill Weeha.
They can get him low, definitely.
Yeah, it's so hard, especially with the backup. You know, Moon ready to jump in with a Burrow Strike in case anything's get too dicey. We are just past the BKB. They want to go for the Megas. There's the jump in the Burrow Strike onto two. Saxa trying to focus down. Miracle's out and down for 100. It's almost certainly going to be over unless they can get some big kills in return, Liquid. They found Moon. They'll get the Void onto Saxa, but he's shoved down to the low ground. The Sigil's slow, keeping Liquid back. Saxa takes a Boundless Strike to the backside, though. Kuroki will bring down the Tusk. Matuma Man with the quick invest play. Can he keep himself alive? He's hiding in the opponent's creeps here, but Kuroki being chased down back to the fountain by Resolution as they've lost the Monkey King as well. Buybacks coming out from Thunderbirds. They know that this is their chance to close the game off as they'll turn their attention towards the tier 4, and GG is called. We'll be taking this one to a game 3 as Thunderbirds bringing it together, and Weeha, that's a man who's just played a mid Bristleback and won a game.
Oh, yeah, it was a fun game to watch. Really cool strat from Thunderbirds. I think the Bristle was definitely the right hero for the game, and on the other side, I think even the Arc Warden was definitely a very solid pick. You could really see how Liquid's draft fit together. It was counter the high ground push of the Coddle and the early game of the Caudal with the Monkey King and the Night Stalker. And then the late game, they had Arc Warden to stop towers from being hit. They could always make it night, so it was hard for them to push with Illuminate. It was a really cool draft that came together, but the laning stage in the early game of the Arc Warden was really weak in my opinion. So it was really cool what Liquid did, and they made it very close.
Liquid's turn to ban. Dire team ban. Liquid's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Liquid's turn to pick.
Monkey King.
Dire team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
I speak for the trees.
Dire team pick. Liquid's turn to pick.
Invoker.
Dire team ban. Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. Liquid's turn to ban. Dire team pick. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Puck!
Liquid's turn to pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Crystal Maiden.
Dire team pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Punch.
Liquid's turn to pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Naga Siren.
Dire team ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Liquid's turn to ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. 10 seconds remaining.
Earth Shaker.
Dire team pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Morphling.
Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Prepare for battle.
Thanks very much, Reddit, indeed. This very exciting Game 3 coming up now between Liquid and Thunderbirds. I'm ODPixel, I'm here with Purge. The drafts, yet again, we're getting a lot of excitement already today, Purge. We're seeing some new heroes. We've got a Puck, we've got a Furion. What's going on?
Some of these heroes have been kind of buffed. We've seen a lot of patches in the last couple months, ever since 7.0 came out. So there's a lot of mixing up of heroes that have maybe gotten buffed 2, 3, 4 times sometimes in a row. So excited to see these heroes picked up. Puck actually did start trending a little bit at DAC, usually in combo with Enigma, but this is a bit different. It's going to be a mid Puck. No offlane Puck this game. But the Nature's Prophet is maybe the most exciting pick here. That's another hero whose talents may be some of the best in the game. He gets some incredible value for every talent tree he gets. But very good laning hero, very good at split pushing. But like Merlini said, he's semi-countered, and there's not a lot of things that they have to deal with the Naga Siren other than the Morphling. I think the Morphling can be really effective. Puck can be pretty good too, but it's going to take some really good execution by Thunderbirds to control good tempo and make sure that Naga doesn't get too out of hand too fast.
See already, Liquid coming up with this aggressive movement. They have 3 heroes ready on this top lane around the rune spot. Did you want to try and contest? And it looks like they'll head away. Actually, Trent's been sent across from the bottom half of the map there just to zone him out. And also, mind games make Liquid think that there's a 4th hero in the neighborhood.
They want them to think that the Prophet's going to the top lane for sure. Because I think... Actually, I've laned this, I think, just a couple, like last week, I think, when I was in at DAC. Prophet versus Naga. It's a little tough for Prophet because Poor Man's Shield blocks so much of the damage, but it can also be alright. With a little bit of spore rotation, I could see some advantage. Ooh, big D ward here by Sox, actually. He almost caught the
so
Monkey
close,
King, too.
yeah, chopping down that tree. They will still have the telekinesis up to the high ground, and in fact, Kuroki will be cliffed. Misery can't get in range for the rot, but Kuroki with his magic stick, of course, can get in range to hit him back. So Misery has to just get away from there. There's not a lot he can do with that level 1 rot.
He'll leap out.
It's actually going to be the Fissure onto Resolution that's causing trouble. The Sunstrike doesn't connect, though. A little off point with that one. Kuroki will be able to jump his way down. No one to fall yet, but kicking off on this top lane.
Unfortunately for them, they have to keep doing damage to Monkey King to prevent him from jumping on a tree, so... Doesn't quite work out, but went okay for them. Decent start. If Resolution would have died there, that would have been catastrophic for Thunderbirds.
So close to hitting that Sunstrike combo. Just the wrong side of the Fissure.
They got a first blood on Miracle's Invoker. Ooh, that's like an instant game loss, I'm pretty sure.
Try and make another bit of a go here. even though they're not getting these, because they are putting a lot of pressure on Resolution.
Yeah.
This lane is not going to be the easiest for this Morphling to farm in.
Yeah, absolutely not. They're pressuring super well here. He does bring another set of tangos out, but just between like Crystal Maiden, Earthshaker, and Monkey King, they've got a lot of
Look
disable
how
here.
low Resolution is as well. The Sunstrike's going to come through. This time it connects, and Resolution, he's going to try and morph his way out of this one, but KingCharlie coming around the corner. He's out of mana. The Fissures there from Mind Control, securing Liquid the first blood in this top lane.
That was my predicted player with the least deaths. That didn't work out for me.
The Morphling getting punished. Early stages by Liquid. KingCharlie's very low. Resolution can't quite find a kill in return though. Kuro will be allowed to walk off, but top lane, we've seen the action there. Other lanes in these 1v1s, how are we seeing it pan out at the moment, Purge? Any kind of lead that you didn't expect, or is this all as planned?
It's pretty much as planned for the other lanes. Prophet's having a slightly hard time. If we check the tango level of Matumba, he's down to his last tango, but he's doing fine. I think when Meander does have level 3 though, so despite like that tri lane not going very well for Thunderbirds, they will see some Prophet TP soon. It's just that Crystal Maiden plus Earthshaker plus Monkey King, those 3 heroes are really strong at level 1 and allowed them to pressure quite well. Whereas if they got Pudge level 2, maybe Rubik level 2, something like that, it would have been a lot better for the opposite side.
Top lane, KingCharlie going on to Saxa. Good Fissure block from Mind Control, forcing Saxa to walk the long way around. The Boundless Strike into the Frostbites there, and Liquid claiming a second kill with this aggressive tri-lane that they pulled together.
It's going so well. And with Arcane Aura, now those 2 heroes, Earthshaker and Monkey King, they really are in need of a lot of mana, so Arcane Aura giving them a big advantage. And there's still Sunstrike threats. Oh, he cuts the tree though.
Yeah, Rezo gets the
think there's a
tree
kill.
hit. And it should be a tasty little kill for Rezo in response. Absolutely something that will really help them out considering the pressure that's being put onto that lane.
Yeah, I was super overconfident there by Kuro, especially to jump to that tree semi with Envision like the tower was going to spot it. So big mistake, especially with the creep wave there. Can they pressure mid though? Ooh.
Oh, that was an unfortunate hook from Misery there. Sailed right past Miracle, but it looked like it could have been on target. So unfortunate there for Misery. Won't be able to get the successful gank off. But at the least at the moment, Weeha is keeping the edge here in this mid lane, just slightly ahead of Miracle's Invoker.
Yeah, playing a little dangerous there with the salve phase, but it's going to be just fine for him. Just a little bit of rotation like that will make a big difference, but I think as a whole, I think Liquid's going to be pretty happy with Matama Man getting a 1v1 lane down here with the Crystal Maiden Aura, so this just keeps going well. Prophet does pick up an Orb of Venom phase.
Oh, and again, Rezo. He's able to find the tree as they move in onto KingCharlie, throw out the Boundless Strike. KingCharlie almost certainly going to be taken down here. Mind Control trying to do his best to hold them back, but he's ended up putting himself in a non-ideal position, and a great hook from Misery is going to reel in a third, and this top lane in a matter of minutes suddenly is being turned on its head, and Thunderbirds getting themselves back on top.
Man, that little death trap up there, they just keep putting heroes in there and they slowly auto attack them down. It really works out nicely with lift and hook. I didn't think they were going to get 3 kills. I thought it was just going to be 1, but
the fact that Misery was there.
Yeah, made a big difference, even throwing Mind Control up there. They were confident for that one. And if Weeha's laning fine in the mid lane, then I think this looks pretty solid for them right now. Either way, it is going to require Moon Meander to have a good impact on the game. Looks like he's going to go for the phase drum build, give him a lot of good early right click, and he's now ditched lane, which makes a lot of sense. If you kill both supports, there's a really high chance that they TP the safe lane and do a gank. So he definitely has to hit the jungle occasionally like this. But I want to see what he goes item build wise. Phase drum will be great for overall right clicks early game, and maybe that's how Thunderbirds wants to win this game, just by overpowering and running down their enemies. Pudge looking dead here.
Yeah, he's stuck around in the top lane for a bit of solo XP, but he will be punished. But look at this move here from Thunderbirds, bringing Resolution into the middle lane to punish Miracle.
That's really good.
That is, so you know, 5 minutes in, bringing your carry to the mid, something that Liquid just wouldn't have expected to happen.
Yeah, and it delays the Midas, and they're going to get some good tower damage up down as well. Especially with Trance, they can actually just keep hitting this. It doesn't even matter that he pulls the creeps. It's one of the biggest values that Nature's Prophet gets. Sure, tank the tower.
Matumba will come through and do his best to help with the D push here.
That was so
deal
huge.
with this pressure from Thunderbirds, but yeah, a lot of damage done to that tower.
Like, it being at 500 HP at 6 minutes into the game is massive. And that's all Thunderbirds really has to do is keep doing these little rotations. And even if they don't have a lot of levels, their lanes are going weak, if you bring everybody, that's a lot of skill points versus one hero. You're going to kill him.
A lot of resources, yeah.
And Prophet can always show up and bring Treants as well. So that's the tempo that's going to change this game, is taking towers really rapidly. Like, imagine if this tower in the mid lane dies the next minute or two, and Invoker doesn't even have Midas yet. Like, where does he even get his Midas? You just start jungling then or something?
Absolutely. And then even if, you know, you can turn to the jungle, but still that access point is going to be open in the mid lane for Thunderbirds to make those moves around. In middle lane, he's being gone on Dream Coil into Moon, turning up with the TP. Kuroki will try and hold them back with the Boundless Strike, but already Miracle's dead. Thunderbirds have the initial burst to bring him down. Mass TP's coming through from Liquid. They'll look to try and find Weeha in response. Mind Control looking for the chase down, but they haven't got the follow-up lock. And Weeha and Saxa TPing themselves back out. And in fact, straight down to the bottom lane, Saxa. Maybe seeing if you can combo something with Moon to find the Naga. But again, this mid lane turning into a bit of a disaster for Liquid.
Yeah, and because all it takes is Saxa to show up, basically. Because Puck's usually going to be there. Saxa rolls in on the Rubik, and Prophet TPs. Like, that's 3 heroes hitting really hard. Prophet's hitting for like 100 damage already. And Invoker dies really rapidly. He doesn't have armor. He's still working on building a Midas. He's very vulnerable here. And eventually it's going to lead to a tower kill as well. That one they played a little safe. We got a little low, but they're getting farm. It's creating, relieving pressure from the safe lane. I don't know where Morphling is right now. He's just on the bot lane right now. And Pudge is getting solo experience top in the dangerous lane. So I think the tempo is looking really good for Thunderbirds right now.
Yeah, it's quite an interesting game as well in terms of how the individual heroes are performing in net worth, because even though it looks like, okay, the Morphling's behind, but everyone incredibly close at the moment because of the action that they're getting involved in as a team, and looking for mind control. Misery, we'll get the vision here from Mumianda's Sprout, trying to line a potential hook, but the treants are kind of blocking him up. So a little bit of, I guess it's hard to coordinate between the two of them there with a small amount of space in that.
It was kind of dangerous.
But they'll still get the kill, looks of it, with Saxa coming through with the wraparound, telekinesis into the hook. They'll take down mind control, but the deny is there as well from Misery. He'll make sure that Liquid don't find anything in return.
Yeah, Miracle can't catch a break here. All of his early stun strikes, almost getting a kill, but not quite. So all these early skirmishes as well, really helping Thunderbirds because of the fact that their supports got wrecked in the lane so hard. But this is going to help them get faster level 6s. It's very integral for both Rubik as well as the Pudge. It'll really help them kill Naga Siren, for example. And Resolution's still definitely very behind here, but you know, a couple more kills, a couple more rotations, maybe some tower kills.
It's very close between the top few people on the board. I mean, the Naga, of course, is the one to watch out for if he continues to sail ahead and does manage to hit a good relic into Radiant's timing. But there's still a fair few minutes before that happens. But still definitely good news for Liquid in the sense that Naga still is sitting at the top.
Another 100 damage on the mid tower. Not much longer and this thing's going to be gone. Miracle's still 1,000 gold away from the Midas. And they go back to pressuring Naga, maybe? They're looks like maybe they want to take mid. I guess that is the big one. If they take the tower, it's huge here. Pudge going to get caught.
Yeah, trapped up here by the Fissure. Anything he can hope is for some sort of deny, but it's not going to happen against the burst that Liquid have. As Miracle this time will get a bit of a better break to get the kill.
But that was not much gold. I mean, that's the least farmed hero on all of Thunderbirds, so losing Pudge when he's level 4 doesn't cost him a huge amount. So I feel like Thunderbirds are just farming so much better right now. Jungling on Nature's Prophet. They have a hero in every single lane. Lose a Pudge, but that was some rotations, time spent. I mean, the only thing I'm looking at that really looks scary for Thunderbirds right now is Naga. That's by far the scariest thing.
And Matumba's getting that space.
But they might hit this like timing here in the next like 5 or 10 minutes when Thunderbirds just death pushes. Oh, a gank on Prophet in the jungle. Got him.
And it's a quick one.
Really nicely done. He walked from the high ground, went in for an Echo Slam combo with the Sunstrike. Really nicely done. That's a huge kill, actually. Because that basically means no gank for 20 seconds as well.
Mind control as well this game, keeping himself pretty much on par with that of Rezo's farm on Morphling. Halfway towards that Blink Dagger. Very nice if he does manage to get that good timing. Got him. Misery, Smoke will dispel, he knows that Matumba's close and personal. Doesn't quite have level 6. They will have the telekinesis follow through, but the sleep is available as Matumba should be fine here. Yeah, goes for the straight TP out in the sidelines, and nothing that Thunderbirds can do to stop it.
That's not even that bad for them though. Like, he uses Song, he TPs away from the lane as was expected. They weren't expecting to kill him, I don't think. He's gonna get Song off no matter what. You've only got Lift, so. But he leaves. Now you're going to be able to take the tower and give Resolution more space to farm without it having to be in the safe lane, which is generally more dangerous. So all the rotations right now are really good for Thunderbirds. The only thing they left indefensible maybe is the mid lane. If they can hold this, though, they just got a huge advantage.
Moon, and it's going to come through with the Sprout setup, looking to find the follow-up hook. Just doesn't have the reach to grab him. Just the quick chop through the trees and escape from mind control will save his life.
Yeah, perfect timing. A little bit too late from the Pudge, but they did coordinate that quite well. Just
it's hard.
super fast reaction from mind control mostly.
Oh, in fact, talking about mind control, back in with a Fisher, looking to try and set up Miracle to go forward, but he's been silenced, being brought down low, can't get himself out. It's a 1-for-1 trade that Thunderbirds are going to be very happy with, and it's not over yet. Zooming forward, Resolution picks up a second. Kuro's dropped the Wukong's command, but already Thunderbirds are out of it. They'll sprout him up. Bam, a zap from Saxa to pick up a third. Resolution might not be done yet. He has another waveform. He's looking for GH. Won't get the magical nuke damage, but with the massive chase down, I believe the stolen cold snap from Sax as well, just helping out. Thunderbirds are again giving us these sort of performances that we're seeing in game 2 at this stage of the game. Very, very cohesive plays as a team.
And their lineup just looks, it feels so strong. It feels like a Drow lineup to me. They're all very long range heroes. They're all right clicking really heavily. Monkey King just felt kind of bad there. I mean, maybe it was just the context of the ulti usage, but they just feel like they can right-click anybody, they can use their spells effectively, and their opponents are all like squishy Monkey King, squishy Crystal Maiden. They just all feel so countered.
Hiding in the trees here, coming from the high ground, Kuroki. He's going to jump in on this one. Again, this stolen cold snap on mind control, causing issues for the Shaker. They do lose Saxa on the Rubik. Kuroki jumps forward, has to be careful. Weehar's got the Dream Coil, drops it straight away on the Monkey King. They'll move forward. Kuroki trying to play his way out as he goes under the cover of the tree, but he's not going to make it. Zip forward from Resolution. Misery's there with the wraparound. Chomps in good and hard onto the Crystal Maiden to pick up a third. And again, Thunderbirds are just breaking apart Liquid in these fights where Liquid, it seems almost like they're panicking.
They kind of have to try to stabilize a bit because Thunderbirds are going to be so good at taking towers with the Treants, but they're just facilitating all of their heroes so well. All of their heroes are so good at fighting right now, including Morphling. Like, you normally look at Morphling as a super hard carry, late game kind of a thing, but if he can just safely right-click and cast Waveform repeatedly, he's actually one of the better carries in the early game, just because he can reposition himself, he can nuke, he's going to stay alive in so many of these cases. But all it takes is just diving with Treants and Puck setting things up, and Morphling feels like a really strong early game carry.
One thing, of course, that is continuing to happen is this is essentially space for Matumba Man. He is out of these fights, he is working towards the Radiance, and he's nearly got the Relic complete.
Yeah.
So that's maybe kind of Liquid's game plan at the moment, just go all in on these fights, leave the Naga out of it, make sure that Matumba is just ignored and can get that timing that he needs to be able to swing the game back around. At this rate, it's going to be quick. Top lane as well, looking for Rezo. Massive kill for them to find there. Beautifully done. Fisher into the Wukongs and an immediate Sunstrike, bursting down a hero that, you know, normally in this situation it is very hard to catch.
Yeah, it's not able to morph fast enough. No treads on him. Looking like he's going to pick up a Boots of Travel in a second, just so he can be more mobile. But yeah, kills like that definitely matter. And yeah, the Radiance is coming really fast. It's going to be a problem for Thunderbirds. But the important thing that they did was kill all the tier 1s, so that if they do actually want to pressure the map a little bit and try to kill heroes like Naga, it will be... he'll have to use Song more often, basically. So I think they did the right thing, because them taking their heroes and trying to repeatedly gank Naga with the start they had was going to be very difficult, because they had few disables. The Puck Waning Rift wasn't going to be maxed out until about now, 15 minutes. So it was difficult for them to actually heavily gank the Naga Siren in the safe lane. I think their target towards towers, I think, was the right way to go. So now they just got to try to control the map and play like a late game sort of style. That's where they've got to play now.
Able to find anything that smoke Thunderbirds. Yeah, Matumba Man, Relic complete. Looking for that recipe, and yeah, absolutely on par to hit. Very nice Radiance timing, considering how the team fights and the objectives have been going. You know, with Thunderbirds definitely hitting the stride a little harder at this stage of the game. 15 minutes in, claiming the tier 2 down bottom. More money into the bank of Resolution.
They're setting up.
Top lane, I mean, see if they can catch anyone out here. Matumba Man's there, but looks like he's already backing up.
Yeah. Just in case he keeps pushing. I do like the Miseries ahead of the game a little bit. If they did end up doing a little bit of a tower pressure thing, then they'd be covered. Just spotting for Monkey King as well at the Illusory Orb. But Liquid nowhere nearby. They're not ready to do this. They don't feel comfortable. Mind Control will be looking around for some soul kills, though. They spot GH. Could ulti him.
I just want to play around this one for free. Finds the CM, hook won't hit, but the orb will.
Nicely done there. Much better way to do that, especially with Arcane. Save the ulti. Looking for the Earthshaker, but took a really good path.
B, as KingCharlie is at the moment. Sentry's down at this point of the map.
Yeah, they got nothing.
Yeah. Looks like KingCharlie can't really set up for anything on his own. And Resolution forward on the mid lane, but yeah, no one really around him to do anything. And looks like they were actually aware that that invis was picked up as their self-scan.
Yeah. They saw him grab it in front of their eyes. So he might get a solo kill, though. Oh my god. That was perfectly casted right in the middle. There's 5
so they all beat
Wukongs
down
hitting
on
him.
Moon's actually come in, but he can't quite catch this monkey. Oh, with Weeha he can. Jump forward, and the Dream Coil, they will find the punish in return. But it did cost the Dream Coil, and it was just the one for the Rubik loss. So no Dream Coil for 60 seconds. And something that, I mean, how big of an issue is this Naga Siren? I mean, it really does feel like he's about to hit that Radiance. He's got it. And 17 minutes in, you've not done anything about the Naga at all. You've looked elsewhere, and it's been going great. But the Naga Siren, it could come back to haunt them. You know, Liquid knew what they were doing with GH on the Naga at DAC. Matumba, arguably, if not just as strong as a player on it. It's got to be scary.
It is. It's kind of similar to the DAC games, really. You have to be afraid of the team fight setup. If Thunderbirds ever clumps too much, it could just lead into like an Echo Slam combo into the both fissures, the Boundless Strike and the fissure, into Invoker combos. Like there's that huge threat actually. But as long as Thunderbirds keeps just poking and prodding around the map without forcing 5v5 team fights, I think they'll be fine, at least until Morphling gets farmed. Okay. And then he'll be able to deal with the illusions really easy. Not to mention the fact that he can just use Replicate to try to get himself his own Radiance. Roche is spotted, so they're going to be less confident, feel less confident about this now. But much rather grab a kill first before they commit to this. Especially because of the Radiance timing. This is the worst time for them to lose a fight. Like Theban pointed out in the last game, they kind of fought Liquid on their strongest point, and or at least that was game 1, I suppose. They've got to make sure they avoid that here.
Smoking up, desperately looking for that kill before they go back into the Roche pit. Weeha jumps forward, gets the Dream Coil onto Miracle. It's a little too deep though for them to go further in. T-Birds won't find the initial kill that they were hoping for. In fact, in return, Miracle lands the Sunstrike onto Moon, who's being focused by Matuma Man on that bottom lane.
Yeah, Naga Siren is super good against Nature's Prophet.
Oh, mid lane as well. Liquid, they find themselves a second. Weeha getting caught massively out of position as a second to fall. Misery trying to go in onto GH. He's going to miss the hook, though. GH with a freezing field, zoning Misery back. Saxa will turn, bring down KingCharlie, but pays with his life as Miracle finds him, and Mind Control's there on the high ground with the control, allowing another Sunstrike for Miracle to land. And now you've got to be very worried if you're Thunderbirds. You managed to get those objectives early on, but Naga's getting big, and you've just lost a team fight massively.
That was a series of kills after kills. 4 kills for 1 there. I mean, Soxo grabbed 1 at least on the backside, but losing 4 kills like that all of a sudden changes the game a lot, especially when Morphling goes a build like this with Boots of Travel. He commits 2,000 gold to an item that just helps him walk faster and show up to team fights. If the team fights are going crap and he can't even be there, then he's definitely not farming as fast as his opponents are. And Naga's going to kind of blow him out of the water for a while. This is really scary, especially Weeha getting picked off. It's very difficult to be aggressive on Puck until you get phase shift maxed out, because if you do make a mistake, you're a lot easier to punish. And they're still in that window here. They got to initiate, coordinated. They basically needed to get the Invoker kill when they smoked forward. They probably should have just backed off and played it safe afterwards.
I mean, looking at what Matuma as well, if he, at this rate, gets a good timing on the Manta, in terms of Thunderbirds catching him.
That's a great point. It's going to be really hard at that point. Maelstrom pickup for Prophet, so he's not going to have Disable either. It's basically just Rubik Lift, Puck disables, and Pudge ulti, I guess. But yeah, like once he gets Manta, stops all the silences. It's going to be a while until Morphling gets an E-Blade because he's building Lincolns first. It's going to be a long time until they can deal with the Naga perfectly.
Looking to kind of group up with the Naga. Liquid up on the top lane. Ready to make a 5-man push happen. Already, as we can see though, Lucian's just used there to really slow down these pushes that Thunderbirds, up until this point, have been pretty successful with. Moon has to be careful. Straight in Echo Slam. Good hook from Misery though. Saves Moon from the Sunstrike, and Thunderbirds will get themselves out of there.
That was perfect reaction. Prophet was 1000% dead if that hook didn't come at that time. I was waiting for the Force Staff. That's Pudge. That's what he does. Force Staff level 2. And he picks up the Midas recipe, actually, so this is going to help really help Pudge scale well. With Echo Slam down, though, that was by far the best setup that Liquid has. They'll have to rely on Blink Enchant or Fissure Enchant. Now things get a little bit iffy for Liquid, but I think Thunderbird's pretty happy with saving Prophet.
So at the moment, Liquid just trying to get Resolution out of their jungle.
Ooh, they got a Radiant solution. It's dead, though.
There is that Midas, but as you said, yeah, just kind of gearing up for the fact that this game is not going to be over anytime soon. For sure, they need to have some sort of scaling capabilities against what Liquid have with this Naga Invoker.
Plus Pudge just doesn't farm very well, obviously, so it's nice to be able to grab a Midas, that way you guarantee your levels and your gold gain. Because items on Pudge are actually fantastic, like things like Force Staffs, Blink Daggers, Aghanims, Aether Lens, all those things make a big impact. Even the Blade Mail builds that we've been seeing pretty recently, those builds are really effective on Pudge as well. So a simple Midas, yeah, you delay your Blink Dagger or your Force Staff or your Aether Lens, but it also makes you a lot more effective in the late game. Gets you to level 20 faster too, that's even more GPM. So in the meantime, Prophet just hitting creeps, basically, as Prophets do. Keeps telling his team, go do something, go start something so I can show up. Oh, and Rubik with a fast hood.
Do you like this bit? This is something that I don't think I've seen before. I mean, I guess looking at the lineup from Liquids, it's understandable. But
yeah.
I mean, I imagine surely he goes straight for the full pipe.
I think he will.
Rather than just the hood at this stage.
Yeah, because I mean, you
need to complete it for the team.
Partially, yeah. I think he's definitely buying it because otherwise the Naga or Radiant Solutions are just too hard to deal with. But by grabbing the pipe, yeah, just really helps protect his team. Limits a lot of the team fight advantage that Liquid has there. They might catch Puck or Resolution.
Resolution already into the trees. We are being eyed up. Will be able to get himself away with the blink drawn, and yeah, there's still too deep for them to chase for.
Those Radiant Wards as well, they really want to know where anybody is in their jungle. So occasionally they'll show up here and try to get them out of there, but Thunderbirds did not fall for that one. Invoker's got a Blink Dagger, so he's thinking about going for a solo kill, but I don't think Morphling's the target. He's hoping for like Rubik, Prophet, something like that.
See what Miracle wants to play out here.
Everybody's going to get hoods on Thunderbirds. And they've also got Rubik Ore as the other big thing, so it's a lot of magic resistance.
Cool. The play here is going to walk straight into Misery. Misery, usually with the blink out as he spots Pudge in the neighborhood. Blocking himself up there with the Forge Spirits. Micro. Miracle. It'll be fine with the Ghost Walk. Causing a bit of a distraction. Yeah, Misery's down to half health. Drop the Tornado down with the Sunstrike. Is it going to be enough? Not quite. Misery will survive, but be forced back. And now Liquid actually bringing the rest of the team up. And KuroKy just gets the vision as he jumps up to the tree line and slams down the Pudge. And they'll find a second as well with Saxa being caught off. We'll see the hood keep him alive a little bit against that Radiance burn, but more than enough damage from Liquid to find a second.
Miracles, all of his patient waiting actually pays off in the end. Just enough damage. In the meantime, Prophet cutting the wave, TPing out instantly. It's going to be close. Whew. It's got to be scary against Earthshaker, who has a Blink Force already at 24 minutes, and against a Monkey King who can move around really rapidly.
They've got, some really good catch from range. It's going to be a hard game to wrap for sure. I mean, Invoker as well with the Tornado. Lots of ways to cancel TPs from a distance.
With that said, they got great heroes for it. Rezo doing a lot of damage on the mid lane. Oh, he doesn't get the sprout off. TPs to the wrong place.
The Moon comes in. Got the dust, and Miracle takes the ult to the face.
He does have the waveform. He's got it, I think.
He's done it. Rezo takes down Miracle. GH and KuroKy looking to punish with the freezing field. The jump forward, KuroKy. Does he have the boundless strike? He does not.
Great.
Will escape. Dead. Puck is down.
I don't think you can hook and sleep anymore. So Pudge can't save him yet. And they're just going to body block.
He's gone, he's surrounded him, Moon Meander. He'll try and run, but the Frostbite comes through for GH. Was picked up, and they're not done yet. Fisher onto Misery, jump forward from KuroKy. Saxa with the Storm. Fisher holds them back for a little bit of time. Telekinesis as well. He's trying to do his best to survive. But again, Liquid move forward and surround him. And they may not be done yet. KuroKy tries to jump, but Misery hooks him mid-jump. And they will punish the Monkey King. Resolution looked to push Mind Control away, but Matuma Man just moving in aggressively with this Radiance. Now looks for the TP out. Will make it. There's no sort of cancel. GH tries to get away. Won't be as lucky. But that did cost the buyback of Weehaw to make those plays happen.
Well, that said, I mean, Resolution is still getting a lot of kills, and he's got a Midas of his own. Everybody buying Midas now, apparently. You nerf the item, and it just keeps getting bought. But he's 1,700 gold towards his E-Blade.
Alright, and we are just found a courier. And that did have the ultimate orb on of Matumba Man, so that will be the Manta style, slowed down for 3 minutes.
That's actually huge. He's completely ready on it. So silence is still valuable here. And this is the value of the BO2s, basically. Summon Treants, and Morphling can be there. And he even went for the +4 Treants. Got lots of Treants this game.
Another really back and forth game so far. Thunderbirds having the early game control, starting to slip a bit to the Naga Siren, but now getting Roshan as well by the looks of it. And bring them back on par. But still, of course, those 2 big cores of the threat. And Resolution, a lot of weight on his shoulders to carry this game on the Morphling for Thunderbirds.
Yeah. I think he's going to be fine, though. Not only does he have the Midas, he's also got the 12% cooldown reduction. That means more Midas gold.
It's true.
Pretty good place to be in. And Soxer realizing mistake, says, pipe? No, Midas. Coming out.
Back for the Midas. Absolutely. Sure that he can keep himself in a very relevant position, and we're seeing already, you know, he's not necessarily managed to get the big plays in the team fights, but a few little steals to try and halt how smoothly Liquid can get away with these kills.
You know, I think what happened was Thunderbirds went to their talked to their coach after game 2, and they're like, "Do you realize your opponents bought 5 Midases last game?" And they realized they made a mistake. They need to do that every game now.
All Midas, yeah.
So
yeah.
they're
And Liquid
stealing
not doing it.
strats.
Are we going to see 5 Midases come out from them? Well, not on Matumba Man.
Yeah,
no way he does it.
Yeah.
GH might, though. Also,
No,
is he still
he's-
looking for the Glimmer?
Yeah, he went Glimmer.
Okay.
I don't know if he'll go back. If you get too far behind on Crystal Maiden and then you buy a Midas as well, then you still just extend the part of the game where people kill
Yeah.
you. So
But you've got a Naga. I mean, you're fine with this game going 80 minutes, aren't you?
yes, but he will be in fights at some point, and ideally he'll be able to save his allies. So I think if he doesn't get Glimmer, then and Morphling picks up an E-Blade in the next like 5 minutes, then he's just going to get one shot every single fight, no matter what. So he's got to go for some survivability here.
Liquid can do with this smoke. Looking to kind of bait it out with Miracle, potentially in this mid lane, hoping that Thunderbirds would try and make a jump. See if the bait is successful as they move forward. A little bit of time left on this dust, but sorry, smoke it's pretty much gone now. They'll get themselves up to the high ground. Sentry's down, so they know that they've got this good position. Where's the lead in? Actually just looking to go in on the stolen illusion, making sure that Resolution doesn't manage to free farm with the Radiance illusion of Matumba. And they will kill it.
Yeah, they got to do that every time, basically.
Yeah. It just speeds up his farm so much if he gets his hands on it.
Yeah, it's way too good to have a free Radiance. It's only like 60%. Oh, are they going?
Yeah, straight in onto Weeha, looking for the Chainstone with the Boundless Strike as well. Can they find it? No, they don't have quite enough damage to kill him. A Miracle's been taken down in return. Already looking a little bit rocky for Liquid. 2 TPs out, 3 TPs, but it's going to be cancelled by Wee on Kuroki. And they find a second mind control. Looking to jump in, but not quite killing that Weeha. Even with a huge amount of Chainstone, with the Boundless Strike, the Fissure Echo Slam, it wasn't quite enough. And the fact that Miracle just caught off out of position in the mid lane before he could get his combo out.
Yeah, that was incredible. He lived there. 175 health perk from Puck here, really paying off this game. And the Treads as well. Treads wand. He built tanky, and it paid off big time. Derek Hurd does get sniped, at least Mind Control doing something in the meantime, but this is really bad for Liquid, actually.
Yeah,
because
no Invoker, no Echo Slam, no Freezing Field, no Soul.
Yeah, all on cooldown for a little bit, and they grab another Radiance here. Maybe this will go okay, Fissure works.
See what they can do to stop it, and Moon coming in with those Treants. Resolution falling very low, in fact, zips in, and will blow up the Crystal Maiden. Feeling confident with the Aegis, now the song's back online. Just Liquid trying to do their best to buy time so Miracle can get back in. Once the Invoker's back, they should be able to do a pretty good job at holding this back. They have the fortification. Can they change Stone Resolution up? Doesn't look like he's too worried about it. Still, with that Aegis, feeling strong, Saxa with the Stolen Fissure back onto Miracle. Liquid will hold by the looks of it for the time being, keeping that tier 3 alive.
Yep, they'll finish split pushing bottom, and then Resolution will get out of here. Everybody TPing push lanes. Very effective pressure and push from them, I think. Mid tower's down to 500. This kind of looks like what you normally expect from a Naga team, actually. And as a whole, just the Radiance doesn't feel that effective in most of these fights. I mean, if they don't kill the important heroes like Prophet, Puck, maybe Morphling, then it feels like Liquid can't win a fight. And maybe it's just how mobile they are, perhaps. Like, Morphling and Puck, you're not going to keep them within the Monkey King ultimate. That seems kind of clear. Like, Monkey King hasn't felt very effective this game. And they have the damage and the mobility to actually counter him. So maybe that's the Monkey King counter. Highly damaging, highly mobile cores.
Yeah. Ideally, they need to just make sure that you have mind control on the front lines, pretty much stun locking multiple heroes, allowing that Wukong's command to get a couple of punches through.
I could certainly win
pretty
them
impossible.
Mind control picking up a Glimmer Cape as well. They just... Oh, that's not going to work.
Messing up the chain stunning there between the two of them. Matuma Man's still there. Behind. A resolution. I mean, look at this man's confidence. His team is starting to follow up, but he's just heading straight for Liquid. And Liquid, they're respecting it. They back off. The song will be there from Matumba. Can they actually chain stun the Puck? They need perfect timing, really, to make a go for it. The Fisher, it's going to be late. Weeha gets the phase shift off. Wukong's command will be down. Kuroki falling low, looks to juke into the trees, but he's down and out. GH as well. They've lost two. And Matuma Man, he's now in trouble. Tries for the TP out. Is he going to make it? No, he's not. The Yules is there from Weeha, cancelling the TP. They find a third Thunderbird, and they're not done yet. Mind control. Again, another TP unsuccessful as the sentries dropped. And bottom lane, Nature's Prophet doing it old school with the rat-a-tat-tat. Moon Meander finds the bottom racks, moves across to the mid. There's no buybacks here from Liquid. And Liquid are looking to be in an absolutely dire position now, Purge.
Yeah, it's looking like a 2x for sure. Almost nothing they can do to stop it. And if anything, Miracle's got to be careful. If he gets hooked or something, this could be his death easily. But tier 2 on the top lane at least, so they won't get a triple racks right now, but 2 racks at 32 minutes in the game is really tough to play against when you're playing against Morphling and Puck and Nature's Prophet. These guys are so good at split pushing right now.
Resolution just looking incredibly huge now. Scardy Gold pretty much there. Pipes being completed by Saxa. We saw him with some big plays in that last fight as well, stealing the Wukong's command, making it very hard for Thunderbirds to fight back. Liquid to fight back.
Made it really hard for me to pay attention to the team fight. I spent like 20 seconds like, which tree is Monkey King? I kept clicking around, and then I finally realized it was a Rubik ulti.
Saxa just playing around it. He's still got his hands on it, so they may be able to get another utilization out of it. Obviously doesn't really do the huge amount of damage on the but it's
no, the damage is by all means good. It doesn't do good disable. Like
no, it's
not like you have a bash. Maybe it's time to buy a basher.
But it kills a few frames, So
it does, yeah. If you gotta interrupt those
technical plays.
You puck ulti them, you lower their frame rate, and then they can't dodge the hook as well, right?
Smart plays from Saxa. Rubik Master. 1927. Liquid, of course, they do have good ways of pushing these lanes back out with the Naga Siren. But certainly not a position they'd hope to be in. If they could kill Resolution, I mean, that was,
Yeah, they're a little on edge here.
That was a tilt play.
I mean, it's one of those things. Mind control just shouldn't have committed to it, most likely, because it was very tough, especially in that position. You don't gank a guy right under the shrine. No. When he's this farmed, it's really tough. He's got 2k HP just sitting. He's not even playing aggressive or greedy. If this is like Sumail or something, this guy would have 1 strength right now, 100%, but he's sitting on 2200 with the Lincolns. Doesn't have buyback at least, but...
Yeah, I mean, Resolution. The amount of times he's got himself a free Radiance Naga.
It's almost impossible to stop, because if he uses any Manta Illusion split, there's going to be a Radiance. So pretty much every time, it's almost impossible for him to prevent this, and as a result, it's just always a Radiance or Resolution. Then he can just keep on the front line. Just makes it pretty straightforward.
The original Illusion against the new one.
Well, the originals, or the replica one's way better. Takes way less damage. It doesn't take any bonus, I don't think.
Yeah, Liquid have got to pull themselves together at this stage. A lot of pressure being put on them. Octarine Gold nearly there for Miracle, but of course we're at the state where you want to make sure you have buybacks. As the pushing power from the Thunderbirds is huge. As we've seen, with Moon on the Nature's Prophet, a lot of pressure can suddenly just come out of nowhere. Desolator into the AC, fully going for this kind of building hitting. As we were kind of talking about earlier, Purge, there's a lot of builds you can do on the Nature's Prophet, but Moon, he's got it absolutely down what he wants to be doing this game, hasn't he?
Yeah, the BKB was pretty much perfect timing as well. It's the point of the game where you're having trouble controlling what people are casting on you, so as long as he doesn't get super out of position, you can just make sure the magic spells don't affect him. I think he went for the right talent tree as well. He's made good choices here.
Yeah, Saxy just popping the ult. It's about to go, so why not?
Break the frames.
Have a bit of flair.
Yeah.
The taunt, the BM.
I feel like it's really difficult for Liquid to actually take a fight. A lot of their heroes have trouble keeping people within a certain area. Like, I feel like they kind of need something like a Puck on their team. That way they can just Puck ulti and Wukong's on top of it. But instead, what's happening is they're kind of reliant on Earthshaker, but he's not exactly the best AoE disable hero. He's great if they're all clumped, but if they're not clumped, he can't really chain disable a lot of people and keep them in the same spot. So it's like all of their game kind of feels all in on Earthshaker doing Echo Slam solo target kind of stuff.
It's a lot of pressure on mind control. I mean, what kind of item we're seeing go for that? Okay, so to get the Glimmer Cape is certainly going to help in terms of getting himself, well, not just out of there, but into position without.
It's mostly for the E-Blade combo stuff. Like
that's true. Yeah,
that's why they all pick up Glimmers. They need them. Otherwise, the Morph's just going to keep getting one-shot kills.
With Resolution having a BKB now on top of the Skadi, he is. It's very hard for them to kill him with that BKB.
They will be able to ensnare him. That's about it.
That's something.
Or
a little bit of disable.
I mean, maybe they can waste his BKB with
Roshan's back up.
things.
Mind control. Jump in onto Misery. Shoves himself away. Misery tries for the hook. Isn't going to get it. Into the pit. We are getting bashed immediately by Roche. Looking to drawn out onto Kuroki. Good Dream Coil onto 2. The Hex is there as well. Onto Mind Control. Miracle and Matuma Man coming in from the sidelines with the combo. The song will be there to slow things down. Allow Liquid to rearrange. They do have an Echo Slam available. They'll drop the Wukong's command. Misery being slowed up. Jump up to the high ground from Weehaw. Will end up finishing off the Monkey King. Misery's taken down in response though. It's a 2-for-1 at the moment. Moon trying to man up against Matuma Man, pops the BKB with a Mion in the desert, doing a lot of damage, not quite enough. GH in the trees with a freezing field, bringing Weeheart down low, but the vision is there. They'll get the kill. Mind control still hanging around, doesn't have the mana for the Echo Slam. Now he does, but Resolution, can they kill him? There's 3 of them working towards him. Weeheart comes back in, picks up the triple, and he's not done yet. Potentially Matuma Man tries the TP out, will just make it. Ends up being a 3-for-3. Both teams keeping their 2 big cores alive.
It's a pretty good fight for Liquid. They set up their Wukong's command well, but the same problem just shows itself. The Puck's able to jump wherever he wants to. He's able to kill the Monkey King on the backline. I'm not really sure what the best solution is. Monkey King needs a BKB really bad this game, though, and I don't even think shaving off like the Midas would have made a big difference. Maybe he should have rushed Basher this game because they had this tempo problem at the 15 to 20 minute mark, but...
Oh, Miracle just got popped.
But that's the issue in the fights. They cannot touch Morphling. They can't even get close to touching this Morphling. He's like, in no way are they a threat to this guy.
Yeah, this Resolution Morphling has just been pretty insane. I mean, we know it's one of his strongest, you know, and that just historically, Resolution has had some brilliant games on the Water Boy.
I'm a little surprised he went for this perk, 50% replicate damage. Makes the right click from the Naga Siren do about the same damage as what Naga's actual one is.
Is it the only the right click? It doesn't amp up the Radiance?
Does not.
That would be exquisite. But there's the jump in, the fight begins. Roki just about saved, but yeah, the coil, it still ends up stunning him. He'll get the jump off. There's been a buyback from Miracle for this fight. They've lost Matuma though. He's down for 70 seconds. They need to do something big. Saxa will be taken out, but Moon, we are ready to wrap back round. Looking for GH, who did get the freezing field off, but they have the vision. They'll surround him with the Treants, bring down the CM. A buyback will there be there from Kuroki. Miracle has to do something absolutely miraculous really to hold off this potential push that could come in from Thunderbirds. Roshan is available. They may choose to take it safe and go for it. Oh, he's going to miss the tornado though, and they jump in from Wee with the Hex. Mind control does manage to get the Echo Slam onto 2. Can they actually kill Wee? No, he phase shift dodges the deafening blast. The tornado will connect onto Misery. Kuroki coming in with the Wukong's command. They brought down Weehaw. Misery in trouble as well. He's trying to get away. Resolution looking to block Kuroki. Found Miracle as well. They've lost 4. None with buyback on Liquid. And Resolution may not be done quite yet.
Ooh,
the adaptive strike, bringing mind control down low.
If you got the range perk, you would have gotten that kill.
But look at top lane. What's Furion doing? He's there. He's
Furion
on the racks. He's pushing in.
Moon Meander's been right-clicking a lot this game. He's doing a lot of damage. He's just got a 3-shot GH here as soon as the Frostbite ends.
Mind control, he's so low, but he wants to do his best. They want... Oh, maybe they could kill him. Matuma Man's there as well. And can they get him? Yeah, they will. They'll kill him. They'll keep the racks alive on the top lane.
It's a drive-by hit right there. Did you see that?
That was a lovely little kind of drift, yeah. But 26-36 Thunderbirds doing incredible structural damage. And Liquid trying their best to hold on, but it's it really is going to be one of those games that it's going to be insane if Liquid can actually end up pulling through a win, as Thunderbirds are just in a brilliant position. Resolution looking towards a butterfly as well. Leaps and bounds ahead of Matumba's Naga still at this stage.
They already have trouble killing this guy, and imagine with 35% evasion on top of that. It's
It's
insane.
done. Interesting though as well, look at the Shaker. He has his Aghanim
got?
Scepter.
Okay. So he's going to start hopping around.
Hey.
It's 2 Monkey Kings. You know, they're actually
That's
very
true,
similar
yeah.
heroes when he gets eggs. They actually resemble each other so much.
Hey,
Just hopping
the
around.
Q, that's basically the same spell.
Pretty much. Now the second skill, same spell, just jump in places.
If this... I mean, what's the serious plan with the Axe? What makes it so good, you feel, in this game? What are we going to see Mind Control do that he wasn't able to do before now?
Escape.
Okay.
Multiple initiation options can be useful. I mean, he's already got Blink 4, so he's pretty set here, but definitely it's very, very difficult sometimes to predict Earthshaker just dunking in sometimes. That part can help. Helps against the Radiance, that's for sure. Unless he just dies.
That may
Dunk.
be the case. Ooh! Jump! Boundless strike! He's out. He will survive. The hook. Oh, not going to quite catch GH. Kuroki up. Look at Miracle here with the wraparound. Tornado. EMP. It's going to land onto Saxa. Matuma Man surrounds him. They'll find the Rubik. Resolution pops the BKB. Looks towards Kuroki. Kuroki's down and down. The X is there. Oh, they've got him. Miracle's down for 100. Matuma Man trying to save him with the Psalm, but with the BKB on Resolution, he powers on through. And then not done yet. Thunderbirds. Misery comes in with the hook. Dismember onto CM. A third member down. Triple kill for Resolution. They have no Invoker, no Monkey King, no buybacks available. They have been raxed. The Megas are out.
Resolution still got
truly
Aegis.
hold?
I don't know if they can. Earthshaker can go, and he's got Echo Slam, but they're not that grouped.
Oh, there's the dunk. He's looking to try and get a position. Will he get a good one there as he brings down the Nature's Prophet? Hex, again, though, We Heartmakers are brilliant at Hex plays this game, causing huge issues for the cause. Not going to be enough to kill him. There's the dunk again attempt. The Yules will be there to dodge it. Fisher isn't going to be. Jaunt straight out to safety. And in the base, Resolution looking to man up against Matumba. Matumba looking to turn and fight. Does have this Diffusal Blade. And again with the dunk. Resolution falling incredibly low. In fact, he'll go down, but he has that Aegis ready for round 2. But Kuroki,
It's really good for Liquid.
with the Wukong's command. They bashed him up. Moon will actually buy back for this. 30 seconds before they have Miracle back. They're trying to do their best to fight and buy time for the Invoker to return. Can they actually do it though? The pressure's starting to come back in onto the structures. Hex is down to Matuma Man. Mind Control tries to help out, but he jumps forward, trying to just draw their attention away from the base. Buyback from the Earthshaker, buyback from Matuma Man. Miracle's back in 10 seconds. There's the dunk. We are falling low and he's down. They've taken down the puck for 99 seconds. Saxa focusing Kuroki with the help of Resolution. They'll take down the Monkey King. Sprout up onto himself, Moon, but the fish is through. Matuma Man, they've cut through the trees. They've spotted out Moon Meander. Resolution zips across the sidelines. Miracle gets the combo down onto Moon Meander. Moon Meander's down. There's a dieback on the Nature's Prophet, but they've lost Matuma Man a second time. It's a dieback for him as well. Mind Control will end up finding Saxa. Misery with the Dismember onto the Shaker. Can they save him? Oh, the Fisher onto Reza holds him back. He needs a beautiful combo here, Miracle. He'll go for the EMP setup onto Resolution, but Resolution turns and he combos down Miracle. Resolution survives. GH the last man standing, and he'll go down as well. Ultra kill for Resolution. GG is called, and Thunderbirds will take this series 2-1.
They made them work for that. Holy crap. Did you watch Mind Control in that fight? He's just hopping around.
Hopping and bopping.
He got to level 25, got the -2 second cooldown. He's just perma-stunning people. He made so much work happen, but Thunderbirds was in such firm control from like the 30-minute point onward. Once Morphling had like Lincolns with the E-Blade, with the Midas, he just couldn't die. They did not have the single target damage solutions to deal with him. It was what, Invoker basically. He was more of an AoE hero. Naga is definitely playing something like that. There's the coach hug right there. Where's coach number 2?
Radiant team ban. Liquids turn to ban. Radiant team ban. Remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Liquids turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining.
Yeah, I always root for underdogs, and SG proved they're good. We casted the SA qualifiers for Kiev, and they seemed so strong. I mean, there's a lot of people who don't know about South American Dota, don't know how strong they are, but I think SG is gonna prove how good they are, actually. I mean, this is the team that plays with a lot of different teams, and it's kind of a different... like different heroes, different picks. It's kind of different style of Dota, and it doesn't get out of the South America. It's sometimes against North America, but that's it. The other teams don't know much about them, and they have a lot of like surprise effect on them. So I wonder why Team Liquid, I was just checking SG Sports game, I saw no Ricky in the previous game, and this is their first performance. Like,
Radiant team pick.
Crystal Maiden.
Liquids turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Radiant team ban.
yep, well, when you're playing as an underdog, you got nothing to lose. That's the thing. Like, you can win, upset, but if you lose, nothing happens. That's the best part when playing as underdog. Yeah. IO, well, that I mean, Team Liquid plays it, the Team Secret plays it, and we saw Jungle Wisp from Lil last game. These are the three teams that come to my mind when IO is mentioned, and of course EG from time to time, Crit Wisp. Combined with Treant, these two are like so as support. Not sure, I want to see more of a Treant. I'm not sure how strong the hero is. The first thing that comes to my mind when I see Treant Protector, it's a good hero. He harasses good, provides vision. It's good for defense, the base, especially if you're like pretty even and you can't push. But I don't feel that Treant Protector wins games. That's how I feel about him.
Radiant team pick.
Juggernaut.
Liquid's turn to pick.
Well, we saw last game in VP what they had for Juggernaut, Wisp, press the attack, what else was there? Only Magnus was missing, I guess. Just buff.
Of time.
Well, it can be GH. Well, they can't. I mean, they have IO and Treant, my bad. But the GH plays some kind of jungle / roaming Magnus, but it's not gonna happen this game. So.
Omni Knight.
Radiant team pick.
I saw something similar from EG.
Shadow Fiend.
Liquid's turn to pick.
Free bits of extra damage. Liquid not scared about it at all. They just go right into what looks like their Matamba Man Terrorblade, the tried and true. And then they get their extra pick to think about what they want to do against this Shadow Fiend lineup.
10 seconds remaining.
But
Well-
still no stuns on Liquid, you know, so I don't know if SG can even utilize that currently with their lineup. That all they have left to get is a support pickup, so...
Time.
Oh, maybe like a puck to hold them in place. They need something, some kind of a hero. They need at least one stun. I mean, they're gonna run around if you don't keep them in place. What else is there? Let me check. Maybe Wind Ranger.
Ooh. That won't be
That's
so
the
bad.
hero we didn't see a while, but it's making a comeback.
5 seconds.
Maybe a Storm Spirit. No counter for Storm.
Storm just got banned, actually.
Alright. I was just
So-
looking at the heroes.
Yeah. But you're on the money for that one. Liquid, though, contemplating final ban. That could be a bit intrusive. I don't know if you ban Shadow Demon just because you're worried about the purge against your Guardian Angel. Witch Doctor's Coconut's pretty nice to have against the Wisp in a +1. AA maybe...
Seconds.
I mean, AA Crystal Maiden sounds pretty bad,
Sucks,
but
yeah.
it's a lot of heal. Ban Brew, okay, whatever. I don't know what the hell's happening in Dota anymore. I'm gonna go back to Counter-Strike, I guess. I don't even know that game, so...
Maybe.
Brewmaster.
Well, maybe, yeah, maybe Puck. Oh. What?
Radiant team
Alright, Vengeful Spirit comes out right now, so you get your Venge Terrorblade, which is a ridiculous amount of powerhouse damage. And it looks like it's going to be Terrorblade possibly mid. There are people talking about Miracle Terrorblade, so I guess that might be the thing.
It might be a Terrorblade mid, it might be a Venge mid as well. I mean, Venge does well against Shadow Fiend, especially with Treant Protector harassing or just IO tethering and just giving that extra movement speed plus Magic Missile. They have good kill potential on Shadow Fiend.
Yeah, this is going to be something fun here from Liquid. So, and what we anticipate is going to be possibly a mid lane Terrorblade matchup. He's very frail though. That is scary. And you're going to be already having a Shadow Fiend with the bonus damage coming into lane from the Clockwork. So, SG though. Finishing things out. Need that 4 position, that Roamer. They didn't get the benefit of the Monkey King, but you can always pick up like an Earth Spirit. Yeah! Yeah. Earth Spirit roaming action. Oh, this Wisp. It's a GH Wisp, so it's one of the best Wisps you can ask for, but this Wisp is going to have his work cut out for him in the early game, it feels like.
It's DNC, but they lost the game.
Well, I gotta say, I feel like based on draft, I kind of like SG's lineup, but Liquid are the team that should have the better players. I heard there's a lot of 9K members over there, and I don't know how many 9K Dota players are on SG's team, but...
Last time I checked, it was 3.
3 on Liquid, or 3 on SG?
I don't know about SG, but I know about Liquid. I gotta agree with you on that one. SG's esports lineup looks stronger, but overall, I think Team Liquid's gonna kite around with all those heals. We'll see how
let's get into it. What do you want to see? What do you want to see?
I want to see how the laning phase goes. I want to see, okay, Miracle is playing that Terrorblade, but they're known for switching roles in Team Liquid. So let me just check the items. Yeah,
they were flopping all over the place at the back end of DAC. Once they kind of came into the tournament, and it was quickly discovered that Monkey King is a big deal and Magnus is a big deal. And they couldn't just kind of go by the old school, Liquid coattails of getting Invoker and Wisp, because everybody was banning it. They had to quickly adjust their game, and we saw them adjust that in the form of switching up roles. Miracle hopping over to a 4-position Monkey King and stuff. So
yeah, Monkey King, Slardar, and GH was playing a Naga Siren. Matumbaman also playing mid. Personally, I don't like it. It's good that they're versatile, but when you have Miracle on mid, it's kind of a different game.
Alright, so Shadow Fiend doing the COG game here with Tavo as they use the mid lane shrine. Oh, I like that.
Dakota Cogs.
Extra CS. Yeah, so they got it. They got it going for him. He's got the extra 9 souls to head into the lane. And as I was quickly clicking on GH, as opposed to what we saw in the hands of Virtus Pro in the previous series, GH is going to be going right for the bottle, not straight, jungling Wisp. Blah. That's not a GH thing, apparently.
Kuroki, I want to see how that goes. Treant Protector, usually Treants either get Leech Seed or Nature guys, just run around, try to... Oh, they smoked already. They want to get a kill on bottom.
I wonder if he's saving the point, because if they don't need Nature's Guys for the setup, maybe he could just get the level 1 and Leech Seed for a First Blood.
Oh, Shadow Fiend.
Okay, if they could start things off in what should be a favorable Shadow Fiend matchup by setting the tone here and beating down 40R, that'd be a pretty nice start. Look at this. Oh my god! They get it done!
The damage.
91 base damage for your tree. They just run right in, knock him out, and the Liquid says, alright, let's begin.
Alright, Clockwork against Omni Knight. Well, that Clockwork will have Arcane Aura, so we'll see how that goes. 2 and 4 against, what is it, 2-0. Well, he'll burn all his mana. Omni Knight has Mango.
Thank God, because it's going to cost him a bit of mana to kind of stay alive in this lane if he has to already start chewing through his tangos. So he can't afford to get bumped by those cogs. That's going to be a pretty good win-win for both sides. But yeah, the Clockwork, I'd imagine, should have a pretty damn good time. All right, early rolling in. King RD, connection on the rolling boulder. Tries to make some pressure happen onto GH, but Matumbaman just continues to dish out the right click.
Yeah, but what is
King RD all the way
Jug
back.
doing?
What is Jug doing?
Yeah, we
don't know.
didn't even learn spin.
He doesn't even know spells yet. Is he like, just in case there's so much pressure? I mean, it is an aggro lane from Liquid. I guess just in case it comes down to it and I need to spaz level Healing Ward to stay alive? I don't know. Or spaz level Blade Fury?
Or get a Blade Dance and just crit people. No, they had a kill on Wisp there. That's the thing. They used Tether so he couldn't run out.
Okay, well, creeping up, KingRD has invaded and will actually manage to sneak out a bounty rune for himself. Will they bother chasing him? He doesn't have a TP. Can Rolling Boulder away. This could be just a wild goose chase, so it looks like GH is going to be like, you know what, I'm good. Heads out the other way.
Top lane, Clockwork went 1-1-1. He knows he doesn't have much kill potential, especially when Omni Knight keeps his Enchanted Mango unused, so he might actually just go for a Rocket Flare instead and try to help other lanes.
That'd be a nice way to kind of add the extra bit of pressure there, but he can add even more to his team lineup by just getting the solo XP and pushing forward towards that level 6 here. It does look like Miracle has popped into his Metamorph now, so Shadow Fiend will be forced to step back, and we'll just have to see if Miracle's going to use that added pressure to do some work onto the tier 1, I suppose. But enough is enough from him. Shadow Fiend's at 13 and 14. A lot of those denies, of course, coming from the chunk of the cogs.
Bottom lane. Oh, good spin.
Ooh, very nice spin and combo coming out between him and KingRD will lead to success as they secure a double kill, or a double set of kills, in the bottom lane.
Well played by SG. When I see Juggernaut, I see a lot of players making a mistake. We saw last game Ramses playing Jug. That's how you play Jug. You need both Aquila and Magic Wand. That's the safest play. Like, you have enough mana, you have enough sustain, especially when you get some Vayne charges up. A lot of players just tend to go for one. But with Aquila, you don't have enough mana. Well, this game he has Arcane Aura, so he can keep Aquila and get Magic Wand. That would be perfect.
That's a fair point. Yeah, the Crystal Main will help on that front there. She's actually already level 3, you know, doing her thing with the benefit of the jungle and, of course, her Frostbite. She's gotten 2 points into her Arcane Aura already. So everyone on the SG side pretty thankful for that, including the Jug, as you mentioned. But the pressure's still there from Liquid. They started things out with that bit of an aggro lane, but what about now? Like, we're looking back to where, you know, Kuroki is and what he's going to be adding as he's level 2. I don't know how many easy setups you're going to have here between a Wisp Tree support duo.
Yeah, I mean, it's Jug with Phase Boots and Poor Man's Shield. That hero doesn't die that early. I mean, Crystal Maiden is just in Forest right now and pooling, getting some XP. On the other hand, Kuroki and GH are just pretty much running around doing nothing.
Yeah, still kind of floating around, maybe trying to get close enough to leech some XP from their opponents, but even Kuro here, it's like the second he walks into lane, he eats 2 raises, and over half of his life is just going to be taken away. As this Shadow Fiend has the full lane to work with here. They'll give it to Kuro to kind of get some solo XP time, but you know, action is going to have to be made here soon enough.
Yeah, he won't get any last hits. Shadow Fiend is just going to keep denying.
Alright, jump in from Matama Man. I don't know if they were hoping for a magic missile setup there, but it will not follow through with anything. GH will be able to stumble back, but KingRD is still around, and if he rolls in for a new setup, they could get a catch. Does he come in with the Boulder Smash? He does, but that might be too far of a dive, so it is going to force C4T to kind of step in with a Frostbite. And now they're thinking about turning things around, hunting down for the Earth Spirit, trying to hide within the trees. They do decide to pull off. You're not looking to go for an overcommitment. If Matamaman was to lose his own life in this lane would be easily lost to Liquid.
Yeah,
or definitely. Lost rather to SG. Liquid would lose the lane. Roll?
They're trying to go right now. There's some pretty ballsy rolls from Earth Spirit.
Yeah, it would have been great if he had connection, as there was no help nearby, but off the mark on that one. And also a little too close to that tower, so KingRD is doing his best to add the pressure here. But it doesn't look like he's looking to kind of take his business anywhere else. Didn't even bother floating by that mid lane at all.
Terrorblade decided to go for double rate band build. Probably into Aquila, power treads. He just wants to deal as much damage as he can early game. Because their lineup, they don't have any gank potential besides, let's say, when Io hits 6 or swap, but that's pretty much it. So he needs to like right click as much as he can because they're gonna group up. So that's, I guess that's the point of Liquid's lineup.
Alright, bottom lane. Looks like a hookshot in for some creeps here. Comes out from Tavo. Sorry, I'm getting weird reports, crazy reports that there's a robotic mic. I'm not hearing your mic robotic. I'm not hearing my mic robotic at all. I have no idea actually what that's coming from. I may have to restart the stream just to see if that would fix it, but it's not on either our ends from what I can hear, so.
Alright,
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
is it gonna be enough?
Ooh, mid lane, just in case Dota TV is still tuning in, it looks like they will be able to get off the living armor. And all right, turn the stream off, turn that stream back on. Oh, the multitasking is unreal right now. Yeah, okay. Well, we fired it back up, and we'll just hope that that did it.
Yeah, should be good. Is it on the stream or the in-game?
I have no idea. From my end, I hear my own mic in my own ear, and it sounds good. I hear you in my ear, and it sounds good. I feel like it might be an encoding issue between XSplit/Twitch to get it out on the stream. And it's not something I can really investigate at the moment because Dota's being had. Top lane, a fight to break out onto my control. He's going to be forced to do the self-repel. And, well, Tavo says, okay, with 2 more people coming in, I will just hookshot out to Freedom and he'll be fine. Apparently it is fixed, so I guess a simple reboot of the stream did it. Sorry guys, I don't know what that was. That was totally random.
I don't know,
We're good
guys.
now.
Yeah, we always have some kind of problems, and it's not our fault.
It's never my fault, never.
And my fault. Sometimes it's your fault. The second game was your fault, VP, but I forgave you that.
Okay. Well, good thing still brewing here. 2-1. As you didn't miss too much action here. 40 are continuing to siege away onto this tier 1. This time they've handed things over to GH to get some levels because their support staff still struggling a little bit. Kuro's found his way to level 4.5, but we still see GH at 3. Tome is going to be available to them in 30 seconds. That could help a bit, but you could say the same here for SG's side. And when you have a Earth Spirit with level 6 good to go, we could see SG try to take some fights. And I don't know if Liquid's going to be prepared for it at that moment. I do have to say though, my control is, decked out obviously with that solo lane he had. He's getting close to level 9 on his Omni Knight.
Yeah, it's really hard to kill that Omni Knight. I mean, you can't even try to go on him with level 4 Purification and the Guardian Angel, Repel. I mean, you just can't kill him with Jug. Plus Treant Armor, or if Wisp is standing behind.
Nearby we have Miracle, happy to farm his way through an ancient camp though. Got some assistance from his Metamorph plus GH. GH is happy to share the XP as it's allowed him to get to a level 4 now.
Well, Clockwork finished his Midas. I mean, it's gonna be up soon when he gets the Courier. Good timing, 10-minute Midas. Or Earth Spirit can also go for Midas if after he buys Tome of Knowledge to get that level 6.
I would hope that's not the case, but that would definitely say something about where Dota is right now, if it is going to be that greedy kind of a game. It could be, very well be. Little mini heal bomb right there comes out from my control to soften up. But GH is hanging nearby. Does not get the connection with that heal. But Soul Ring and Arcane Boots, he can dish these out all day. SG are trying to form themselves up into a possible position to make an approach, but yeah, as you mentioned before, Omni Knight is just a bit too tough.
And look at mid. I mean, Shadowfin just hitting that tower continuously and nothing happens.
I've seen him bring it down this low before. I mean, that's the kind of game when you're going against a tree, though.
Yeah, it's so annoying to play against Treant, especially like when you're trying to siege tier 3 tower bottom lane.
Yeah, there's a fight breaking out here. Boulder Smash comes out from King RD to kind of zone them back, but Mind Control casually walks in and hits him with the heal. Jug trying to dish out damage onto Matama Man, but the repel will shrug off all of that Blade Fury damage. But the follow-up play coming in from Tavo with a hook shot, nails it to him, and now the Omni Slash to fly will give the better fight to SG.
Nice play by SG. Their hook shot was ready right on Wisp, and he was just saving Omni Slash after the Guardian Angel is used. Meanwhile,
Felt like it was gonna be a good fight.
Yeah, it didn't look like it was gonna be a good fight for SG.
Yeah, but it did. I mean, that's the thing, is you also have to play around the Terrorblade, who's not in fighting shape. Yeah, ooh, I missed that one. But Tavo gets the kill on Matama Man, who just returned to the lane. Cog bump back, Liquid on the prowl. But, you know, again, not a whole lot of stuns, not a whole lot of catch. They're trying to get Mind Control close enough to maybe slow him down. He's got that level 3 degen aura, but look how fast this monster is. Miracle rushing in with the haste rune, takes it right to the Jug, but the Jug is TP'd away.
Yeah, but Crystal Maiden was at tier 1 tower in Forest, just trying to kill the tower, but it was being pinged out by Liquid, and then just Kuroki used the...
Matama Man dies again in the mid lane. I catch that one, but oh my god, this is ruthless now coming out from SG. They just strike down like 3 back-to-back hard-hitting kills on Liquid.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Terrorblade 1-0 took a tower, pretty much free farming. SG got some kills, but it's gonna be hard when they group up as 5. Once they get more levels on Terrorblade, Omni Knight for that extra repel. It's only level 1 so far.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Quite surprising already. SG, a team that I don't even know, this is certainly the most prestigious LAN event they've ever been to, I'm sure, in their Dota careers. A lot of them have been experienced and played in the Dota scene for quite a long time, and maybe have played at a couple of locals, or, you know, lower tiered LANs, but you know, making the most out of this opportunity here. A Swiss format, as a lot of people know, every game is super important, and Liquid will be able to at least bounce back with a little bit of a pick here. Just a simple King RD takedown while he's planting some wards. But they want more than that. They see a juicy and delicious 40R Shadow Fiend nearby. Matama Man just a bit too far if you want to get a swap setup.
Yeah, Shadowfin decides to go for Yasha after Dragonlance and wants to go for Manta, which is kind of obvious. When you're playing against Treant, you can Manta out of his ulti, you can dodge Venge Stun. It's pretty good because they don't have any control. Seems like Earth Spirit's going for Midas. He's only 100 gold away from it.
Oh, he is going for Midas. All right, yeah. Preparing and anticipating a longer game here. Roll on in, waiting to line up the shot, drops it down, kick, no, nothing. They're not looking to commit too hard, or at least Liquid able to kind of create a lot of extra space between them and SG. But there will be no chase here, it looks like, so Liquid avoid the trouble there. SG are the better team in a team fight at the moment.
There was still no Earth Spirit ulti used 15 minutes in. I kind of feel that...
one.
Yeah, you've seen one?
It was just a solo kill on Matama Man. It wasn't exciting. It wasn't an exciting ulti, so we can half count it.
Alright, my bad, but still, I kind of feel about Earth Spirit right now. He doesn't gain so much levels early, and he pretty much is under-leveled. I mean, not under-leveled because of his bad play, but because of the Dota right now, because they sacked experience, they nerfed it. So I don't think he has that huge impact around the 15-minute
swap
mark.
Back, moving in, but SG were also waiting with their own moves. King RD rolls in, gets off a huge magnetize. A Guardian Angel is going to be forced out as SG look to kind of roundabout, but they've split their fight apart, looking to go for Matama Man and company, while the rest of Liquid have just muscled through the rest of SG Esports. Can't forget about the Metamorphed Miracle. He just does utter destruction to SG, and only the Jug will be able to make it out alive.
Yeah, that's the thing about Liquid's lineup. Once they go as 5, you need so much things to focus on. Overgrowth, Wisp, Omni Knight. There's so much spells. Like you can't really kill anyone. That's the thing. They only managed to kill Omni Knight and lost 4 there.
It looked like a wonderful opportunity for SG to kind of just really break open the game, as the approach was there by Liquid, and it looked like SG had the favorable positioning. They were in high ground. They even popped the smoke a bit early, but you know, with Liquid already spotting out exactly where 4DR was, they got the good swap, and yeah, unfortunately the fight just got totally split apart. SG were not able to kind of find the right focus that they wanted. That could have been, you know, due to the Juggernaut just omni-slashing away to a different part of the fight, and then others focusing on Matama Man.
Yeah, Omnislash was even used that fight. I mean, it's gonna be a different story once Juggernaut gets that Diffusal Blade. He can't purge Repel anymore, but he can purge Guardian Angel.
Kuro getting all sorts of sweet information here. Happens to be scouting by, as SG will be able to rid of that ward. He will TP out.
Oh, they almost got him by Cogs.
Very close, but nah, not on this day. SG shoving back to him. They still hold a 5k net worth advantage overall, but Liquid got to feel pretty good after that previous fight. Their Terrorblade is now beginning to bulk up pretty nicely here with his Dragon Lance and Yasha now complete. A Manta is going to be in order for him. So SG just kind of get back to the grind here, pop up a smoke, and begin to head up north. But Mind Control's already on the way out. He is decked out, man.
Oh, this is the like Midas gaming. I mean, SG has 2 Midases ready so far, so they're not that strong right now, but they'll be strong in the next 5 to 10 minutes.
SG feel the pressure, and maybe recognizing the greedy play coming out from Liquid. They are hoping to punish him for it. They do manage to spot out an Omni Knight and take him out of the game before anything could be cast.
Yeah, good scouting by Tao there, good rocket flare.
GH also tried to relocate, save him, and I don't know if they're going to try to get the finish, but no, they're not. They come back and I'll let them
back
go.
to farming. Yeah, Omnislash used, back to farming. Juggernaut wants that Manta style so he can get out of Treant ulti. Shadow Fiend getting close to it as well.
I don't know. Are we still feeling really confident here for SG at this point in the game? Like, it's nice for them to be able to kind of begin to move forward. You're taking tier 2s and you're doing it against a tree lineup. So taking the extra objectives earlier on would be nice before he becomes too much of a problem. He already has the level 4 done on the living armor now, but I don't know. It's a very intriguing lineup here because it does begin like it's going to be falling more onto the shoulders of just Miracle at this point.
Well,
how is Matama Man doing?
Isn't it always like that?
Yes, yeah.
Yeah. Well, he has his Manta style in 500 gold, so that's gonna be huge as well to deny some of the damage from Jug ult. On the other hand, Crystal Maiden kinda under farm. She's buying everything, giving Earth Spirit a lot of space.
And I suppose Jug content with his Diffusal pickup here has a Yasha to potentially build for, you know, Manta or such, but no Cleave to help with the Illusion army here. Ooh, Tavo, hook, long shot though, it is going to connect. Valiant effort and a nice try, but they will be able to get the tag. And this metamorphed Terrorblade is just going to run through the bottom lane and run through the jungle, it looks like.
Well, Maiden could have saved him there if she popped the smoke.
Oh,
mind blown.
If, yeah, maybe if she, that would have been next level for sure. That would have been pretty ridiculous to disjoint the projectiles, but unfortunately, no one can think as fast as you.
Yeah, Omni Knight 20 XP gain talent combined with Midas gets even more experience. He's level 14 right now. Let's check the levels. Yeah, he's level 15 right now, so top 3. Not bad.
Oh yeah. Only the Shadow Fiend to kind of be above everyone else. Getting the Roche, it looks like here.
Yeah, they committed to Roche because of the double damage, but even if there was no double damage, they would still go for it because Metamorphosis was used. So this is the thing about Terrorblade. I mean, the hero is pretty useless when the metamorphosis is down, so you need to be careful with using it. I mean, they got a kill on Clockwork, and SG got Roche in return, so not a
Now,
good
what
trade.
can SG do within this window of time when they know there's no metamorphosis to worry about? It looks like they've been taking more of the time to farm up, but yeah, you would like to see from them to be able to kind of make the most out of those opportunities where Metamorph is going to be kind of put in play perhaps a bit early. But here now, they creep through that top lane. Liquid not looking to let them get too deep, which they already do have a pretty deep ward already planted. But yeah, back to the roots and runs here for SG. Where is their item progression at that they could be holding out for here before?
Well,
making
Blink
the move
Dagger
together?
on Earth Spirit, Shadow Fiend wants to go for Pike. Clockwork working towards his Aghanim Scepter. I mean, Clockwork is fat. They have 2 Midases, so both Clock and Earth Spirit is gonna have good late game items. Only CM's gonna be pretty much piss poor, but
Someone's got to be piss poor.
yeah,
though.
someone's gotta be.
Then it's going to be Crystal Maiden here. Smoke play, maybe a bait out for 40R in the mid lane. The rest of SG begin to make their move up and through this mid lane. Liquid members not too close. So Shadow Fiend will confidently move through. Liquid looking at the map, kind of like, where is everyone else on this map? And this could be read as a pretty easy bait opportunity. They drop down a sentry deep behind the tower to see if they can scout out where Kuro is. But turns into an easy Siege 2. And Liquid just kind of split the pressure elsewhere.
Well, with 2 Force Staffs on side of SG, 1 on Clock, 1 on Shadow Fiend, they can really kite around because they don't have any catch. Especially if meta is used, they can just try to run away and then come back after it's gone.
Yeah, it's going to have to be on SG to kind of make sure that Liquid can't use that metamorphosis and easily follow it up with objective takedowns. I don't know if that means that SG need to kind of make sure all the lanes are pushed forward or, you know, take fights on Liquid's side of the map. But you do not want to have Liquid come too far and deep into SG's territory, take a great fight, and then still have plenty of metamorph time to kind of take a Rax or something crazy like that. So let's see what Liquid kind of do with their timing right now. Metamorph is up, and it looks like they pretty much all congregated down here to the bottom lane. They had already taken the tier 1 down here, so maybe that means SG will least likely suspect them down here. 40R hiding within the trees is close to potential trouble, but it looks like Liquid could be waiting for more members, or possibly anticipating company behind him. Oh, Tabo walks in, pops out the dust to see where Kuro is, and he just gets shredded again. This time a pull through from a grip. There goes King RD. Miracle, though, is able to manta off the silence, go into Metamorph. Omni Slash is going to be committed. Magnetize is still out, but not enough firepower. Miracle will walk in, just did the casual sunder. And the rest of Liquid will pull off so they can get some heals out here. Not enough firepower yet from SG to go for the finish. He wants GH, can't quite get it. And 40R had committed too hard for that kill and has lost his Aegis and has also lost his Crystal Maiden. Now as he comes back for his second life, he eats a lot of damage and has to just rush out between the trees here. Does have a TP. No, he doesn't. That's not his TP. What TP is that? Oh, now it's available. It was in his backpack.
Yeah.
Okay, switched it in. Now he needs to pray. There's no way he's making it out from here. They get the root and they get the finish. Liquid get it done. The rest of SG have already pulled out from that fight long ago and have tried to pressure all the other lanes as much as possible.
Well, that Clockwork is dying really fast. That was a good dust from Clock. He scouted the Treant and got swapped instantly, and he just got blown from all the damage. I mean, Terror Blade in meta near the Vengeance Aura, he's just a beast. And yeah, I think Clockwork items are not so good. He should have gone for Medallion instead and tried to work towards Solar Crest instead.
Yeah. Instead, straight to the Ags potentially here for Little Tavo at this moment. But they pull off for now. After Liquid took a good successful fight, their Metamorph, of course, has expired. And they look like they're feeling confident to be in a position where they can continue to farm up and just kind of play that game. With what looks like a Scotty in order here for Miracle, he could be getting to a point where it's almost unstoppable. There just seems to be so much sustain for him that is making life very difficult for SG to be able to take out their powerhouse hitter.
Look at the courier at the Team Liquid side. It's in the base, like it's full pipe, it's full pike.
Whoa.
It's almost a mech.
It's fully maxed out, which is shit now, so get that thing out there. Alright, there it goes. Yeah, there's a lot of goodies in there. Hurricane Pike done, yeah. Alright, this could be what the ticket that Liquid were waiting for here. We have to see if SG have some more fight in them, though, to kind of rein this game back their way. They may still hold the net worth lead, but with, I would say, one more decent fight for Liquid, this game is, the ball's pretty much in their court at that point.
Yeah, Wisp is on the bottom, mech finished in 30 gold. This is like the 5th attempt to try to take a tier 1 tower on bottom, and it's full HP again.
And they don't even get close enough to even try to tag it some more. They pull all the way out once they see some rotations coming from Liquid. And Liquid will take their journey towards the mid lane to match up against SG. Wherever SG go, they're looking to follow, it would appear.
Yeah, it's Scotty plus full Manta, full Pike, and double damage in bottle for Terrorblade, and they want to group up now and push.
So do it already here, SG. Do it already, Liquid. SG, obviously not looking to kind of lock horns with Liquid at the moment, but it looks like Liquid are heeding your advice, and to the mid lane they go here. A tier 1 should be some pretty easy work for them, and we'll have to see if SG bother even taking a fight at this point. But the Metamorph is out. Metamorph plus the overcharge of this Wisp is really going to be something else. Yeah, look at this.
Damage. It's 600 damage. Terrorblade.
Oh my god, this is going to be crazy. Hold on to your horses, folks. Is GH going to lock him up? No, he's not even going to get the over... Okay. That illusion's dead.
Alright.
Now do it. Go for it. GH is like... Yeah, there you go. Oh my god. Locks him in,
insane.
takes him down, and boom! See you later, Crystal Maiden. Yeah, Miracle's the problem. Look at him go, and now pops his Manta, and now goes in for the tier 3, and suddenly SG don't know what the hell hit them. It was a truck. Tier 3's gone. Rack should be next. How dare you try to oppose the mighty Terrorblade. Jug is going to be forced to move into action, but the second they try to make a call to fight, the Guardian Angel will get popped. It will cost Omni Knight his life, but a defuse comes in very good handy there for the Jug. They're fighting it off right now and doing some decent work, and Liquid's going to be forced to step back. A relocate play is there to get Miracle back to the safe zone, but I imagine on GH's return, he's going to be taken care of. Boom.
Bam. Well, they got the tier 3 tower, almost killed melee Raxes. I mean, that was pretty much expected once you saw Terrorblade with that double damage, and once they go as 5. There was a few buybacks. Who was it? Shadowfiend and +1, I think. So, look at Shadowfiend's item progression. Like, you can't see any items for the past, like, 10 minutes. It's the same items. He had Manta and Pike at the 20-minute mark.
The growth of FSG has been totally stunted at this point. And I don't know what you look to do at this point here. I mean, there's more tools kind of slowly coming in as they've had the benefit of the Midases on their side. We're seeing like Blink on King RD and such, and the Ag's finally done on Detavo, but these tools don't feel very effective at all. It feels like Liquid is just kind of holding on to all of the real damage, everything focused and kind of surrounding their mighty Miracle God here. Whether it be damage auras or more sustained relocate saves, Guardian Angels.
Yeah, the only big item that it's done, it's Mjolnir on Juggernaut, who's level 21. The Juggernaut is really tanky, has 29 armor. But let me see Miracle item. He's going for that Eagle Song, Butterfly. Let me see if Shadowfiend... Show Shadowfiend. He still doesn't have enough for MKB nor Butterfly.
Yeah, he might just kind of hold this money here. Maybe if Miracle shows that he's going for a Butterfly, he might change things up and consider going for the MKB, but as of right now, we'll just kind of pocket the money here. Eyes towards the Roche, as it is up, and SG know this could be one of their few hopes to kind of stay relevant in this game one, is claiming this Aegis and having the extra life, but Liquid already onto him here. A jump in comes out from Tavo, and they get a nice, quick, isolated pick onto Matumba Man. He could buy back, and he will, and teleport back into the shrine. SG thinking twice now about committing in for this Roche.
Yeah, they need to go back from that Roche. SG right now. I mean, they can't fight into that.
Liquid just take it themselves. Oh, I say that, but then KingRD casually rolls on in, pops out the Magnetize, but a Guardian Angel is going to be there. More follow-up continues here from Tavo as he jumps in with a hookshot play, but they cannot get the finish. Miracle just continues to stand within the pit and says that he is the real boss here. He even dishes out a casual, supportive Sunder to Kuro to keep him alive and gets right back into the action and gets his hands dirty with a delicious ultra kill. Godlike now. Holy moly.
You don't want to fight into that. Like, it's a Terrorblade who just finished a Butterfly, and they kill Roche in few seconds with the Solar Crest and Omni-Knight. It just dies so fast. I mean, this game is pretty much over.
Doesn't matter if there's backdoor. Miracle goes right inside. Didn't even need really to use a whole lot. Metamorph has still got some good timing on it to finish out that mid lane and for them to be able to make some work happen here at the bottom lane. This could be it, and SG could be thinking about game number 2 already.
They're fighting the backdoor, killing the Raxus.
All right, jump in from Jug. Let's see what last hopes SG have here to stay alive. They hit him a little bit, but easily shrugged off by the sustain and defensive capabilities of Liquid here. Not too much water off their back. They will get down their tier 3 and just walk away. Big winners here. Liquid take their first set of racks, and it is looking desperate for SG. And look at this. Now it's going to be Liquid, the team, to pull out the smoke back play.
Yeah, this is the VP from the last game. There's no tower, but there is a sentry ward.
They want to close it out right now. Ah, a little C4T. Didn't even know what hit him. And they get the courier too. Now with Crystal Maiden taken out of the game, certainly Liquid will be able to finish it. Am I right?
Nice prediction.
Here we go. They should be able to get this racks, but they pop the glyph, and all that backdoor regen is going to be there. Pops out now. Tavo moves in, catches with a hook shot, and Liquid are going to be forced back. On the other front, though, is Jug. Now far from home. Miracle dishes out the right clicks, and then Curl pops him in the head with the stun, and that's going to be the game. With Jug taken out without a buyback, there is no hope for SG in game number 1, and it is going to be Liquid who take it.
Yeah, they just needed the time for their lineup to kick in. They needed levels, they needed some items, got pipe up, got items. So
Radiant team ban. Liquid's turn to ban. Radiant team ban. Liquid's turn to ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Radiant team.
Monkey King.
yeah.
Liquid's turn to pick.
Hello, gentlemen and ladies. Why we never say it like that? Yeah, ladies first. Yeah, I mean ladies first, but still women want equality in 21st century. So one time we're gonna say ladies and gentlemen, and the other time we're gonna say Gentlemen and ladies. What about that? Hi, Mom.
Juggernaut.
Liquid's turn to ban. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining.
Yeah.
Liquid's turn to ban.
Well, the tree was the problem last game because a few times he was providing vision on SG Sports, pretty much the whole team, and initiated. So he was a big problem, and they couldn't push. They couldn't kill tier 1 tower until like what 30-minute mark. That was the problem, and they kind of threw the game, especially the Shadowfiend. Like he tried to go for a kill on Wisp, and with all those heals, the Wisp doesn't die. He forces himself, loses Aegis, dies again. So, well, Monkey King, this is the hero you can't underrate. So it's always good to have Monkey King early game. We saw in previous series VP when Lil was playing it. I mean, the guy was just out of his mind. He was what, level 8 at 10-minute mark.
5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Dusk.
Radiant team pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Legion Commander.
Yeah.
It's turn to pick.
Yeah. Plus shards as well, which provides vision. Hook. Well, once you scout him, it's easy to hook him. Also, Legion Commander picked into Tusk. Kinda ballsy because of all that save. I mean, Io can relocate. Tusk can put him in a snowball. Not sure it was the right pick. I mean, why Legion Commander? They got nothing to combine it with so far. If you're picking it just for the sake of the hero, I mean, it's not that good. Whoa! Whoa! Yeah. What's that piggy doing there, man? What? I don't see.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds.
Imber spirit.
Liquid's turn to ban.
I don't like the hero at all. I think hero, I mean, he can do good at one point, but later on he just becomes kind of a hero that does nothing, goes in, tanks, and that's it, and you just kite around him.
Reserve time.
Yeah, you. Yeah.
Radiant
Yeah.
team ban.
Hmm.
10 seconds remaining. seconds.
Probably a Matumba Man thing. Also, Bristleback. Well, you mentioned against Legion Commander, he turns him around. But I don't know, what's the build on Bristleback? Like, you go Vanguard, obviously, first item, then maybe Echo Saber if needed, or Sangiyasha, then turn it into Basher. It's a kind of waste of slot on a BB.
Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, Silencer is really good. I played a pub a few days ago with a Silencer and like, oh, there it is. Yeah, what? Yeah, yeah. I was talking about Silencer as a, let's say, a counter to Bristleback. You use first spell and you just hit him from behind and it automatically casts Quill Spray, so it just refreshes the Q from Silencer.
Templar assassin.
Yeah, Ember Spirit on SG, they have pretty much nothing against him. They have Hook Shot and Tusk ulti, and that's it. But he can just run away from it, like Snowball. I mean, that doesn't counter Ember Spirit. Once he gets his Blink Dagger, it's gonna be pretty impossible to catch that Ember.
Yeah. I am very curious to see how the laning stage will unfold here. If it goes even or decent for SG, I would imagine they would be super happy. It's a lot of pressure on Liquid, I feel, to be able to kind of get something going. But this isn't really like a level 1, let's begin the party and start fighting lineup. This is still a lineup that's going to need a little bit of time to be able to get into that fighting shape. Templar is going to need the stacks to kind of rip through. Clockwork is going to have to muscle his way to at least getting hold of Hookshot. And I don't know. I'm anxious to see their Tusk game as well.
Yeah, I'll do the predictions same as the last game. I mean, I like more SG's lineup, but overall, Liquid more experienced team. But I'll still go for SG this game. I don't think the first loss shook them up, so I think they can make a comeback.
All right, fair enough. Let's see if we're going to be in store for a game number 3 and the comeback play of SG Esports, or if Liquid are going to be able to push themselves up to a higher seeded position in this Swiss format by securing a win here. One that many would expect should be an easy win for them. SG Esports probably coming in as one of the biggest, if not the biggest, underdog of this tournament. If they're able to scrap together any sort of wins, it could do some serious work with the repercussions of the rest of this tournament. Because as it stands right now, believe it or not, like SG and EG are like on the same playing field. EG also, spoiler alert, lost their first game of this next heat. So that just goes to show you that really anything can happen with Dota. Such a great game.
Yeah, and the greatest hero in the game again. Look at
Monkey
him.
King?
No.
No.
It's another king. It's Keeper of the Light King.
Oh, yes. The greatest hero in the game, of course. We'll see. I'm curious if C4T rather is one to consider leveling up the early point into Mana Leak. This may be Liquid setting up a aggro lane, though. It looks like.
Yeah. Monkey King with that Poor Man's Shield, plus Keeper of the Light and Jug, they should do well. It should be an interesting lane on bottom.
I don't know. Liquid are really being brash here. They are going right towards the Coddle. They just know a few Quill stacks is really all it's going to take. It is a full 3-on-3, but without surprise, Liquid do have that better level 1. As Top Man is going to be able to continue to dish out these Quills. Ooh, SG! You got to be careful, man. They hurt. That was an easy first blood for Liquid. Just happy to kind of swing.
Yeah, GH got a first blood, has enough gold for bottle, and 300 extra gold. Using the shrine already.
All right, good stuff for Liquid start, and they set up this kind of aggressive lane. This was what they're hoping to kind of lead into with. And it looks like they're going to go for the Keeper Illuminate Blast. You hate to be in this kind of position, though. You don't want to be blasting down the wave and taking away farm from your Jug or risk pushing the lane forward. But you can't also just let them take full control of the lane. So occasionally he might have to just blast the wave like that just to be able to add any sort of pressure or reason for Liquid to at least be nervous or scared or something. What's KingRD got? He went with the Jingu Mastery, but, I mean, would you want to walk in and hit this Bristleback right now? He could do it a couple of times, but Bristleback's one of those heroes that could even force a Monkey King to kind of step off a bit.
Well, KingRD has Poor Man's Shield. He can trade some hits, but he died for first blood. We saw that he's not invincible.
Yeah.
They need to get magic sticks ASAP on bottom lane. Jug has one already. But that Wisp is going to be so tanky. He has stick and a bottle.
Yeah, stick is mandatory in this lane for almost everyone on the side of SG, I'd imagine. Mid lane. Leaves the other two lanes, obviously, in a bit of a more trade on a 1v1. I'm not suspecting there should be too many casual kills here unless they get straight up outplayed. Most of our attention in this early game is probably going to be towards the bottom half of this lane. But we are seeing some movement from the 4 positions now. Kuro's heading over. He got his level 2. And he's hoping to make some work out of it.
Nice. He just got the scan on Kuroki and sees he's there.
Ooh. Where is our Monkey King? He headed actually back towards the bottom lane. Even though he got the scan, he still is going to be potentially caught out here. Nope. I got overhyped for no reason. He's fine. Shrugs off the trouble from Liquid.
Poor Man's Shield does its job. Oh, Clockwork, what does he have? 9 against 17 on Legion Commander. That Legion Commander has kind of easy lane. Easy to last hit, easy to trade hits with Moment of Courage. Yeah, doesn't have any mana, but still.
It's a great win-win for both of them, yet again, in another game. So we'll be seeing the impact of these offlaners earlier than usual. Uh-oh. Trouble here for the Jug. He has been isolated here from Liquid. Wonderfully done there. The help was not nearby. Keeper a bit far off, but what really... Keeper can't offer a whole lot defensively in the lane to stop something like this. Liquid have definitely put together a serious amount of muscle power in this bottom lane.
They need to be really careful with that Jug once Monkey King is not there. And, I mean, Monkey King is level 2, doesn't have a Boundless Strike. So they need to be really careful. They have no escape mechanism, and BB just sprays Jug, which is physical damage. And when Jug spins, he's only immune to spells.
The Bristleback can also just walk through the lane and nearby the trees and pop off the quills, and that forces Monkey to kind of continue to also adjust his positioning a bit. That's just a nice little pickup to have against the guy. Liquid back on the move, though. Nightfall has come, and looked like Kuro was thinking about a swing towards that mid lane here. Miracle is etched up and ahead. The CS matchup in the mid lane, 23-9 to the 21-9 of our 40R Ember Spirit. And as you were alluding to before, Legion Commander and the Clockwork still having their way here. Both level 5, about on the same mark.
Yeah, Mind Control is really an awesome player, an offlane player, especially in 1 versus 1 matchups. This is not what other players do. He buys bottle and just pushes the lane, secures the rune. That bounty rune is pretty much always safe for him. He wants to dominate the lane. I mean, the Legion is stronger, so that's why he doesn't want to go for like tranquil boots and shit, because it's not that good.
Yeah. Levels are coming online slowly here for SG, and that could make things a bit better for the bottom lane. I mean, these blasts with the chakra magic make it a bit easier, and look at this, they actually may be able to get a kill on the Matama Man, and they do. Quickly to run away, though, this Jug, somehow avoids the shards, but the snowball will find its target. Now, though, can Kuro make it away with his life? He should be able to here. It looks like not enough resources here for SG. Kuro tried to bait them in a bit. Meanwhile, Tavo is going to get the pick off on the mind control, but we keep action here in the bottom lane because GH has rotated in. King RD looks to focus fire him, and now it's C4T under the gun as Matama Man has shown up. They're going to be easily able to take him down. They swarm onto King RD. He gets out one last boundless strike, but it is not going to be good enough. GH continues to bait him in further. Finally, they'll be able to bring down the Tusk, but much blood was shed on this day across the whole land, and even mid lane going to get in on the bloodshed here as Miracle gets the takedown onto 4DR Lacoste. A war happened. Every lane.
No, that shouldn't happen. I mean, you're an Ember Spirit, you shouldn't die. I mean, you pop refraction with just your Flame Guard, so yeah, I was watching the bottom lane, so I didn't see how it happened. I mean, he went on him with Blightstone, which is good for extra armor plus meld, and Ember wasn't level 6 yet, so he couldn't run away.
Alright, so if we kind of reassess the situation here, things looking strong as Tavo gets his first duel successful as his own solo pick on the mind control there in the top lane, but as we saw there at the back end, SG lose one of their own and 4DR in the mid lane. And as we continue to touch base back here with the bottom, we can finally assess what the laning situation is and what kind of damage was done. Jug is still holding the top of CS, but probably not as high as he'd like to be, but overall was not really prevented from playing the farm in lane. A lot of attention was needed down here, so the XP was split a bit more. Yep. So he's not super high leveled, still sporting level 5 at this moment.
Yeah, that's not Jug, that's LC, but they look pretty much the same if he doesn't have Arcana, sorry. Yeah, it's LC on top of...
Ooh, whoa. Backing out, managed to TP away before getting caught out. I missed the first part of that action here, but bottom lane is thinking about a jump on the Matama Man, but if they don't get him in the right spot, it's not going to be worth it at all. He's going to go for King RD here, and it's going to force SG to kind of step in. But this quill damage is kind of ridiculous. Whoa. Oh my god! He gets one more, it should be good! Is he going to get close enough? No!
No mana.
No mana. He had one charge of 1, and it was on cooldown. Oh, but here comes GH. Injecting him with some sweet mana. Whoa. Okay, now he wants to go back in. He's got mana. Gets a hard hit and a little bit of a tether slow. And now they just can't be in the lane. That is just tough to deal with.
They're bullying them on the bottom lane. Monkey King being level 3 has 1/1/1.
Ooh, top lane. Looks like mind control. Dishes out the hook shot now. Trying to get some revenge here onto Tavo, but Tavo's able to wiggle his way out through the creeps and looks to find a way to cut himself out from trouble. He does not have a TP, and he ran past the side shop there, frantically trying to juke within himself. I think mind control's already figured he's TP'd away. But Tavo was just going to heal up instead.
Yeah, they're trying to make a go on him, actually. Someone is TPing, that's Jug.
No. Simultaneous action here as Tavo can't TP up there. He actually gets killed in the bottom lane. As we catch up with top lane, and when Tavo shows himself, that's when the snowball's going to be committed on forward. Jug, forced to dish out the Blade Fury, will fend off Liquid, but he gets off the Omni Slash and gets the kill on the mind control. He goes down. That was a ridiculous jump of action right there between
it's actually
bottom lane and top lane.
On the bottom lane and top lane simultaneously. BB finished Vanguard. That BB is not gonna die for quite long. They need Jug ulti and Legion Commander ulti to actually kill him, plus Ember Spirit probably.
Tries to get some damage in onto the tier 1, but look who's shown up. It's going to be Tavo here. Gets off a little bit of some nuking power here and is going to be able to fend off a bit of the push. But Mind Control's also rotated over. He's got a hook shot in his pocket. And is probably hoping to go for a setup, but it looks like SG have already pulled away from this bottom lane, possibly anticipating the rotation over. Looks like they may see GH nearby, and they don't want any of that business, so... Liquid will go to their farm. This is an opportunity for Miracle, rather, to work his way through an Ancient Stack. It looks like he's going to go all in for the Desolator buildup, bulking in the burst of damage.
Yeah, Miracle having a really good time. 4.6k net worth, uncontested. Has Shrine really soon. There's a hook shot missed.
That's a shame.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Opa! Top
Whoa,
lane
whoa, whoa.
LC duel, it's gonna be enough.
Yep, with the Blade Fury together, they'll both be able to lock down and get the finish there. And now tier 1 is going to be easily secured at that moment.
No treant this time, so they can actually chop those towers easily.
With the towers being able to go down at this time, that will allow options for SG to kind of move into Liquid territory and get some wards down here. Ember Spirit kind of locking horns here a bit with Miracle, but he is closer to finishing out that Veil, it would appear. But look who continues to be the demo man here in the bottom lane. Bristleback now doing his thing towards the tier 2. Okay, ooh, 40R almost walked up into the high ground, but then Mind Control pops his battery assault, chases down for him, but it looks like Ember decided to walk elsewhere. But okay, well, Matama Man still happy to get some free and good damage onto that tier 2, but it looks like they finally decided the call to retreat on out of here. SG could try to make a little bit of chase, but without some catch nearby, there's nothing they can do about it. Just feels like Liquid are in a great spot. That's a 3-man amount of pressure to the bottom lane, and SG had to call everyone over. Liquid continues to farm the middle lane, or in the jungle, and Kuro is just gladly farming through the top lane. Mind Control does get a kill on the C4T. The Monkey ult does fly out, and they may be able to get the finish onto Miracle here, and they will. Ooh, SG does have some bite left in him, and is going to take it to Liquid.
Yeah, good rotation by Juggernaut. First he TP'd on top, get a kill for LC, some damage. Now he killed Miracle. He's on killing spree. But meanwhile, Bristleback just farming in the forest. Let's see what he's going for. Seems like he wants to go for mech, just tank up.
Yeah, mech would allow them to kind of come together here. It is a pretty, almost all-in kind of a strat here when you're kind of falling back on the TA for your core damage. Matama Man makes his waddle in, forces back the Jug, and forces out the healing ward now.
It's gonna be hard to
still
push
happy too.
Against Coddle, level 3, Illuminate.
Yeah, normally I would be a bit like, oh, it'd be nice to get an early value point into Mana Leak, but obviously with the benefit of going more into Illuminate, you could fend off the pressure here from Liquid. I mean, don't mean to be a broken record, but based on their lineup, you know they're going to be pushing early, so anything you can have to prevent that push early would be
I
nice.
gotta trust you when you're saying things about Coddle. If you told me like you need to go like double boots and mana boots, I would just trust you.
Yeah, well, I would hope to God that wouldn't be the thing, and if it is, then I certainly don't know the hero. Oh, whoa! It looks like we got a catch here. King RD spots out, and
Nice.
credit to this ward over here. GH tries to go into a bit of a mission there, but gets spanked. SG get a nice little pick off.
Yeah, Legion Commander seems like he has what is it? Some weird shit right there. It's
Whoa. She's in trouble. She gets caught out, but Matama Man's able to dish out the quill damage while Mind Control locks her in place. She turns back and dishes out the nuke. It's going to be C4T actually getting a finish on the Kuro in the meantime. But the chase is on for the bottom lane. Grab for Jug. They need a bit more. He turns around, goes for the Omni Slash, gets some heals out, but still not enough. They turn it around. They're going to be able to get the finish onto GH. It looks like Jug is able to make it away from trouble, but they turn around and club down Tavo, taking away his 3-kill streak. Now King RD takes to the trees, pops out the ulti, and they turn their sights on the Mind Control, and it looks like they should be able to get the finish. Dominating now for Jug. And KingRD is not done yet. He thinks about making chase here from Matama, man. Look who's nearby. C4T, but that's a coddle. He can't do shit, so watches the Bristle walk away.
Yeah. Juggernaut and the Legion Commander really played well together. I mean, Juggernaut was so close to dying using Magic Wand, then press the attack came, then just juking around. So really nicely played. They even got to deny on that tower. Juggernaut should go for...
Oh, mid lane as Liquid are trying to move on in. They get hit with a blast, a set of chains, and a deep heart commitment, which will earn them a takedown onto the Keeper of the Light. A follow-up takedown will also be there for Tavo, and they're not done yet. Hook shot fly in from Mind Control, but he ends up entrapping his own team. A jump out will be there, but ultimately Jug is not going to make his escape. It's a double kill for Miracle as he ends the 4-kill streak and claims an extra 342 gold for it, plus a tier 1. Things looking wonderful for Liquid.
Yeah, roast time.
Roast time.
With Deso, it's gonna die so quickly. Goo. They can't do anything about it. Jug is dead. No ulti.
SG pinging out though, they smoke and they rush that way, but as you can see, the damage had been done. Are they thinking about fighting anyways? They were thinking about it. They literally walked into a trap, and quickly tries to jump to the low ground there, trying to avoid all Liquid members. Man, Liquid takes a hard shot there, coming out from the Legion Commander, but look at the dive in from Miracle. He just assaults both of them and finishes them off. Killing spree for him, and he wants more. He does get hit with the chains. Ember Spirit throws himself right back in, and he will go down.
Wow, TA becomes...
It goes
really
from bad to worse for the Brazilian crew here.
Yeah, TA becomes real problem right now. She has Aegis, Deso, and Blink coming right.
I thought Liquid were going to have some mercy there, and after they got the initial Roche takedown and then jump onto Ember, they were going to just let SG just kind of waddle back to base. But Miracle had other plans, jumped in, and just assaulted him. Now look at what they're going to be getting from it. A tier 2, and you know, it's just the tempo of the lineup that they got, and they're using it to its full potential. Even as a blast comes through, they pop off their mech, heal up all the creeps, heal up themselves, take out their tower, and move on to the next objective. And there's even still a tier 1 standing in the top lane waiting for them.
Yeah, that's gonna go down really easily. They can just backdoor it.
Radiant's top tower.
Yeah, 40R's trying his best to kind of cut the wave, but this is not going to stop a Desolator wielding TA here. I almost said Stygian. Isn't that the old?
Yeah, it was. It was
Yeah.
Stygian Desolator.
I just had a little bit of a weird Dota old man moment there.
Yeah, you're pretty old school.
I'm old school, bruh. Oh, behind relocate. Jump all the way in. Jug eats 4 shots and then gets hit with a ball. GH picks that one up. And Liquid almost effortlessly make the rotation back. But here they come to the top lane. And, okay, KingRD thinks that he's going to be the one to get the jump, but he dies. And so does the LC, trying to go for at least the dual kill onto GH. He will not even get that. And damage will instead be awarded to the little ball.
Oh, are you
And
really
now
trying to TP? Oh.
Nothing's happening here. This could be it, man. SG, I could see throwing in the towel. This is Liquid putting on a show at this point. Miracle putting on a show at this point. Ultra kill. Don't even get in my game.
Wow, this game. I mean, this game is so done. Even Bob the Builder couldn't fix it.
Oh, see you later. Oh, man, that's a rampage off the return of the Monkey King.
Yeah, still Aegis on him. This is gonna be another rampage.
Oh, double rampage. But that's the greatest hero in the game. It doesn't matter. That's Miracle TA. Stop it. They're hurting them. They're already dead.
Can you do
Stop
it? For the lulz.
It's bad, man. It is bad. SG get a Rude Awakening in game number 2. And we'll have to try to shake it off. Liquid, though, feeling good. Walk away now with an extremely rich TA and a couple of racks down.
Yeah, Liquid feeling so much better in the game too. I mean, they got dominated in the early game, in the game number 1, but
Oh, that's a straight up Hurricane Pike on the way. Okay, sorry, my bad. I looked away from Miracle for 1 second, and Jug's dead. Oh no! The Hurricane Pike's not even here yet.
Miracle with beast mode on.
Yeah,
no mercy.
He's going Hamburglar right now. 2-2 down. Time for the base. I don't know what you could do to stop this guy, but he is 11-1-4. He had a great game on the Terrorblade in game number 1. Maybe Liquid invigorated from their DAC run and looking to kind of set the record straight here. SG, okay, final life. There he goes, keeping the light, dead instantly. King RD, he's got to go too. And Cole is just really having no mercy on anyone whatsoever. King RD throws in the bloody white towel, and this one is over. Liquid will take a strong 2-0 to help get themselves into a higher position in this Swiss bracket after having a bit of a slower start, right? Didn't they?
Liquid's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining.
Ah, come on.
DC's turn to ban. Liquid's turn to ban.
All right, hello everyone, and welcome back to the English coverage of the Kiev major group stages. This is going to be a best of 3 between Team Liquid and Digital Chaos, the former Onyx squad. This is a round 3 mid in the Swiss style. That means both of these teams went 1-1 in their best of 3s yesterday. And now we're looking to split it up here, get a winner and a loser. And it is going to be a heated series. I'm Android, being joined by Brax. What's up, man? What do you make of this matchup?
I think this is going to be a pretty good matchup. DC versus Team Liquid here. Both teams kind of banning out what the others pretty much like to play. Wisp, very well known on Team Liquid, and of course Abed's Meepo.
5 seconds remaining.
Be a good one.
Yeah, very excited here. We saw Abed be a bit of a god with his Invoker play the other day, and hopefully we get treated to that again. But Team Liquid, I mean, they are no slackers themselves. They've been performing really well here. What heroes do you want to see picked up? Like, any niche picks you really want to see played out here?
Boy, I really want to see a Naga Siren.
Oh god, Brax, what are you doing?
I'm serious.
Okay. Alright, you're looking forward to a 100-minute game? I see.
Yeah, it's my favorite. No, but Naga Siren definitely very scary. And Team Liquid would pick up Naga in the first.
I mean, that really gives away a lot of what they're doing here. It's pretty easy to counter once you kind of know what the game plan is. Go for that split push, clear your lanes quickly. So we'll see. Liquid definitely taking their time with this first pick, trying to keep all their cards close to their chest, but still get heroes that they really want. You know, Monkey King still available. Magnus going to be also able to be picked up. Pretty in-demand heroes right now. And yeah, I mean, Liquid, they are definitely taking their time for this. Wow.
Alright, Earthshaker coming out. Of course, that is the hero we all expected them to first pick over great heroes like Legion Commander, Monkey King, all that good stuff.
You know,
Yeah.
they're shaking it up. They're keeping it cool. I mean, are we going to see that as a roaming 4, or is that going to be their offlaner? Are they bringing back the core Shaker?
Mind Control played the offlane Shaker yesterday, actually, so maybe it's the same thing, and maybe they're just keeping it open-ended, seeing what happens in the draft, but interesting. I guess they really want to get a read for what DC want to do before they pick anything too obvious.
Alright, DC, they go straight in for that Monkey King. I mean, if it's handed to you, why not take it? And then picking up the Abaddon for the old offlane flare. Bulba, definitely enjoying that. As most picked in the last 30 days is that Abaddon, so no surprises. In Liquid, they're going to snap up the Invoker for themselves. Not going to take the risk of seeing Abed play that, and, well, it's going to be pretty nice in Liquid's hands as well.
Definitely a solid hero. So, DC have kind of shown their hand at what they want. Abaddon, I mean, he's like a hero that does one of two things, right? He either groups up, pushes these towers really quickly with like a faster paced item build, Vlad's gets picked up sometimes, Solar Crest, or he really goes for like a later game kind of strategy with the hand of Midas into Radiance, Octarine, all the fun stuff, but he goes for that late game build. He still kind of plays the same way, where he picks up and hits towers. So, see what Team Liquid can do. I mean, they've already got some pretty good anti-push here with the Earthshaker and Invoker. And also ban out that Templar Assassin, pretty bad matchup for Invoker. Digital Chaos respond with the Timbersaw ban. Tumba Man has played the safe lane Timbersaw quite a bit actually, and it's very difficult for some of these heroes, especially the Abaddon, to deal with.
Yep. So DC, definitely taking their time here, deciding on their bans. In terms of what Liquid's been running lately, lots of Crystal Maiden, both GH and Kuroki snapping it up a fair amount, so potentially something they could take out, although CM doesn't seem to be a pretty big threat all on her own. She was banned out in 2 of the games in our last series that went to 3 games, so I mean, maybe worthy of a ban here, but I don't know. What do you think, Brex?
Seems unlikely, and Bristleback, of course.
Alright, we've already seen Bristle get a little bit gross in our first series today.
Yep, I guess their teams have been playing around with Bristleback. As we saw in our earlier game today, Bristleback got completely out of control. got some nifty camps he can actually stack pretty well now and farm all of them at the same time, especially on the dire side right by the shrine. Pretty nice to see. He actually can farm all 3 camps if he pulls right camp earlier. So, alright. Nasty hero, I guess, the team messing around with.
Potentially one of the upcoming risers in this meta. I mean, if he gets a good start, he's just so tanky, and we saw him be unkillable, but not going to be played in this match, at least. Liquid taking their time with this last ban, or rather this last ban of the phase, and they're going to take out the Lina. I mean, pretty solid, just trying to take out as many mids as possible. There's a lot of hate here for Abed, but I mean, he's still been picking a lot of Tinker, which is available to him. Do you think he could go for a Tinker matchup here, or would it just be too nasty?
I don't think Tinker looks particularly good here in this matchup, not yet at least. There's still too many heroes that can be picked, and DC have the last overall pick, so I assume they're going to save that pick for mid. Try to pick him a hero that can kind of carry the game, Shadow Fiend, Storm Spirit, these kind of style of heroes. But good bans from Liquid. They ban out 2 of these mid heroes that really dominate Invoker and lane. Lina with a roamer like the Monkey King or even the Crystal Maiden can definitely snowball and destroy Invoker in the mid. And there comes the Crystal Maiden. Tons of mana for a bad in lane.
Yep, gonna be pretty nice. I mean, potentially DC could combo that with something like a Storm Spirit if they wanted to go a little crazy like we saw BGJ last series, but didn't work out for them, and don't know if Liquid's gonna be falling into that trap either. Liquid now onto their 3rd pick here. Still need to pick up a support, duo, and core, so lots of options on the table for them. They're gonna be dipping into reserve time, but should be coming out fairly quickly here. Is there anything you really want to see comboed with that Invoker?
I don't think anything is particularly going to combo with the Invoker. Invoker's kind of a hero that does his own. They've already got some Sunstrike set up with the Shaker, but I think Team Liquid's 4th pick is their carry, and it's going to be like their WoW pick. You know, that's going to be like their Terrorblade or something big like that that kind of makes DC think, uh-oh, we need something to deal.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of what Matubba Man's been running recently in the last 30 days, usually Lifestealer, a little bit of Troll going on, some safely Nature's Prophet, but not a whole lot, so Liquid definitely have their options open up to them. A lot of cores still in the pool here, just mostly taking out mids here. Abed really getting hated on. So
It'll be interesting. Pick up here. I imagine it's going to be their 5 hero. The Warlock. Good team fighter.
yeah, definitely going to be adding a little Wombo combo. You get that Golem dropped off, you have an Earthshaker able to blink in and get the Echo Slam, and you can channel up Upheaval after that, so going to be some good AoE. Liquid might need something to push their lanes a little bit though. Warlock is going to be pretty strong at first, but I'm curious to see what position 1 Liquid are going to go for. I think that can really tie together this whole draft.
Yeah, the Warlock definitely helps enable some of the weaker carries to lane against the Abaddon, since you have to heal to kind of sustain in the lane. I'm pretty sure DC know that something similar to Terrorblade is coming, so it's very, very hard for the lineup to deal with. Dragon Knight, alright.
That's
It's the first Dragon Knight in the tournament?
I can't say as we've only watched half the games, but it seems like a rarity if anything else. I like this pick. I think it's pretty survivable, can go in, can apply a lot of tower push, so if DC actually find that window, if they can force out Liquid's ults, if they can get a couple of picks, they can very easily turn that into map advantage with that DK, so good pick all around, but how's he going to lane up against the Invoker?
It's a somewhat difficult lane. Invoker has a ton of damage over the Dragon Knight, especially when he gets levels, but once DK hits his level 6, it's pretty scary for Invoker. Anyone can really come in and gank, and then his tower die after that. Clockwork comes out. Pretty good hero at fighting against Dragon Knight. Like, they have no natural Force Staff buyers. Crystal Maiden, Monkey King, these heroes aren't typically known for rushing Force Staff. You know, Crystal Maiden doesn't, you know, she usually goes for the Hand of Midas so she can scale into the game. And Clockwork 6 kind of counters Dragon Knight 6 when he wants to group up and push towers. Clockwork can kind of port in or hover around the area, and they have that nice Sunstrike setup too. So pretty good pick there. Nice counter to what DC want to do. DC's lineup is very, very 5-man push oriented already.
Yep, their last pick, probably going to seal the deal on that. I like this last ban on Ursa. I think that's something that could have done a number against DC, as they're all going to be sticking together a fair amount. Now Liquid get to ban out one more core against DC. In terms of what Mason's been running here, it's been a lot of Weaver, Jug still available, still a really good core here, although would make the lineup a little bit melee focused. Yeah, I mean, what else could DC go for here that would just kind of really throw a wrench in Liquid's plan?
Well, they definitely want to. They've got a couple ways they can play this. I don't imagine they're gonna go for like an all-in push against extreme fight. Like, it's really hard to high ground heroes like Invoker, Warlock, Earthshaker. So I think that they might go for some sort of late game carry that does have a lot of push potential. But I don't know. It really depends on how they want to play this. Like, they could go for like the Vlads on a bat and skip the Midas and kind of all-in push, but I don't feel like that's very strong. I feel like Team Liquid have the tools to deal with that. So I imagine this game's gonna go something like DC trying to get some early towers and then they'll farm it up. All right, out comes the Razor. Very good hero in lane, especially against heroes like Abaddon, Dragon Knight, even Maiden. These heroes all have single target stuns. They need to click their abilities on Razor. Razor likes that.
Yep. Also going to be some good use out of that static link as DK, if he's not in his dragon form, and Abaddon just kind of have to run at you and chase you down, so should be able to get some good damage off of that. DC now on their last pick. I mean, we could still see a Naga, but I don't know if that's really the game for it. What do you think?
I think it's unlikely that it would be a Naga, but Mason does play Dragon Knight, so it is possible that Abed might play a hero like Naga Siren in the safe lane.
We'll see. They are definitely taking their time with this. I think the Razor was a little bit unexpected. And again, I really like that read here from Team Liquid. The single target stuns, the static link. He's going to get a lot out of this and can easily just take fights and push things out with his ultimate here.
I wonder if DC will try to aggro Shaker, Warlock support duo, assuming the Clockwork's off lane. And they don't really want to lane. Okay, here comes the Weaver. Good matchup against the Razor, one of my play heroes, one of his favorite heroes.
Yep, it's actually his most played in the last 30 days, so lots of practice on this.
Yep, I think they're going to aggro with the Weaver just to give Abaddon a better matchup because they definitely do not want to cripple their Abaddon with this style of lineup.
Yeah, so I mean, just in terms of lineups, who do you think is coming out on top here?
I think it's hard to say. I think Liquid might be the better team overall, but these have a pretty solid strategy, but it's just, I don't know, it's always so hard to call from this point because they both have lineups that have their obvious strengths. Team Liquid definitely excel in the late game with their Invoker and massive team fight. Razor also has pretty good matchups against some of these heroes, but if DC can get ahead in these lanes, they can definitely snowball extremely hard because heroes like Invoker, Warlock, Invoker needs lots of levels, lots of time. Warlock has a very, very long cooldown ultimate, so yeah, it's pretty lane dependent in my opinion. If DC can get off to a good start, secure Roshan, hit some towers, I think they can definitely run away with this one, but of course Liquid, very experienced and good team, so just have to see.
Yeah. Who are you most excited to keep an eye on this game? Like, which hero, which player do you really want to just keep zoned in on that, you know, their performance is going to be particularly great?
Mr. Harry Potter, of course, Bulba.
Our Abaddon should be pretty interesting here. I mean, you talked about the variation in his build, and I'm pretty excited to watch this game. Again, this is going to be a best of 3 series between DC, aka the old Onyx squad, the great NA Hope, and our buddies Liquid. So this is it. I'm Android, that's Brax. We're going to start things off with a quick pause, as is Ceremony, and let's talk a little bit about these lanes. I mean, what should be going well? What's going to be really difficult to deal with?
If DC do choose to aggro with the Weaver, I think that'll be an extremely hard lane for Liquid to deal with. Razor, not the best hero against Liquid, or sorry, against Razor, and Earthshaker, not the most lane presence in the world either. Actually, okay, it is the support Shaker and offlane Clock.
Yep, GH
So
can
yeah,
be playing
pretty
that.
much Weaver's lane is gonna be pretty good if he's aggro. My client is actually bugged, so I'm
Alright, we will miss you. I think there's a couple of bugs going in and out here. We've had a couple of wonky replays, but shouldn't be too much. Again, we can just go through and talk about lineups here. On the side of DC, we have got our boy Bulba on the Abaddon. It's going to be Abed playing that mid DK. Crystal Maiden, our support, can be played by Demon. We've got Mason on this position 1 Weaver, and finally Dubu going to be snapping up that support Monkey King. Over on the side of Liquid, we have got up here Kuroki, going to be playing the support Warlock. Our offlane Clockwork, played by Mind Control Invoker. Up in the mid lane, Miracle, going to be trying his hand at that. Support Shaker over here, like we talked about, played by GH. And finally, Razor. A lot of weight on my man's shoulders, but if anyone can pull it off, it's him. So everything's getting started. Looks like we've got a deep ward placed in, some dire vision going down, seeing Mason scoot about. Radiant just getting a ward here, making sure there's no rotations in from mind control, but everything pretty calm right now. Brax gonna be coming back in, and I'll hand it over to him.
Whew, I thought I made a big error, but I'm back.
What did you do, like leave the lobby?
No, my game was stuck on player perspective because I was watching a replay. So I watched a different game, like a random game, and then I switched it there, and then I came back into the game, and I was worried it couldn't reconnect to the game, but... Alright, looks like...
Great story.
Thank you, I'm full of them. It looks like DC are opting to just Iron Talent their Abaddon instead of playing him against the Razor, and instead just secure the... I imagine Weaver is going to get like a head start in the lane, and then CM and Monkey King will decide to rotate up to top lane once Abaddon feels like he's ready. But yep, they're choosing not to challenge lanes for now.
Bulba getting off a pretty nice block mid, and yeah, I mean, again, Abed on this DK up against Miracle. We talked a little bit about it in draft, but what do you expect to happen here in terms of power spikes, levels, and farm?
I expect DC to play heavily around Abed's level 6 when he has that Dragon form and that stun. He can start the pressure Invoker, hit his tower a bit, but until then, it's pretty Invoker favored. He has a lot of damage on DK, especially when he gets to like level 3 and 4, brings out the Alacrity. So, I mean, it's not a fun matchup for the...
Yeah, gonna be taking a little bit of damage there. Goes for the first point Breathe Fire just to help potentially secure some CS, leaving him a little vulnerable into level 2 when he can get that Dragon Blood. Down bottom, it's gonna be 3 heroes versus Mind Control. I mean, can Clockwork withstand this, especially really aggressive heroes like Monkey King? They're going to want to keep up the harass. Is this something Mind Control can lane against, or does he have to bail out?
He can definitely lane, but it's not going to be the most comfortable lane for him. DC have stacked the hard camp, so once Weaver starts pushing this lane, they can keep denying him experience and waves and pretty zone him. You see Dubu has skilled up the Jingu Mastery. This is a ridiculously hard spell to lane against once he gets that stacks going. Pretty much no offlaner can man up through it. So, but you know, Clockwork, one of the best offlane heroes at finding his experience. He cog back the wave and keep pulling it back, but this is when it gets kind of tough. It's gonna be hard for him to really move out in lane, and GH is actually going for a snipe on the Courier. He's smoked up with boots. Can he actually get this?
One more, man, he's chasing it. Yes, he does. He gets it down, GH with the smoke and the boots. The move speed was just barely enough. And he gets exactly what he wants, which means crippling Abed here, who, yeah, he needs shoes of his own. There is going to be GH going forward, traps him with the fissure. Miracle, not really going to be able to find a kill off of this. Does have the Sunstrike ready, but with only 2 points in Exhort, it's not going to be doing a whole lot.
Alright, so he caught the Courier by only having 5 moves.
That's fair.
If he like pulled out a Monkey King ranged auto attack for that last one too.
Yep.
Mind Control actually gonna catch Demon here.
Demon has that one freeze, just trying to cut his way out of cogs. This time the Sunstrike will come in, and the combination with the fissure is more than enough. Mind Control snaps up the first blood, so a little bit more money going his way, some good experience as he ticks over level 2. Very nicely played.
Dubu returns the Courier snipe action on the mid lane actually. He was hiding behind the lane, disguised. He actually manages to snipe that one too.
Yep, now picks up an Invis Rune, potentially trying to turn things onto Miracle, but that's a tricky kill as Invoker's playing pretty safe and can keep some good distance between him and the DK.
Invoker does walk up. He could potentially die, especially with Dubu hitting his level 2 now.
Miracle just going to be walking back up, going to be starting to stack up the Jingu Mastery, but Dubu just walks right away, just ticks up to his level 2. So we'll see what he grabs next. Meanwhile,
GH's presence in the bottom lane has actually pretty much forced out the supports from deep, which left Weaver to solo ever since he got that nice CM kill.
Yep, I mean, Mason's farm isn't suffering too much. Weaver, one of those heroes that can keep himself safe. Meanwhile, Miracle in the mid lane, going for the Sunstrike, trying to get some hit onto Dubu, but Dubu going to be running back. The Cold Snap now going to wear thin. Miracle just keeping himself safe, salving up, so no bloodshed mid lane. But yeah, back down bottom, Weaver, I mean, it's not going to be as powerful of a lane as it was before. They're not going to be able to continually chain kill Mind Control, but Mason will still farm, will still get his levels very quickly.
Yeah, but all of a sudden this lane that looked pretty difficult for Clockwork looks pretty easy now. He's having a good time. He's picked up 10 CS.
Yep. Already level 3.5 for himself. Up in this top lane, Bulba just playing very safe. Almost level 4 for himself. Just staying way far back, making sure there's no possibility that Matumba Man can just run him down.
Abed is a very far mid lane, but Invoker doesn't have too much mana to work with, but they could potentially block Abed off on the cliff. Looks like it's quite unlikely, but I'm more worried for DC here. They're one lane that was supposed to go very well for them, but not going so well. Abaddon has a horrible matchup against the Razor. He's not going to be able to do a whole lot there.
Yep, DC. I mean, the good news is their Weaver's getting farm, and now with the supports coming back down to bottom, they might be able to find a kill on Mind Control. Meanwhile, up top, Abaddon in a ton of trouble. Bulba trapped in by that Fissure, trying to make his way towards the Shrine. Meanwhile, Matumba Man just soaking up all of that damage. It's just rolling forward. Only needs a couple more auto attacks before Bulba is done. And that's going to be a deny. He actually gets off the deny with his miscoil, so... Well played Abaddon, but still means this lane is left defenseless, and this tower probably going down as Matumba Man gets the most out of that extra damage.
Yeah, tons of extra damage with the Ring Capacity as well.
Ooh, okay.
Harry Potter out of the game. He wants out. Let's go to the next game, guys.
Invisibility cloak as he just removes himself here, but yeah, we'll hopefully have a reconnect pretty soon. Kill score 1-1 in terms of, you know, last hits. Razor's doing really well for himself. DK's getting a lot out of the mid, though. Actually given a fair amount of harass to Miracle. DC definitely have a more tricky road ahead, as you mentioned. Liquid are getting farm on all the important heroes it's important to get farm on. But what does DC's path back into this look like? What is their mid game going to be?
They definitely still have, like, all these heroes that are really strong at fighting together. DK, he's tanky, Abaddon, shields, and their 5-man is just really, really strong right now. It's strong before Liquid get damaged. Once they get damaged and they can cut through these tanky heroes like DK, they can deal with the elusive Weaver, that's when it gets a bit troublesome. But Bulba TP's back up to the top lane, and GH just pulls the creeps away. He's got a ward behind the tower. Bulba might be in some danger if he can fissure block him off.
Yep,
But
GH gonna be
looks
moving
like
forward.
a free tower.
Fortify comes out, but of course you just fortify because why not? There was a shrine used here in the bottom lane, so all these supports now fresh up with mana. They might try to go in and maybe catch out GH off guard, as he's just going to be jumped on by the Monkey King, grabbing that Primal Spring. Going to be stacking up the Jinku Mastery as well. Now Abaddon moves forward, and this looks like it could be a big kill. GH is going to be healed up by his Warlock, but it won't be enough. That's going to be Dubu snapping up a kill there. They go for the Boundless Strike, and now Matumba Man in some trouble here. Gets frozen, and will go down. So Demon getting credit for that one. That was Liquid just playing a little bit sloppy there.
Bit of a strange play there, but you know, DC there to capitalize. They get a lot there. Actually, they
Smoke
get much
up.
more than they should. Yeah, they're definitely awake. Big kill on the Razor. That tower is all of a sudden not dead. And Abaddon's getting close to level 6. You know, the worst thing about that is when you TP out and then you die. Now you have 80 seconds left on your teleport cooldown. You gotta make the long walk of shame back to your lane. It just feels pretty bad.
It does indeed. DC sending their supports here, just kind of poking around the jungle. Looks like they might find Matumba Man as he walks back through, but lacking the resources to take him out. So just going to be a regroup towards this top lane, as DC picking up a little bit more momentum, actually cornering Kuroki back under his tower. And with the rotation of the supports, they might be able to take this. Monkey King jumping all about. Meanwhile, Matumba Man does find the leash onto Abed. Abed just continuing to press forward, but without any
That's
damage.
so much damage.
Yeah, this is going to be really difficult. Abed now hitting for a whopping none. Sunstrike coming forward. Man, Demon is just in a world of hurt.
Jimmy
Trying to play
thinks.
Ring Around the Rosie. Is he actually getting away with this? Wow, he cuts a path to freedom, goes for the TP, and Liquid just don't have the catch. They don't have any AoE vision.
Yep, Jimmy bringing out his classic maneuver there, the tree juke into the TP. And now they've forced a lot of rotations. Mid lane
Ooh.
Miracle.
Going forward, they catch him with the Boundless Strike. Miracle's going to go ahead and invis himself, and well, there's not a whole lot that DC can do about that. Just going to be using Abed's Dragon Form to pressure this tower, and Fortify comes out nice and early. Just going to be trying to mitigate the damage done to that. Supports still hanging around the mid lane. Dubu is very low mana, so can't go in for any more Boundless Strikes or anything like that, as GH pokes his head forward, ready to initiate with a fissure if needed, but seems like it's just going to be a bit of a stalemate around this mid lane. Although with Razor TPing in, it seems like Liquid really want to make a hold here.
Yep, Demon's in some trouble here. He's got no TP available. Gonna get linked up as well.
Alright, this time it seems like Demon might be super dead. He's running away. The Sunstrike comes in. Demon gonna try to juke, but Miracle still grabs up the kill for that. So easy pickings on that position 5 support, but all the core is still staying safe. Down in this bottom lane, Mason still farming away, top of the last hit chart and the net worth chart as well.
Yep, and now a bit of a wasted Dragonite ult. They've only gotten, they got about 500 damage off that DK ult, but they can't really do anything else now. Good response from Liquid. They take that tower, TP in the forces. They're able to catch out the Crystal Maiden, and this looks pretty. I don't know. This game is weird. Right now, Warlock's on level 4, but he has the space needed to like just sit in a lane and farm. There's no real threat. Razor can rotate wherever he wants to go, going for that Hand of Midas. I imagine he's going to wait for that before he really goes or does anything. And this game just plays around this Dragonite ultimate for DC right now.
Yeah, this has been called the Midas Major, and we're going to see no exception here. We've already got a couple of Hand of Midases queued up, so... Yeah.
Major is just a giant plug for Midas mode.
I'm pretty excited. Yeah, Midas mode coming soon to a tournament near you. Anyway, Miracle going to be surrounded upon. Radiant really getting their supports in here. There's going to be dire pings as they see Monkey King hopping around. Might be trying to go in and slap him down, but they got to take a real educated guess there to clip him. So, Fissure going to be spent out onto Abed as well. Cold Snap comes in, going to be hit by the Meteor. Even with 2 points in Dragon's Blood, he is super low. Not quite enough damage to kill him off. Is he going to walk into the Sunstrike? No, he jukes it around.
So close.
Takes a flare, but it's not enough to kill him. Abed's still alive, and well, these 3 supports wasting a little bit of time as well. Mason finally leaving bottom lane, scooting in, going on to Kuroki, who they know still does not have an ultimate. There's going to be that Fissure to block out Mason, but Kuroki still taking a ton of damage. Dubu goes in a little bit too far, all alone, will be killed off, and now Mason is going to try to find his way out of this fight, but he might actually get caught here. They've got Fissure up in 1 more second. He will scooch his way across the river as the rest of DC is going to be regrouping mid, so Liquid getting everyone together in this mid lane while Abba's still pushing top. Still should be enough to find potentially a kill here. The Fissure comes in. Sunstrike onto Abed, just barely not enough.
So close.
This guy has got a Guardian Angel looking after him. He keeps living with just a sliver of health.
There's definitely some favoritism going on somewhere in the world here. How is he alive? Nice haster in there, but man, that was a great Fissure from GH. Blocks off Mason there. Dubu jumps in with no way to really get reinforced there. Just wasted efforts there. But it looks like DC are eventually going to chip down this tower.
Another meatball clips straight onto Abed. Demon, okay, all right.
Tower's
taken a little bit too far there. Now there is going to be another Fissure clipping onto Abed here as Dragon Form wearing thin. They drop out the first Chaotic Offering, but Mason runs right away. This tower left at 25 HP. An easy deny if they can find it. Mason, Sunstrike going to be off the mark. He makes it up to the high ground, snaps up a rune, and well, mid lane tower is going to be able to go and get denied by Earthshaker.
Yep, this is all space for the mastermind Harry Potter himself playing the Abaddon top lane. He's going for the Vladimir's Offering build, the team-based, you know, they want to group up, push. That's what it really shows from them. And even though the tower mid was denied, it's still a pretty big victory.
Dubu gonna escape the Sunstrike just barely and finally makes it up to the trees. We'll be able to escape death for now, but this tower is not looking too healthy.
This tower is not long for this world, and Liquid are making their way down.
Yeah, Abed coming forward. The Boundless Strike does clip onto the Razor, but a Fissure and now some damage steal. Abed has to try to run, but yeah, again, with that static link being the range that it is, it makes it very difficult. So yeah, Razor now with an extra 141 damage from that static link. That is so tricky to deal with. Demon caught out here. There is going to be a Dragon Form from Abed trying to protect his teammates, but Jimmy's already done. And Abed is going to get stunned by the Fissure, dragged onto by the hook shot, stuck in the cogs and killed off. It's just going to be Mason versus the world, but he can't quite do enough damage with the follow-up from the Boundless Strike. They will be able to find 3. All right, they're turning this right around. Mind Control going to be TPing out. They don't have any stuns for that, but a Bloody Engage will still go the way of DC.
Yep, and that's a tower defended to get the deny off on the tower if they want it. But meanwhile, Kuroki sitting top lane, farming his nifty Hand of Midas. He's almost there. And he says, thanks, team. Space created.
Yep. Warlock finally getting some time to himself. Abaddon getting very, very close to that Vladimir's Offering. I mean, how's that going to change things for his team? Is he going to start to really stick together with him, or is he still going to try to do his own thing?
He'll probably use it to try to open up the map and take some of these tier 1 towers. I imagine that they'll group up, try to get some of these out of the game. But all this fighting has kind of left Ovid in kind of an awkward spot. There's no mid tower to take anymore. He pretty much, like, it's so awkward for him to farm now. You know, he wants to get to these towers, push, but he doesn't really have an item completed yet. He's almost, well, not really almost at the armor, he just has the gloves. He's not going to go back for a hand of Midas and keep farming in this game, but he's starting to slip down in terms of net worth.
Demon.
Where he'd like to be.
Oh, his Crystal Maiden's just chain dying. It's so unfortunate that she's just, you know, caught out on her own. They might be able to turn this into a tower for DC, though. KingCharlie hanging out behind the tower has that chaotic offering ready. Monkey King's TPing out. Abed wants it and will be able to get it. No deny coming out from the Warlock there. Fight mid lane about to break out as Miracle just really wants to push this lane. Bulba's there to defend, though. They will get the static link off on him. He's going to immediately pop the borrowed time and run back. Static link on cooldown for almost 30 seconds. Can DC find their window here? Looks like they're going to play safe.
I think the Rocket Flare scouted out the Monkey King freeze, so they're pretty wary of his positioning now. And Weaver's split pushing the bottom lane. He does have a TP, so if they die, he'll probably respond and proceed to clean up. But KingCharlie does have his ultimate up now, and Team Liquid are giving him the old wraparound, looking for heroes under the tower.
Yep, Mind Control's hook shots have been pretty gosh darn good. Dubu hanging out here. Does have that Wukong's command, and with so many heroes in a small radius, it might be time to use it. Dubu is actually just going to chill, as there is a unfortunate another kill on Demon in about 30 seconds. So Crystal Maiden 1-6, definitely not having the best game of her life, but is opening up some space for teammates to push in. Abed feeling pretty safe top lane. This tower mid finally does fall after several minutes of Liquid's pressure.
Come on, Jimmy, you gotta stay alive for that aura, man. That's why you're here.
That is true. CM has 3 points in aura, but hasn't been alive long enough to really get that impact going. Monkey King.
Down here.
Yeah, pinged out. And they are just going to drop the golems. It breaks all the trees, so now Monkey King is stunned for a zillion years. The Sunstrike comes in, and Miracle finds another one. Good combo there from Liquid, just using all the resources at their disposal. Golems are now down, but I think you'll take that for a free lane and some Monkey King death.
Yep, we've got 5 kills on Miracles and Boker. Now he's got tons of Sunstrike kills this game. And Liquid are totally fine for dropping the ultimate like that, because DC are a team that need to group up, so once they can get these kills on these heroes behind like that, it makes it really difficult for DC to do anything afterwards. They need to get these lanes back. KingCharlie's in quite some trouble.
No, I think Mason's the one in trouble. There's going to be Weaver just slapped down. No chance to time-lapse. Warlock, I mean, he may go down here. KingCharlie gets hit by the Boundless Strike, is going to get burned by Abed, but his Golem's still up. Wukong's command comes out after there is no one left in the circle, so Dubu not going to get a whole lot of use out of that. Mind Control now on the run. Fissure holds back too. Very nice play there from GH, and well, he's just going to be escaping. Mind Control using the cogs to break up the fight. Will he make it back across the river? He sure will, as Bulba runs in and does get that mana burn going. Demon barely lives, is able to split the difference in that Sunstrike with Abed, but that could have been another death. At least Demon's still up and running, got that aura going.
That's right, supplying his team with mana. He's kind of like the water boy, you know, at like a football game. Don't worry, guys, I got the drinks. That's what it kind of feels like.
He's got the smokes, he's got the dust, he's got the ward. This is a position 6 Demon right now. Just trying his best, but, you know, if he can make space for his teammates, it's going all right in terms of overall net worth. He got Weaver doing really well for himself, Mason, very close to that Lincoln Sphere.
It was a nice Weaver pickup there. They had the Fissure into the Sunstrike combo, and it was enough damage to actually finish Weaver. He has a very tanky build this game, too. Mason went for the Treads instead of the Bootless build. So he's sitting on 1500 HP, and not the easiest target to bring down, but they were able to do it there before he could get off his ultimate.
Big rotation in. DC just going to all smoke up, and they've got their lines drawn in the sand. They want to just charge in towards this tier 2, and if they can find a kill on Matubaman, that would be super ideal right now. This Razor getting a lot of space. Dubu just jumping around, and he's going to be Proudmost bringing down. This Razor is looking mighty dead. He's got a bunch of heroes behind him, but
Jimmy.
Invoker can just solo down a Crystal Maiden with 1 Sunstrike. There were no other forces of damage on her. It was just the Sunstrike that kills her.
570 damage Suns does 90% of Crystal.
That is difficult to deal with.
They can Rocket and Sunstrike the Fountain and kill him for full health.
We'll see if they get that combo going. I mean, there's only so much you can get out of just chain killing a Crystal Maiden. Eventually you gotta deal with these cores, but sure is helping Liquid's net worth out here.
Yep, they do get the Razor for that, so DC are up top pushing this, and looks like Liquid do want to take this fight. Razor's up in 2 seconds.
Yep. Mason here trying to do his damage. Still hasn't picked up the Lincoln Spear. Hasn't really found any time to himself. He's now just been moving with his team since leaving that bot lane, so hopefully his big item will come out off of this and he doesn't get killed right before picking it up. That would be so bittersweet. Hook shot off the mark here, so Mind Control has to play it safe for a minute. They lost a big initiation tool. So it's just kind of a wall. Liquid trying to form some sort of barrier against the damage from DC. Meatball comes out, Fissure clips onto the DK, but it's all just casual damage now. This static link is going to be doing a lot as Matumba Man picks himself up another 100 extra damage. The tower does fall to DK, and that's going to be all that DC were looking for. So they just TP out, take their freedom, and run with it.
Yep, nice tower kill from DC. That hook shot would have definitely led to a big team fight. Abed has the juke shoes on, does not get hit by that one. And I think DC kind of get lucky there. I think if that hook shot lands, they're going to be locked into a team fight that they might not want to take. There's so much damage right now from Invoker. He's extremely, he's got his maxed out points in Exor right now. Sunstrike hits for a ton of damage, along with the Meatball. Yeah, and that's also the Warlock ultimate that they avoid fighting into. They get out with a pretty big win there.
Yep. Screen pings here as Dubu's just keeping eyes on Miracle. I mean, Miracle's getting really out of control. He had such an early Ags and Blink picked up very shortly, unless he gets killed here, but oh, he Ghost Walks, will be dusted, so he's just going to bail out on the Ghost Walk. Bulba trying to keep up the chase. Sunstrike comes in. Wow, okay, Miracle. You could just take out a full health Monkey King, that's fine. Now he's going to be still running for his life. Does pop out the Ice Wall, and Abed going to be slowed down. Nice EMP, going to be burning up all the mana in the vicinity, but Miracle does still go down. He forces out mass rotations in from DC, so at least buying his team time as they're able to take this bottom tower. That's some space created right there.
Who's ganking who here? Miracle makes it out with the kill there, and now all of a sudden Liquid and Kid can box out.
Abba comes in immediately, just going to get all his health drained, and yep, forced into that borrowed time. His ult's going to be down. He does no damage, and wow, okay, hookshot in as Abed thinks he can take on the entire team, but I don't know about that, buddy. It's not looking so easy. That's going to be a 2-0 as Dubu pops out a pretty late Wukong's command, and he's just trying to stay in the circle, but GH manning up on him. Dubu somehow lives through it. Razor going to be going down, and Dubu's still alive. Crystal Maiden going to be ulting. Dubu, my god.
What?
Somehow able to live through this with the mischief. Oh my goodness, Monkey King. Sunstrike not going to be on the mark there. That would have been a great way to end things out, but unfortunately, Miracle has to settle for not getting all the kills he wanted in that fight. Well played there by DC.
Yeah, it really looked like Team Liquid had everything they needed to win that fight. They got the massive static link damage off, and Abed even dropped in that fight extremely early, but Wukong's command, even with no items, did so much damage. Sunstrike number 2 gonna miss.
Invoker's just hunting. He knows that Dubu's somewhere nearby and really wants that kill, but looks like Dubu will finally take the key to move back into his base.
Okay, so we've got some big items coming up with DC. Weaver has his Lincolns and almost Desolator completed. Abed is pretty close to the key. He's actually about halfway there, not that close. Jimmy working on his Sage's Mask, extremely close to that medallion pickup.
He'll get that Sage's Mask eventually, man. It's a big save.
It is, though. It's medallion. It's good.
Yep.
And Bulba's halfway to Relic, so not bad.
Yeah, Abaddon's had a lot of space to himself this game. I mean, I feel like Abaddon offlane is just considerably undervalued. You leave him alone for a long enough time because the rest of your team's getting active, and then all of a sudden Abaddon just runs at you with like 4 items, and it's really hard to get him down. But yeah, I think Razor has been pretty effective. You just go in, Abaddon tries to run at you to get that curse going, and yeah, you just static link him, and suddenly he does nothing.
Yep, it's definitely a good counter to the hero. GH actually just picked up his Blink Dagger on the Earthshaker, and they were setting up a gank on the bottom lane, but they did have a nice Observer Ward that just died, so Mason avoids that gank.
Miracle now with the Arcane Rune on top of the freshly picked up Blink Ags Invoker. Miracle is just ready to kill. We'll see if he can find anything. Crystal Maiden gonna get pinged out. Unfortunately, Sunstrike can't take her down all the way from full health. They gotta get some damage before that. Miracle a little late to the party here to smoke, but the rest of his team will be backing him.
Yep, he's got an Arcana here ready to fight, so if they do find an engagement, it could be pretty bad here for Team DC.
Monkey King just trying to push out this lane, trying to force back some rotations, make some space. DC have got to know something's going on, because this lane is real pushed and Liquid aren't rotating back to deal with it.
Yep, this is quite the obvious indicator here that Team Liquid are grouped up on their side of the map.
You can see the drawings on the map that DC are drawing. They know exactly what's here. So, again, Monkey King just being a brat, pushing into that tier 3 tower, and Liquid eventually are just going to go home empty-handed. They'll clear out the Radiant jungle, or at least use their Midases and try to push.
That's pretty big for DC, actually. 400 damage onto a tier 3 tower like that for free.
DC, I mean, they're taking their sweet time if they want to defend this tier 2 bottom. It looks like it will be a free hit. Razor going to be snapping up the gold for that, and he now has his full Sange and Yasha, so Razor's now going to be really speedy and difficult to deal with. He can get into pretty much any fight with those bots, and he can just keep running at you, getting the most out of that static link. He's not quite tanky enough to be that like big frontlining Razor that we used to see in the old meta, but the Tumpa Man's still playing this fantastically.
He'll definitely get there. He had a bit of a rocky start. He's got 4 deaths to his name, but ever since he picked up those boots of travels and Hand of Midas, he's been farming pretty well.
Miracle here just going in. Will be grabbing himself his own Lincoln Sphere as there's a fair amount of single target coming out of DC. I mean, Miracle's getting pretty crazy out of control. 13,000 net worth for himself. Compare that to Weaver, who spent most of the game free farming. Not even quite at that point, although Weaver is going to be pretty hard to lock down. They are going to be able to get off that time lapse and just walk away. So failed gank coming out. Everyone going to take some bugs. Tornado coming back in, but they can't turn this. They go for the fissure, but just going to be a quick TP out. Monkey King comes forward. They actually cancel the TP with the Boundless Strike, and Mason finds himself a kill. Well played.
What happened there? GH just like didn't get the chain stun off there, and Weaver just got his time lapse off before any real damage came in. It just looks so weird. You know,
it looked like they just
committed the Echo Slam for it too. They really wanted it.
Yeah, they didn't quite get that communication going on how they chain stun Mason, and he just ended up turning it right back around, courtesy of a nice rotation in from the Monkey King. Dubu, again, goes for that Hand of Midas, a bit of a greedier build than we see on a lot of MKs, but he'll get there eventually. Now has the Basher queued up, so going to start to transition into more of that core role and getting a lot of that Wukong's command.
Yeah, I think the Midas on Monkey King is very, very good. He's a hero that does a lot when he gets these small items, and if he can just make it to Basher, then his next item after that, he can be extremely strong in these team fights. And this game does look like it's going to be quite a long game. I don't see DC being able to break open Team Liquid's base anytime soon. Invoker is very high level. Shaker has his Blink Dagger up. Also pushing into Warlock is not an easy task at all.
Yeah, DC now grouping up. I mean, they're pushing out this top lane over and over, but the tier 2's down. They've still got tier 2's to deal with in mid and bottom, but seems like top is their go. They want to clear out this jungle, and now Mind Control just kind of skirting behind this patch of trees. Mason's going to ping him out. Mid lane, though, you got 3 heroes roaming together, and this could be a good spot to move in and on. Looks like DC will get that call to kind of wrap around, leave the jungle. Roshan.
I wonder when these teams are going to start looking at Roche, because they both kind of need it to get to that next step in their game. You know, DC really can't walk up the hill unless they get an excellent team fight ahead of time. There's just too many big team fights, ultimates, and abilities from Team Liquid right now.
Yeah, Liquid's high ground is a little crazy. It's really good if all their heroes are up, but you get 2 or 3 heroes in a pick and suddenly their racks are just wide open.
Radiant's completed now, under bad.
Everyone posturing up to go into Roche is, yeah, Elba's going to pop some smokes, and he's going to go ahead and take a static link. They will hold her in place with that fissure, but the rest of the team are moving forward. Matumba Man, even with a zillion extra damage, getting very, very low, has to get forced to freedom. Mason showing off that new BKB, wants to move forward and find the kill, and Kuroki needs one more hit. Doesn't get that geminated attack that he needed to get the kill, and now looks like Mason's in trouble here. Does go down. That bug just crawls a little bit too far forward. Golem spent, and they're going to be able to push this lane a fair amount. It looks like Liquid were thinking about Roche, but now after killing off the Weaver, they just want to go straight forward for tier 2s, but Dubu gets off a really nice Wukong's command, followed up with that Boundless Strike, and now Miracle's in some trouble. The Monkeys, can they finish him off? They do! The Invoker goes down. That's a pretty big bounty going the way of Dubu, who almost gets finished off by the Flare. Oh man, Matumba Man is just a little bit too low to finish him off. Dubu still taking damage from the Fatal Bonds. Looks like Crystal Maiden finally comes in and helps Abed find a kill onto GH. Kurogi eventually gets credit for the kill onto Dubu as he dies from Fatal Bonds. Matumba Man continues to walk away, but it's looking like this Roche is going to remain unclaimed until everyone respawns.
Yeah, that was excellent Wukong's command. They all got baited in, ran into it. Miracle actually died to the last monkey at the very corner of it. It was extremely unfortunate.
He was tased in freedom. He was just right there, but the monkeys got in one more hit.
Yep, and now Monkey King has a basher.
That's going to make the next Wukong's command even nastier, and we'll see if Liquid learn their lesson about not grouping up and not getting baited in, pulled too far towards the towers.
Dire's bottom tower is
So,
under attack.
I mean, who's in a better position to take Roshan? It looks like DC are making their way towards the pit, but again, Invoker will be up in 8 seconds, and quick Sunstrike could really turn this around.
Yeah, they feel like now that since Warlock's ultimate's down and Earthshaker's ultimate is down, they should contest Roshan. But Team Liquid still do have a lot of spells at their disposal. Tornado, EMP, Clockwork, Hookshot, all these abilities make it very difficult for DC just to do Roshan and turn in their face. They're gonna have to try to bait some sort of team fight, make Team Liquid commit for something that they might not want to. And Bulba's getting his damage going mid lane. He might get his ultimate cost as well. He does.
Yep.
That's pretty big.
Now hitting for not a whole lot. Matumba Man ready to go in. 175 extra damage on him, and that is Roche in a can. They're going forward, melting his armor, but DC, they don't want to let this go for free. How quickly can they really get in the area? They scan it out. They know this is a multi-hero effort. Now, oh god, they get the hook shot onto Dubu. He's going to be leaping away. Now Clockwork stuck in here, trapped in the little neutral pit. Earthshaker going to be focused down. Mason able to snap up that kill and chasing away the other two cores. Mind Control on the cliff. Demon's going to be dancing and will get the kill onto the Clockwork. Deafening Blast comes in and holds back the Dragon Knight. Crystal Maiden does have to trade her life for that. DC still really intent on taking this Roshan. Heatfall coming into the pit, and this could do a serious number to the rest of DC's cores. A Wukong's command comes in just to zone as they just really want this Roshan. Finally, they find it. Mason picks up the Aegis, and they're going to keep pressing forward. Even through the ice wall, they will get the kill on Kuroki.
Alright, successful fight for DC. They claim the Aegis and some kills. And Dubu's bringing out the bad-mannered paws.
Nah, I don't think that's a BM pause. I think that's a someone tripped on the router cable pause.
Well, that's the guys. Quick, disconnect. I gotta pause.
As a professional NA player, you know the deal, right?
Of course, that's what happens all the time when people's door. They're laughing at you.
All right, so DC, again, we can talk a little bit about their backstory here in this pause. The former Onyx squad getting picked up, just a bunch of NA players getting into it, qualifying for this major. It's going to be their first shot at a really big event for this squad together, at least. Of course, Mason's already been to TIs and whatnot, but yeah, I mean, DC, they've got some polishing to do, but since the formation of Onyx, these guys have really come together to playing cohesively, and they're taking games off of Tier 1 teams. What do you think is so crucial to their development, and what really sets them apart from other, Tier 2 NA teams?
I think they have a pretty solid foundation of how they want to play the game. They understand each other pretty well, so it's easy for them to, like, when they go into the team fights, you can see, like, it looks well. Everything looks really good. Everyone's getting force-staffed out. People are, playing these team fights properly. They're baiting people into the Wukong's command instead of, waiting and not using it very well. I just think that they have a good leader in Dubu. He has ideas, people trust him, and they all understand how each other likes, how they want to play. And I think they have these basic building blocks for their team, and they also have quite they have some very individually skilled players in Abed, of course, and all these other players are also very, very good. Abed kind of he's not really new, he's played on teams for quite some time, but he's always been in the Southeast Asian scene. He's a bit more, I would say it's like a sleeper scene, we don't really watch it a whole lot. They're definitely very good players. Their TNC came out of there, and they look fantastic right now. But, I don't know, it's just a combination of their teamwork, and they have a solid idea of how they want to play the game. And I think that's important, because sometimes, as teams win and lose, they lose their foundation of how they play the game. They start to not really trust it as much. Maybe they don't believe in someone's ideas, or perhaps there's a player they doubt their skill level or ideas or work ethic. Something kind of brings like these brings like animosity into their atmosphere, and it's just a big downward spiral, and that's what kills teams. So I think they have a good idea of how they want to play. They stick to it, and win or lose, they still go for it.
All right, sweet answer there, Brax. That was really nice.
Thank you. I was reading that off my note cards.
Anyway, DC grouping up for a push down bottom. This tier 1 tower gonna get fortified, but finally will go down. Invoker's actually TPing in for this. Looks like he's gonna blink immediately away. Tornado comes in. They do clip Invoker with that Boundless Strike. They get vision on him before he goes invis, but GH wants to turn this right back around. A Deafening Blast comes in on top of the Echo Slam. Wukong now forced to turn his tail and run, as Invoker will get killed off along with GH. Clockwork's TPing in, and Matumba Man goes straight forward, trying to suck down Abed's damage, but Matumba Man gonna get chased by Mason. 3 heroes dead, trading only for a Crystal Maiden. This is huge for DC. Mind Control forcing himself into his own cogs, hookshotting himself to freedom on top of Mason, but I mean, even if Mind Control gets out, that is still a huge win for DC. You could tell Liquid had the confidence in that fight to go in and try to execute, but they just got outdone, and now Mason finally forced to retreat. Can't kill off that pesky Clockwork, but they're going to start tapping on tier 3s here.
Perhaps they had too much confidence in the way they wanted to defend it. They, Miracle ported in, blinked in. He was just in such an awkward position. He couldn't cast his spells in the most optimal way. Got disabled, but just died at the very beginning of the fight. And that's the lane of racks for DC.
Look how quick those racks melted, just with the damage coming out of Mason right now. This Weaver's been a little bit quiet. Had a couple of deaths in lane, but now really starting to come online. Top of the net worth chart, surpassing the Invoker. Weaver going to do some damage to the shrines. I mean, that is a full lane of racks taken in the blink of an eye, and all it took was 1 Invoker kill just to be able to shut Liquid down completely. DC, can they do that again, or will Liquid learn from their mistakes?
I think Miracle's like, shit guys, I'm sorry, I threw a little bit, I promise I won't do it again, and pretty much, as long as he doesn't die at the very beginning of these team fights by porting in like that it was pretty cocky. I don't think a player like Miracle's gonna make that sort of mistake again, but the game's still gonna go on for quite some time. Invoker, 3 more levels till his level 25 power spike, looking around the map with his Ghost Walk. I think as long as Team Liquid managed to stay alive, their high ground defense is still insanely good.
Yep, just going in, getting those little picks is going to be super huge. Smoke in. Abed, I mean, he pings something out. He knows that something's a little bit afoot. Miracle is right on their heels. Bulba, meanwhile, just going to be taking a ton of damage, forced into using his borrowed time, just trying to get the most out of it by miscoiling his teammates. Hookshot comes in. Jimmy trapped in the cogs along with Abed. He has his dragon form available. We're going to have a little pause there.
Not again.
As it did really seem like they were asleep at the wheel. These 2 heroes get hookshot into the cogs, and they just kind of stand there. So hopefully some connection issues are going to be resolved, and yeah, hopefully that won't result in too many deaths.
Oh, this is such a shame. You know, this game is so tense right now. Lag. Ugh.
That sucks from Matumba Man. You know, he's really a player of sympathy. Brax, as
I think it's hard not
player.
to smile saying that sucks as they die. Definitely pretty hard not to smile there.
So hopefully that's going to be an isolated incident as we move forward. It looks like this team fight is going to be... Bulba has mentioned this before. There was a similar situation in one of their series last night. So try this again as everyone has reconnected. Oh, nope.
Kroki asks for the go. All right, so we've got quite the pause going on here.
All right.
We've got some unhappy video gamers here with the internet situation, so it's a story time, I guess. That's what this is.
All right, Brax.
Time for me to dust off the old 50 Shades of Grey in the closet and read it on stream.
That would be great. I don't think you should do that though, for the sake of your career. I think at some point we bought a copy for Mott to read on one of the Moonduck videos, but I don't know where it is.
You don't know where it is because he keeps it in his room and reads it every night.
That's probably it. Keeps it under his pillow, gives him good dreams. Anyway, what is your... What's your best tilt story? Where you go into a pro game, something happens, and you just can't get it together?
I have no idea. That's like the worst subject to ask me.
Okay. You give me one.
I am an emotionless robot when it comes to playing games.
That is fair. All right, I'll give you that one. All right, let's get some story time going.
Alright, so you guys are probably pretty familiar out there with Team Digital Chaos's Bulba. You know, he's been around the block, he's been playing Dota for quite some time. Back in the days of Dota 1, when people, you know, everyone played for fun. It wasn't about the glory, the money, it was about being the best and beating your friends. That's pretty much all it was. It was pride back then. There were no gigantic prize pools. There was like one LAN a year, and you would spend more money on your plane flight there than winning if you actually got like first place. So nobody like, you know, it just wasn't serious. It was in its infancy. It was all for fun, and this is where Bulba began. First, his name was Sam Sosale. Actually, yeah, it was Sam Sosale. Wait, was it Sam? No, it was Sam Baird. This is the first generation of Bulba. He created fake aliases online, linked random people's Facebooks, saying that it was him. He really wanted to be a white guy, first of all. Because every dude he linked was like some athletic white dude that he found on his school's Facebook. And that was just him. That was the life of Mr. Kanishka Sosale for quite some time. He went from being Sam Baird to Sam Spalding, and to the man we know today, Mr. Sam Bulba Sosale. And that's why you might see pictures of Bulba online, and he's always wearing the same outfit. It's not because he, like, you know, lacks the wardrobe, or he lacks the money, or that's just his style, or anything like that. It's just because he's trying to remember his identity. He doesn't want to become Sam Baird again. These were some dark, dark days. This is when Bulba was a gigantic flamer. He would sit there, and he would make you question your existence because you frostbit the wrong creep. It was just a mess. And so, that's Bulba.
That was a beautiful story. What happened for Bulba to blossom into the beautiful flower he is today?
He joined Team Evil Geniuses, and he played at TI3 there. And then he was like, uh-oh, I have to make an appearance in real life now.
He has to, you know, be a real person. Okay.
And that's when the mask came off.
Oh, God.
Oh, Jesus, they're done with this game. Get me out.
So hopefully either PGL communicates with us or we get some ping from the admins letting us know what's up if we're going to do a remake or have the players switch rooms or something. Because, again, I know internet hasn't been a persistent problem for DC. They were talking about it yesterday. So
this is quite the unfortunate situation. I mean, just look at how the fight started. They got jumped. Everyone's asleep because they just can't play the game. It's like they're playing without their hands right now. And I don't know. I mean, what can you really do at this stage of the game? It's not like you can remake and play the game over, or Team Liquid can say, hey, you guys can walk away scot-free, we won't touch you. That's not how the game works. All they can do is play the game at their lost team fight.
this is truly Gabe trying to handicap DC because he's scared of what they can truly accomplish.
No, don't tell me Gabe bet on Liquid.
You heard
It's
it here,
not for
guys.
the rares.
Oh no, my career. Anyway, hopefully we get underway. We've got the lone Mason sitting here watching his team burn. Okay, let's talk about what's going on the map right here, because again, there was a hook shot onto two. Crystal Maiden and Dragonite caught in the cogs. They were lagged out, so they couldn't respond immediately. I was wondering why DK didn't immediately Dragon Form or BKB, but how did DC recover this fight? They've clearly had some time to look at the screen, figure out what's going on. What's the best way back into this? How do they salvage it?
Well, they can only salvage it by kind of cutting their losses and trying to survive with as many people as they can. Mason is going to run away. He has the BKB, so it's pretty unlikely he'll get caught since the hook shot's down. Jimmy, he just force-staffed out of the cogs, so he's pretty dead. I imagine Clockwork is going to try to run for him. Maybe Abed can BKB and stun the Clockwork, so Crystal Maiden survives, but I'm pretty sure that Invoker's just going to run him down. Crystal Maiden's dead. Weaver's alive. DK might die just because these heroes are so speedy. The Razor runs at like 500 and something, moves to get 521. Invoker can also run him down forever. Monkey King might just throw down the zoning Wukong's command to try to save Dragon Knight, but he kind of doesn't want to do that. He wants to survive as well, so this sucks. They're just dead.
Is this where DC just has to cut their losses and everyone that can get out, and don't even try to take the fight?
Yeah, definitely, but I don't know how many people will survive. Mason probably survives for sure, but Abed's probably going to go down here since Razor and what's his face? Magician Man Invoker are very fast.
We've got all of DC now back online, reconnected to the game, but we'll see. Got one more second here. Dubu just trying to get his mind together, trying to figure out what he goes for here. We haven't talked a whole lot about the Monkey King's build. I mean, he picked up the Basher. We talked about how that's going to really amplify the Wukong's command, but also a Shadow Blade, who can really get those sneaky ults going.
Yeah, that Shadow Blade helps him sit at the edge of his Wukong's command.
Come on, Matumba. Oh my.
Yup.
Brax, how was your day?
My day was fantastic. I'm here talking about Dota at like whatever odd hour it is right now. It's great. Doesn't get better than this. 4 a.m. Sitting here at a pause screen.
Yeah. And
Oh no, not the thumbs down. This is some serious. This is getting pretty deep.
what's
You guys
the
don't wanna flame
nastiest emote? Like, what is the most ferocious, bad-mannered emote you could put in chat as a pro player? Well, everyway, we are underway in a fight here. Razor going to be TPing into a super low health creep. What on earth was that? As DC are turning this around, they get off the Wukong's command. There will be a Sunstrike to finish off Demon Miracle. Now on the run, a Dust is going to miss. DC somehow get together, turn this fight into a pretty okay thing for themselves. They do have to lose that Crystal Maiden like we talked about. Bulba also was dead right at the start of that pause, but they managed to turn things for an Earthshaker and get the rest of their heroes out.
Yep, not bad at all. They managed to get the Earthshaker kill there. DK finds him in the trees, gives him the stun. He's dead. And of course, Jimmy gets sniped by the Tornado Sunstrike. Honestly, it just kills him at full HP right now. Like, it's a sad life for Crystal Maiden right now.
Yeah, like, I don't even know if you call that a loss. DC technically had more bodies hit the floor, but I am astonished that they managed to salvage that. I thought it was going to be way worse.
Razor TP getting cancelled on the creep there. Definitely. He's got 500 HP, Shivas Guard, Sanjanyasha, he can chase these people down forever.
Alright, so back to it. What is the most BM emote? I'm curious now.
Curious.
Yeah.
About the emote, not the game.
Well, we were all in deep into story time, and then the fight broke out.
I think they're all kind of, they all kind of suck. I guess the Pudge one.
Okay, that's fair. Anyway, back into it. We have got lines drawn in the sand. It seems like DC, they want to go in and pressure this top lane. Again, they already took out a successful lane of Rax here. You got Supers pushing in bottom. Matumba going to show himself in the mid lane, going on to Abed. They get the static link off, but Abed should be able to force himself back. It's going to be 3 heroes cuddled up underneath the Warlock ult. Bulba is trying to sit there and tank it for the team. He's got his Blade Mail rocking, but I don't know if it's going to be enough here. Crystal Maiden, of course, already dead, and now Bubble trapped without his ult. It's looking dangerous, but Matumba does have to back off. It's just going to be GH and the Golems finishing off the job. Miracle snaps up the kill for that. Mason goes in and finds a sneaky kill on GH on the back lines, but now Mason forced to go and solo up against Invoker. They're just going to cut ties, walk their separate ways, and in the end, it will be a 1-for-2.
Yep, so much damage there stolen from the Razor. He had like plus 221 damage there, along with the Alacrity. He actually almost killed himself on the Blade Mill. Thank God he didn't. That would have been a very, very sad way to go out. But we have some 25s coming out in this game. Invoker picked up his 25 AoE Deafening Blast, actually.
Alright, we are pretty used to seeing the Tornado, but that's going to be a big way to break up these team fights.
Yep, it's much less effective against the heroes that already have AoEs. But maybe he's hoping he can push the Monkey King outside of his ultimate. And Weaver is also about to hit his 25 pretty soon. That plus 200 Chikuchi movement speed turned into a race car.
You think there's any chance that Mason goes in for the 35 magic resist against a team with an Invoker?
Definitely not. I think the Chikuchi movement speed is way too good. It like enables you to sell your boots, so you actually have 6 real items later on in the game, and you can kind of just keep your boots of travel as your 7th slot in your backpack to TP around.
Weaver goes in for the Heart of Tarask, definitely not messing around here, just wants to be tanky enough to live through these fights.
DC are playing with the Rax advantage right now, so Roshan is definitely something that they have a bit of an advantage over with that constant bottom lane pressure. They can play on the opposite side of the map and really make Liquid walk around.
Yep. Roshan. See when it's going to be up. About 10 more seconds till we see if it's a long or short respawn, but no more than 4 or 5 minutes for that guy, and obviously DC in a better position to take it. But Liquid, I mean, if they actually get their act together and go for a nice smoke, you've got Invoker now at that huge deafening blast, they can have a good Roche fight if they get this off to a good start.
Yep, Roshan is definitely scary. They have the big AoE ultimates, Warlock, Earthshaker, even Invoker spells. Pretty dangerous for DC to fight in that kind of an area, but if they have control of it already, then it helps them position properly in the trees to land that big Wukong's command, kind of come from different angles. So.
Look at that tornado. Just catching out everyone here. Lincoln's popped disarm onto the Weaver, but he's just going to be scuttling away. Liquid do not want to let this tier 2 go down. That's going to be way further loss of control over the Roche pit. Now they are going to be able to clip the Weaver back. They get him into the EMP, so mana burned up, but Mason can just sit back and let that Crystal Maiden aura do its magic.
But now Team Liquid smoked up looking for something.
Yeah, probably just going to be poking their heads into the Roche pit. Still another minute till it spawns. They'll be at least in a good position to go for it. It looks like they want to go for some kills as well. Matumba Man just charging in onto Bulba. Bulba's going to shield, but still a lot of damage being stolen. They hold Bulba in place while Matumba just goes to work. Look at this, it's raking up. Over 200 going his way. Now Bulba going to be popping into that ult. They got a really nice Wukong's command going down. Kuroki channeling up a fairly solid upheaval as Abed sits in the Wukong's command. They will be able to get 4 heroes down. Kuroki, one of the lone survivors, just using his golems to try to kill Bulba, but it's not going to be successful. They trade Crystal Maiden for 5 heroes. Liquid are down now for a minute. Invoker dead for over 80 seconds with no buyback. This is a free Roche, and I don't even think they're stopping for Roche. They're going straight in for this mid-Rax.
Yep, they're definitely going to force some buybacks here. Invoker just dies again at the beginning of the fight. DK blinks on him, stuns him, someone breaks the Lincoln Sphere, and he just dies in one stun pretty much. And the Wukong's command in that position there, Bulba managed to bait back the entirety of Team Liquid into that nice little choke point where they had to run through the entire Wukong's command, and just did so much damage. Even though Monkey King doesn't have the highest net worth, once he starts picking up these items, he really starts to really feel it in these team fights.
Yep, we got Earthshaker up. Earthshaker is the only one alive. Yeah, he's got a Blink Echo, but I think he's got to play this a little bit safe. Clockwork now coming back in. Bulba's got his ult ready if he needs to. DK just jumping forward. They want to keep Liquid dead. Earthshaker going down for a minute with no buybacks. Buybacks are few and far between. They're going to be taking out this second lane of Rax.
Looking like game.
It sure is. DC, they just pick up that momentum even after a very quirky disconnect and pause in a fight that looked like it could be lost. They get themselves together. Mind control now trapped in the trees. Abed just hammering on the cogs. There will be one big last hold from Matumba Man who moves forward, draining down a lot of damage out of Dubu. He's still waiting for those 12 seconds. That Wukong's command is going to be huge. Meanwhile, Clockwork locked in under Demon's ult. Demon's still alive through this. It feels weird with Crystal Maiden not dead, but you know, that'll take care of itself. Yeah. He's going to be going down eventually. Mason still trying to fight with the last bit of his life. Abed moving forward here. He's tanky. Matumba Man going to get stunned up by the Dragon Tail. They're burning him down. They will get the Razor. Immediate buyback onto him, but it looks like they're trying for Megas. It's going to be tricky there. Mass TPs come forward. Abed may have overstayed his welcome here. Does end up going down as we've got just a splash of spells coming out of Liquid. So DC, they're going to back off here, accepting that they may have stayed in a bit too long.
Team Liquid managed to hold down their base, but they've lost so much of their base already. They got one side of Rax remaining, no tier 3 towers left, and it's gonna be, they just, I don't know, these fights are so strange. They keep like chasing this Abaddon with Blade Mail on into these choke points where Wukong's command comes out, even Crystal Maiden ultimate comes out, and Weaver can find his way into the back lines. He kills Warlock in like 3 hits, even the Shaker dies extremely fast.
Weaver
so
now.
hard.
Full Bloodthorn on him, so Mason, he can go in, he's got that disable, he's got his own heart, so he can stay in these fights a pretty long time. And again, still Aegis, still has not been popped, gonna be up for a little while longer on him. So this is time for Liquid to actually get out of their base, to get active, and they've got a couple of minutes before they're really gonna start feeling the pressure of these 2 lanes of super creeps, but they've got to go in, they've got to push, they've got to get a lane of Rax, or at least a couple kills here, or it seems like they might just fizzle.
One thing they do have going for them is that Dragon Knight does not have buyback at all right now, so perhaps Team Liquid can force a team fight that DC don't exactly want to take.
Seems like Liquid gonna play this one safe, just trying to clear out the exterior towers, get all the tier 2s, make the creeps have to work a little bit harder. to get out. But big smoke in. It seems like DC, they're trying to end it all here. Mason, with that extra Scoochie speed, is just going so fast. They're finding mind control here. He's going to force himself to freedom, eating his way out of the cogs. There is going to be many, many things to hold him in place. Dubu going back in. Has to be a little bit careful there. Hook shot out. Liquid spending a good amount of spells just to get out safely here. But no blood.
Would make it out. Well, their heroes aren't the worst in the world for dealing with these super creeps. They have 2 boots of travels on their heroes. Earthshaker can also start to clear out some of these waves if needed. And yeah, I don't know. There's so many things that they can't deal with right now. This Dragon Knight has 60 armor. So once this BKB is up and he like dodges the meatball damage and everything, he probably is not going down in this fight. The only way he can actually die is once his BKB is out, he gets hit by all of these spells. But of course with the Blink Dagger, he can kind of get in there and force them to fight them, especially with that Bloodthorn. He can now pop the Invoker Lincoln Sphere. Miracle just picked up his 10-second BKB, so perhaps he can use that in his next fight to stay alive a bit longer.
Yeah, I think it's going to be down to DC's initiation. If they go in, if they can continually find those backline picks, you know, we saw Blink in, Blink Dragon Tail coming out. That'll be pretty nice for them, but Liquid, again, they've got good high ground, and now all their heroes are up. This is going to be a very different push than we saw just a couple of minutes ago, and they're smoked up. They want to get aggressive. They want to take the initiation here. They're leaving their base, and it seems like DC are going to get surprised by that. They start things off with a really nice Echo Slam. Golem's going to be dropped out on top of that. They kill off the Monkey King, and now Abed getting all his damage drained, trying to man-fight Miracle, but it's not working out. Abed going to be going down, and Bulba hopping on his borrowed time. Meanwhile, Kuroki will get focused down by Mason. It's on Mason to turn this fight around and get out of here, as Bulba probably going to be finished off here. Mason's going to BKB, getting in there, going deep, trying to get down Matumba Man. Couple more hits, it'll be done, and they will be able to get him with the Mist Coil from Abaddon. With Bulba's last breath, he takes out Matumba Man, and now Mason goes in, shows off that new Bloodthorn, goes in onto the Clockwork, but won't be able to finish him off. Instead, goes for the retreat. The Deafening Blast clips the Weaver. Can they finish him off here? He's going to be able to go time-lapse himself to freedom, and Mason should be able to TP back, has it in his backpack, so very messy fight, but Liquid holds. Liquid get a 2,700 gold lead from that. XP is going to be huge as well. Mason's going to go back to full health as that Aegis expires, but he's still going to TP out, not going to take his chances.
Yep, nice play from Liquid. They realize, hey, once they get in our base and they jump us first, we're not going to win in this fight. We need to smoke up, set up a defense outside of the base. They jumped the Monkey King there and killed him before he could do anything, and they're able to get to their key targets. When they get to jump like that, then it's easier for them to actually get their BKBs off at a good moment, you know? Invoker get all the spells off convincingly there. They had a nice ward up on the hill, and that's just what they needed to take the fight.
So Liquid still alive, still kicking, about 10,000 net worth in favor of DC. Experience is actually going to be slightly in favor of Liquid, looking at overall levels. Lots of 25s coming out for our cores. Bulba, the last core, going to be ticking that mark. And what does he go for here? Is he going to go for the big boy shield or strength?
It's pretty much always the shield. The shield becomes ridiculous once you get that talent. 500 HP on such a low cooldown, and once he finishes that Octane core as well, it's such a low.
Yep. Warlock going to be picking up his level 25 pretty shortly as well. And is he going to go for the magic immunity golems? This one we see a bit more of a split on.
Yeah, it's definitely game dependent. I think he'll go for the armor this game just because there's a lot of physical damage coming out from BC. But it feels like one of the less important 25s this game. Don't really feel like it's going to be quite that impactful, but Team Liquid, they're smoked up. There's a refresher now on Miracle's Invoker. They know exactly what they need to do to win this next fight.
Looks like they're going to go for the same exact maneuver, wrapping around the same way, and we'll see if DC are going to learn from their mistakes earlier. Flare being sent out, there's mad pings. Both teams know where the others are, but it's a bit of no man's land as no one wants to cross that threshold and be the first one to be jumped on. Mason going to be scooting forward. Again, still has that BKB, 6 seconds. It's wearing a little bit thin, but he's going to move in, tries to initiate onto Earthshaker, but GH just blinks right out.
Yeah, Team Liquid are looking for some heroes like Monkey King that they can jump. Heroes that really need to set up in these team fights. They don't want to jump the Weaver or the DK like that. They're really tanky, and it's not going to do very much for them because they just need to catch this Monkey out. If they have to take that team fight inside the Wukong's command again, they're just not going to win.
Liquid. I mean, you can feel they're starting to feel a little bit of pressure from these 2 lanes of super creeps coming in, and super creeps, I mean, they scale pretty nicely as the game goes on. We're 15 minutes in. How late does this have to go before super creeps become something that Liquid can't deal with?
3 hours.
All right, pray for us.
Yeah, unlikely. But, you know, DC, they're a bit more hesitant this time. They're giving their respects to Liquid here. They know that this isn't going to be the best thing for them. They're going to wait for Roshan, play it safely, perhaps farm up a new item or two. Mason sitting on 5,000 gold, but he does have an empty slot available since he ditches boots things. That excellent level 25 Shikuchi movement speed talent.
Alright, things get intense. I mean, DC, they can taste the freedom here. They can taste this game being won, but they just gotta go in. They gotta finish off this lane of racks. They gotta get just a couple of picks. It's getting really difficult, though, and all of Liquid are up. Their high ground is stupid good, so it seems like Roshan is gonna be the play. Got a Courier scouting out the pit for the Radiant. You got Dire with Sunstrikes and Rocket Flares, keeping everything scouted. Mad Pings in the Courier here, and well, Roshan will be up in about another minute. And that's going to be looking good for DC to take, unless Liquid really get their act together and leave their base exposed.
Yeah, I think it's quite dangerous for Liquid to leave their base. Once they journey out into this uncharted territory, they're going to be running through wards. If Team DC decide to take any team fights on their vision, it's going to be extremely bad for Liquid because they won't be able to jump the heroes they want. The only real way that they can win a fight convincingly is if they're able to jump the Monkey King. These other cores from Team DC are just really tanky.
Yeah, it's getting tough now. Everyone getting 6 slotted, everyone really getting up there. Looking at buyback, we've got most of our cores having it, and Invoker just picks up enough money for it now. Mason needs another 100 gold for it, so he's got to play this one a little bit safe. He's going in for that butterfly here and should have it up pretty nicely. Now, Rocket Flare goes in, does scout the Roche respawn, so Liquid know what's up. But it looks like DC, they are all over this, and look at this thing melt. Wow, okay, that was a very quick Roche for 15 minutes in the game. Aegis still unclaimed, will finally be picked up by Mason. Looks like DK backpacking the cheese, gonna let it age a little bit.
Mason picks the butterfly now. He's got his BKB in the stash. He can switch that in when his Aegis runs out. Do it during the respawn, so there's actually almost no downtime.
I mean, DC, it feels like they're just trying to close it out, but they realize, you know, just going in, running into the same lane in the same way may not work. Is the Aegis enough to really break that cycle up? Is Mason going in more aggressively going to be what it takes for DC to crack this, or do they need to shake up their strategy?
Well, they'll definitely need to start the engagement somehow, or else Invoker is just going to throw these spells out and really push back the wave. They're hoping that they can get engagement off. They're smoked up here. If they can chain stun this Invoker, they can definitely take this fight.
It's all about tactically breaking that high ground without letting anyone know where you are. All of Liquid have moved back. You had some pushing out the bottom lane, but they have since TP'd in. And they're ready to go for this high ground hold. It's really difficult, Liquid trying to anticipate which lane's going to get pushed in, and it looks like Demon maybe thinking about going in, jumping on Kuroki, and that's going to be the jump they need. They go in, quick Dragon Tail, and my god, that Warlock is just punched to bits. Matumba Man goes in, he'll be able to get the static link off onto Abed. Abed getting a lot of damage stolen. Man, Matumba Man is not messing around, just popped everything for that. Eye of the Storm on cooldown. Matumba Man's stolen damage is still going to be doing a lot of work here. Crystal Maiden caught in the cogs. She's going to be dancing with her last breath, but will end up going down. But now we got BKBs coming out of DC. They're going forward. They get the kill on the Warlock. That was another dieback coming in, and well, they go forward. Looks like GH will end up dropping the gem on the deck. There is a disarm on this Dragon Knight, and that might just be what it takes for Miracle to get him down, but Bulba still chasing him out. The Sunstrike going to be off the mark. Meanwhile, top lane, Monkey King keeping his eyes on the prize, going in for those megas. Got Miracle now running back in with that Ghost Walk, but Abed wasting no time going into GH. That is a dieback on the Earthshaker. Matumba Man gets killed right in the footsteps of his base. It's Mega Creeps now, and Liquid, they're buying back on the Razor. They're giving it all they've got, but this is definitely their last-ditch effort. Weaver crawling around into the base. It's a godlike streak for Mason, and it's looking good for Team DC. Going in, Razor, he's stealing up the damage, but he will end up going down. Invoker buys back in. Mind Control trying to bait everyone out of the base, but with Mega Creeps, it's so difficult. DC, they've still got all but the Monkey King alive. Eventually, they get down the Clockwork. The gem falls as well. Buyback comes in from the Clockwork. Tornado clips onto the Dragon Knight. They will be able to combo him down with a Sunstrike, but Yeah, mind control, still just trying to zone. The Ancient now exposed. This is Liquid letting things drag on altogether a little bit too long, as that's a rampage for Mason. GG finally comes out 53 minutes into the game after a hefty pause and some serious back and forth action, but DC will take game 1 of their series versus Liquid.
Well played, both teams. Game was definitely back and forth.
Sure was, Brax.
Yeah, I can't remember the game after that pause. Jesus.
DC's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining.
All right, welcome back everyone to the English coverage of the Kiev Major. We are here with game number 2 of a best of 3 between Digital Chaos, the former Onyx, and Team Liquid. This is going to be the round 3 mid in our Swiss bracket, so that means both of these teams went 1-1 with their best of 3s yesterday. I'm Android, being joined once again by Brax. What are you hoping to see this game?
I'm hoping to see a fantastic game.
DC's turn to pick.
Look like they know each other pretty well. We've got the full band from Team Surprises there.
Liquid's turn to pick.
Team Chaos. Starting it off with the Monkey King yet again.
Yep, DC. Definitely feel like they can get a lot of use out of that. Dubu had a pretty fantastic monkey game last time. Started off a little bit slow, but eventually just came online, got the Basher, got the Shadow Blade, a couple of well-placed Wukong's commands. Really turned those fights. So, DC, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And Team Liquid, taking their time deciding on this first pick.
Curious what they picked to deal with. Keeper of the Light was a pretty common hero to kind of push Monkey King outside of his circle when he ults, so it cancels that ultimate. And yeah, I mean, he's a very difficult hero to deal with, especially with tree hopping mechanics. Saw earlier IGV, VGJ, they used the Night Stalker Aghanims to kind of find Monkey King and hunt him down, and all these team fights seem to work pretty well.
Yeah. Is that Liquid style? You think they'd go for a Night Stalker here?
No, definitely not.
Okay. Yeah, they're going to go in for the Crystal Maiden, so again, just picking it up. It's a pretty common support. Liquid are running it a ton, picking it up for both GH God and Kuroki, so not sure who's going to be getting to play it this time, but the Doom pickup here, that's a guy we don't see much of in the scene these days.
Definitely not the most common hero, but Liquid were running it yesterday on Mind Control, playing the offlane Doom, getting really tanky, and he's a hero that create a lot of pressure once he gets his levels into Scorched Earth. Very good at diving, very tanky, does a lot of damage, and out comes the Abaddon again. Actually is a fantastic Abaddon counter. Once you get Aghanim Scepter on, cancels his ult, and Abaddon just can't do anything.
Yeah, we saw, Bulba playing pretty well on the Abaddon because he could just go in, got that Blade Mail, he could sponge up a ton of damage, pop his ult, and, kind of shield his team from that. But like you mentioned, when Doom actually gets that Ags, you can just take Abaddon right out of these fights. So something DC has to deal with. Obviously, they'll have a pretty big window before Doom is going to be able to farm up that Ags to get the most out of their ABBA, and we'll see what DC can do. Do they have to go for more of a fast-paced, high-octane strat this time, or can they play slow and steady?
Well, they definitely have options to both right now. The Abaddon enables them to group up, take some towers, but he's also very, very strong in the... he still has options to itemize around the Doombringer if he does get extremely farmed in Doom. He doesn't necessarily want to rush the Aghanims right away. He still wants a lot of other smaller team items, or decide to build that. The DC ban out the Naga Siren and the Terrorblade, two big late game cores that I like to pick up quite often.
Yep, DC are just saying no pushing. No one's going to be doing any sort of pushing going on, but Liquid, they'll find a way around that here. Probably going to be showing a little bit more what they're doing, a little more of their strategy. Still yet to pick up their mid, their core, their other offlaner, or their other support rather, so we'll see. Again, other heroes still in the mix. I know GH likes to play himself a Sand King. Potentially could be good at gap closing, but they're going to go back in Earthshaker. Going to be given a lot of love here. That's probably going to be GH's hero, and we will have Kuroki on the CM.
Picking up that Shaker again, just like last game, and DC respond with the Vengeful Spirit. Pretty good hero for grouping with Ivan. Out comes Spectre. Okay.
Yep, that was DC's last ban against Liquid last game, but this time they're not going to wait for last pick. They're going to go straight in and grab their Spectre now. So how's that going to set the pace of the game?
Well, they have the option of very heavily, like a very push-heavy team. But Baden decides to go it's just like last game. Vengeful Spirit, seeing lots of Solar Crest, and yep, out comes Shadow Fiend. This is going to be a very, very push-heavy lineup from DC.
Yep.
And I don't think Team Liquid quite have the tools to that just yet.
Liquid gonna be a little bit more slower paced, again with the offlane Doom, with the safe lane Spectre. They just kind of want to take their time and farm up. Earthshaker needs his blink before he's gonna have a huge impact, so I feel like the first couple levels of this game, or the first 10-15 minutes, are gonna be DC trying to get active, trying to move, try to push out lanes, take towers, go for smoke ganks, and Liquid just want to apply the brake pedal and farm for as long as possible.
Yeah, I think DC are going for, or even before they saw the Spectre, it kind of like plays into what they were already going to, this is like their default playstyle. They have this strong 5-man team that's very capable of taking these early engagements, taking these towers, and Team Liquid picks Spectre, one of the better late game heroes for sure, but Spectre is a hero that cannot just AFK farm till Radiance. You have to be able to fight, to be able to get these haunt kills and get involved in these team fights, because once the push comes from DC, it's not going to be very stop at all. Team Liquid are going to either need to be able to take the engagement or split push, and they don't have the highest tower damage heroes right now. When the split push does come out, if that is their response to it, they're not going to be able to trade as effectively as DC. They have massive amounts of physical damage. A Battern give attack speed to your entire team as well. Vengeful Spirit, Shadow Fiend, already very high physical damage. I actually have no idea what you want to play here with Miracle. Maybe they'll go back for something like the Ember Spirit, but it's not very good into the Abaddon and Shadow Fiend. This looks pretty worrisome, actually.
Yeah, there's still the option to go back in for the Invoker, but again, that has its limits. That has, a time frame where it needs to come online, and late game it's a beast, and if Team Liquid can actually push this out to 40-45 minutes, Spectre is going to be a big problem, Doom is going to be larger than life, but it's going to take time to get there, and DC, they're going to get active very early. Hopefully Abed can just start out strong with his Shadow Fiend and carry his team like we've seen before. So Vengeful Spirit, is that going to be our secondary support or the core here, you think?
I imagine it's going to be core, but I could be wrong. They might decide that, hey, pick something else to help secure a bit of a late game, because early game looks pretty good right now. But we'll have to see. Spectre, very, very good against Monkey King. He can find him in the tree, go on him right away, try to kill him off really quickly. But yeah, Team Liquid, they're gonna have to find some way to fight, way to take these team fights.
Yeah, I mean, do they have to sit? How can the Spectre get online faster? We've seen kind of people departing from that Radiance build, going into the Vanguard Diffusal build to get Spectre up and mobile right at level 6 when she has the Haunt, but it's still really tricky to get her active, especially when DC are going to be jumping around. Monkey King can probably start things off and get some good initiations on her. Abaddon should be giving her a little bit of a problem there, just constantly chasing her down and popping shields, and wow. DC go in, so it will be that core Venge.
Core Venge with the Witch Doctor, some more sustain to help their push.
They are
going to
be pushing
heal,
so quickly.
it's going to come pretty quick, and that Witch Doctor heal, very, very good at dealing with all this out spam and the Spectre Radiance for when it does come out. I think Team Liquid, they aren't going to be able to delay the push by out spamming them. They're going to need something to help take the fight, because there's just so much sustain from Team.
Does an Invoker work here, or is that a little too passive?
It still falls into the same category a lot of time. So
Yeah.
it's probably not something that they'll want to go for. never know. Maybe they feel like they can get away from it. They actually did have an Invoker with the Doom and Spectre Tricore yesterday. Possibility.
What about something real nasty? Okay. I was gonna say Viper, but Tinker works as well. I mean, I guess that's a little bit of split push, so when DC are all wadded together chasing someone down, Tinker can eventually go off and do his own thing in another lane. Also, can be a pretty good fighter if he gets up that Aghanim Scepter. Getting that blind out onto all of DC's very right-click heavy heroes is going to be nasty, but I'm liking DC's draft just a little bit more. It seems more straightforward to execute.
Yeah, it's very clear what they want to do. Team Liquid, though, their team fight is not weak at all. Doombringer can get very tanky, very quick in the game. Spectre's Haunt gives you so much information. One of the very few spells left in Dota. A lot of the time when they nerf the heroes, like when they nerf Mirana, Arrow gives less vision, Orb gives less vision, all these spells start to lose vision, Trolls Whirling Axes no longer give vision, and Spectre is one of the heroes that still retains that vision. And it's so important to play these fights because it lets you cast your spells better, it lets you position better, it lets you know where your key targets that you can actually go on kill are. But Tinker is definitely going to have to put in quite a bit of work this game, but very skilled player himself, so just have to see. I think no matter what, this game is going to be very hard for Team Liquid, but they're a very good team and they can definitely pull it off.
Yep, not going to be an easy one, not necessarily like, oh, DC just completely dropped the ball and drafted 5 nonsense heroes. This is a pretty cohesive draft coming out of both sides, but yeah, it's going to be a matter of can DC get that early momentum they need to start their push off? Can they get a couple of really nice early kills, early ganks? Demon smoked up, just going to run right into GH here, so yep, this is it. Again, game number 2 in a best of 3 between DC, the former Onyx, and Liquid here. This is going to be determining seeding. All teams want to be getting that gold seed, that top slot, as we move on to the main event. So, yeah, this could be a 2-0 for Team DC. Do you think Liquid can take one, or do you think this is just going to be a difference in skill?
I mean, it's still anyone's game. But we can see, like, the drafts are so different. They're kind of like opposites. You know, one team wants to play this extreme late game, and the other team wants to really group up and push, but their late game also isn't bad. Shadow Fiend, Venge Core isn't even the Abaddon. They're not horrible in the late game. They're actually very strong, but they just offer more power at different stages of the game, right? SF, lots of physical damage, can hit these buildings pretty early on, wave clear, and Team Liquid just need to they need to find a way to be able to take these fights for when DC come to their towers, because if they concede everything, that opens up Roshan for Team DC, and of course, their lineup is extremely good at that too, with the high physical damage, minus armor, Abaddon attack speed. That's when it kind of gets out of hand for them.
Alright, so game starting off, just a 1-1 split with the runes, nothing too fancy. GH poking around, pops down some vision here, just gonna be keeping eyes on the shrine. Quick pause coming out. Hopefully DC aren't having any more lag issues or Liquid aren't taking their place, but everyone getting set up here. In terms of lanes, what are going to be the ones to keep your eyes on? What's going to be the most challenging lanes to execute?
I think that Team Liquid, they definitely want to secure their safe lane, but DC do happen to rotate down Witch Doctor or Monkey King, get out of hand pretty quickly. So we'll just have to see how they manage that. I imagine Monkey King's going to sit in the safe lane for now. He's a nice tree. He's going to zone out Doom, make him jungle a bit, and then maybe level at like 3 or 4 minutes, he'll probably go down to the bottom lane. As we can see, Witch Doctor starting in the off lane with our Harry Potter and Abaddon Bulba.
Yep.
Yeah,
I mean,
the mid lane is actually very Tinker favored. Shadowfield. Especially nowadays, people don't really go for these early March levels because the jungle is a bit more split out, so they focus a bit more on leaning.
Yeah, definitely going to be difficult for Shadow Fiend to get in there and avoid harass and actually get his souls stacked up. So might be a bit of a slower start for Abed, but we've definitely seen him come back from crippling starts and turn into this godlike beast. So can't tap him out no matter what kind of laning start he gets. Down in this bottom lane, like you talked about, Witch Doctor just keeping his levels soaked up, Bulba sponging a little bit of damage, but with GH and Kuroki here splitting the XP with the Spectre, it's going to be a while till my man actually gets those levels up. Fissure flips onto both, but again, Witch Doctor and Abba aren't too concerned with that. Back towards the mid, Abed just going to be eating up a Tango, getting himself back to health, and yeah, still struggling to get some souls for himself. Finally finds one.
it's not an easy matchup for sure. So, DC, they're doing pretty well in this offlane here. Liquid are spending a lot of time trying to zone out the Witch Doctor. If they can ever catch Witch Doctor, he will die. He's not tanky like his Abaddon friend. But Matumba Man is still farming pretty well in the lane. It's not total free farm like Mason has in the safe lane, but it's still pretty good. Spectre, you definitely expect this hero to get kind of shut down. He's pretty abusable in these early parts of the game.
Abed with a little taunt out as he makes up to his high ground. And yeah, talking a bit about the offlane, we do have Mind Control just going to be spending most of his time in this jungly area, maybe poking his head into lane. But Mason on the Venge, getting a lot of free farm. What's, you know, for Liquid, what do they have to watch out for? What's Venge's threshold going to be where they might say, you know, we have to gank this Venge. This Venge is getting out of control.
Well, it'll never be that. It'll always be we need to secure our Spectre some way, but in order to do that, they'll have to go up to Venge's lane probably. Venge is pretty in control of this lane. She's going to get her early items and be really hard for her to deal with. I think Liquid are just going to entirely focus on Spectre's lane, trying to give him the best possible lane setup he can get, but it's going to prove extremely difficult when DC get their levels up and they start to rotate in. But as I say, that Bulba might be in some trouble here. He's frozen up.
Yep, he's getting low, trapped on one side of the fissure. Want to keep an eye on the Doom as well. He's getting low in the jungle, but Bulba, yeah, one more hit. It will be first blood going the way of GH. A Primal Spring comes down as Dubu actually abandons his chase onto the Doom. TP's down bottom, just trying to hold this, but just going to be soaking up a little bit of free experience as Bulba's now going to TP back in, but that's getting Spectre some good XP for herself. Ticks over to her level 3. The thing's going all right in that bottom lane for Liquid.
Yep, nice kill there on the Abaddon. And that's definitely what they need to take control of their safe lane. They need to keep pushing Abaddon out, keep killing him, but now DC have rotated in and they've got their tri-lane here to kind of mess with the Spectre.
Yep, Monkey King gonna take this slow and steady. Has his level 3 just from soaking experience off of that Doom in the jungle. Keeping things annoying and pesty, and now mid lane there is gonna be a rotation forward. They got the Witch Doctor in the area, so maybe if Miracle pushes up real far, could fall victim to a cast, but for now, Abed content just to finally get some last hits, with only 7 to his name compared to the Tinker's 15. Miracle definitely having a very fun time as Tinker.
Yep, Mind Control has kind of taken back control over this top lane. He's got the excellent Satyr creep there, and he can actually lane just fine at 18 CS. Very well.
Yep, there's going to be a smoke gank of these 2 supports coming in towards the top. We'll see if this is going to be fruitful here, as again, Doom, even at only level 4, is still pretty hard to kill. So, dude, we're going to be moving forward. They start things off with the Venge done. They got the Wave of Terror as well, cutting through his armor, and now they just got to keep him in place. Don't have any more damage spells, but the right clicks are going to be enough. Meanwhile, yeah, that's all they need. Down bottom, Bulba potentially going to go down here again. Is only level 3. Fissure traps him back. Crystal Maiden coming in from the back, looking for the Frostbite, but is going to have to retreat as he's taken too many tower shots. So it looks like Bulba might get off with a warning this time. Or not, as Crystal Maiden runs right back in. They go for the Nova, they get the Frostbite off, and now there will be a TP in from the Witch Doctor. They want to try to hold this. Fissure comes in, clips onto both, and Bulba's going to be able to chase back the heroes for now.
Really trying hard to keep this Abaddon in check down here. But nice TP in, saves him pretty much. The Abed, he's off to quite the rocky start. Tinker, not a fun matchup as we said earlier. And it just gets worse and worse as the levels get up on the Tinker, and he pretty much will want to head out into the jungle. And once that happens, DC might lose some pressure in their offlane. Dude is actually level 4 right now. Very high for...
Yeah, he's been hanging around. He really kept on top of the Doom when the Doom was farming the jungle, which is where he got a lot of his experience. Doom, about 5.5 now, getting pretty close to that level 6. Can Mind Control go for a solo kill once he picks that up, or is it not going to be powerful enough?
It's probably not going to be powerful. He might get down.
Yeah, Boundless Strike comes in, Jingu Mastery's up, and one more hit means Mason secures his first kill of the game. They're going to transition right into tower pressure. And we got a TP in coming from Kuroki, just holding everyone back with his Q, but it's going to be, again, good pressure coming out of DC's top lane. Mid lane looks real good for Liquid. The Tinker got what he needed, and Abed is still a little bit crippled. And bot lane, Bulba, he went down once, but there is still some good pressure onto the Spectre. She's not feeling free.
Yep, especially with that CM rotating top lane. They know if showed up there. Pretty much free reign for them.
Coconuts bouncing around. I mean, what's going to be the go point here? Clearly DC have a lineup that want to get active and want to push early. What are they waiting for? Is it levels? Is it going to be first round items?
They pretty much want to take control of the safe lane, and then once that frees up, then that means Monkey King can freely rotate down to the bottom lane, Venge can also follow, and they'll look to make some play in the abandoned lane, so they can try to kill the Spectre, force him out, and break open the tower. But for now, they just need to keep scaling, getting the levels. Team Liquid are doing a good job at defending their offlane tower. The tower is still very, very healthy. Doom has good levels. He did go down there, but he was trying to pull the creeps off so he wouldn't get denied a bunch of experience. Probably the worst thing. Mid lane, though, Miracle going for the solo kill. Goodbye.
Oh, jeez. Yeah, okay, Miracle just goes right in. Abed really having a tough time here. Miracle just going to keep bottling up as we are missing kills left and right. I apologize on that as Mind Control just lets loose here. Again, only level 5. Doesn't even need to spend Doom for that. Just going to be a quick pick on the Monkey King. So all of a sudden, Liquid picking up some momentum. Mid lane, they've got GH postured up, going in for that aggressive fissure. Witch Doctor potentially could be trapped out here, although with Shadow Fiend TPing back in, they've got to get this kill quickly, and it looks like they will be able to do so. Max Point and Laser just chunks him right down.
We got 2 early kills on our Tinker already.
Yep. That's a really good start. I mean, a farm Tinker is nothing to sneeze at. You can come online pretty early, and Abed is just having a really tough time up here in this mid. Up. First Haunt gonna be going in. There is a Doom on the Venge. She can't turn things around with a stun. She's just running for her life. The Spectral Dagger on top of her, and she's just gonna get sit back and chained up. Finally, this Venge will go down. Demon's gonna be burning as well. And well, Dubu jumps forward looking for something, but it's just gonna be him versus the world. They got the Jingu Mastery up, but yep. Miracle, meanwhile, continues his kill onto Abed. Abed is just chain dying here, and Miracle's off to a great start. Smoke gank up, and this is gonna be pretty big. Bulba gets some space down bottom to push, but there will be a TP back forward from Mind Control. He's going to be salving up and right back to pressuring this lane.
This Doombringer here was extremely strong at this stage. He gave 1100 HP. He's got a ton of health regen from that Scorched Earth, and he can run at everything right now.
Yeah, kind of beating the bat into his own game.
Yeah, exactly. And in the mid lane, we have the Tinker pretty much dominating the mid lane right now. SF does not want to be in this, especially with the Roaming Shaker. Even Haunt can come out to come kill him. He just wants to push the wave out, farm up the jungle. But I don't know if DC want that to happen because they want to keep pressure on all these lanes so these supports can kind of move around. Venge needs some lane to be strong so she can TP in to reinforce it and play off that.
Down bottom, they are going to have a Primal Spring jumping forward. Kuroki is super low and does get killed off by that Boundless Strike. It's just a lowly Crystal Maiden, though. They might be able to turn this into a tier 1 tower, but it looks like there will be a TP up as they want to defend this. Earthshaker coming forward, the rest of Liquid trying to get in there and get aggressive. And they're just going to be able to zone him back as Tinker TP's in. Already with Boots of Travel. Man, this guy is farmed. 9 minutes in. He is ready to leave his lane and continue that pressure.
Yep, he's only got 1 level in his March right now, so he won't be farming extremely fast, but it's still so annoying for Tinker just to casually Boots of Travel into your lane, nuke you over and over.
Yeah. I mean, how do you control this Tinker right now? It seems like Miracle with that max level laser is the burst damage that Liquid so desperately needs. You see there, 1 laser takes Abed down to half.
Yeah. Tough to deal with. But later on in the game, they'll have things like Bench Swamp. Monkey King gives vision over the trees, so hopefully they can use some of these tools to kind of set up on him. Abaddon also here that can kind of just charge through the march and not really worry about it, but Liquid are doing extremely well in all their lanes right now. There were a couple deaths early on, mainly on the Doom, but now Doom working towards his hand of Midas. He's got his early levels. Once Doom gets these levels, he gets so tanky so quickly, and I don't know. They just have what they need right now.
Yeah, Mind Control just chasing back Bulba. I don't think there's any real depth coming out there. Here we go. There is going to be Haunt coming forward. Yeah, that is a very dead Shadow Fiend. Abed, he just can't stay alive. They are focusing so many resources to deal with him. Meanwhile, bottom lane, Bulba just completely forced back. They'd have to spend his borrowed time as Mind Control. It's just all up in it. TP gets canceled by the Boundless Strike, and it looks like Mind Control has met his match here. Jingu Mastery comes out. Is he actually juking this right now? Dubu gets vision back and will jump down the Primal Spring. Does him in. Bulba finally able to find that kill, but that was a little bit close for comfort there.
Yep, definitely. Of course, there's tons of TP rotations. Not the worst thing in the world. He was running under the tower, forcing Bulba back. Does pay with his life for it, but in the end, Liquid, they're not too upset about that. You know, the rest of the heroes are farming. Crystal Maiden has her level 6 right now. Earthshaker has some alone time in the top lane. That is Arcane Boots working towards the Blink Dagger. And we expect Vengeful Spirit to be one of these heroes that makes the rotation right away, but Venge pretty much confined to this top lane. Definitely not something he would prefer, but it's the way the game's playing out right now.
Yep, definitely the Midas Major here, as pretty much everyone has one queued up. Down bottom, Kuroki is going to be solo defending this tower, and Bulba's got to be a little bit tempted by that. Very, very squishy Crystal Maiden, but Bulba can't get too crazy without the help of his teammates. There will be a smoked up Monkey King, now with his level 6 available. Although, TP in from the Doom, making things very tricky to initiate on.
They know Venge isn't top.
Oh, there they go. They actually get the Frostbite onto Dubu. Crystal Maiden immediately hops in with that freezing field. It's going to be zoning back the rest of DC. Venge gets doomed. There will be the net creep up onto Monkey King, but a really nice death ward by Demon might just be enough to take out Mind Control. They get the kill. GH looking to man up on the Witch Doctor, but Witch Doctor turns that right back around. Meanwhile, Miracle snaps up a kill onto Dubu, so... yeah, Monkey King goes down, trading for 2. Beating that Tinker, though, is so dangerous now. He's really getting a streak going for himself. 4-0.
Tinker and Spectre at the top of the net worth charts, exactly where they want to be. Spectre is so farmed, actually, at 1700 gold already at this stage of the game. Very dangerous.
Yep, look like she is going in for that Radiant's not going to play the more, you know, get online fast build of the Vanguard Diffusal, but she thinks she can get the Radiance at a really viable time, and based on how the game is going for her so far, that's absolutely true.
Yep, should come out at a pretty good time this game. DC make a move to the bottom lane, but it's a bit spotted because of Team Liquid. They have a ward up top, and that spots that, hey, Venge isn't here, they're going to make a rotation down there. Kuroki places a ward out in front of the tower, sees the rotation, they take a fight. They do lose too, but the goal that DC want is they want that tower. They want to be able to take control of this map, open up their map, and then it gives them more places on the map to farm, but they're unable to do it.
Tower is under attack.
Yep, Tinker, meanwhile, gets 3 points up in his March of Machines. He's having some fun pushing in this top lane solo. Abed, gonna be scouted out here. This poor guy, he's just trying to live so hard. He's got 3 deaths already. GH dropping the fissure, and it looks like Abed will be left to his own devices here. He has picked up max souls, so the next Necromastery finally doing some work for him, getting some more damage. And should be able to start his steady climb back into the game, still much lower on the net worth chart than you'd expect from him. Down bottom, TP in. Bulba could be in some trouble there. Kuroki just going to be moving forward. Look at the damage coming out. The burst is crazy right now in Liquid. Bulba's ult now evaporated down for a minute. Mason's going to be rotating in, looking to get aggressive here, just Midasing a creep. Going to be just biding his time as the March of the Machines start to roll forward.
Yep, that's so unfortunate. Comes down to rotate, looking for a play, and then the wave just gets moved.
Double damage Doom in the mid lane. Demon may be looking to initiate with the Paralyzing Cask, but Mind Control, Spidey senses tingling, just backs off to safety, and DC, they just can't find any openings here. Liquid are playing so safe, and they've laned this near perfectly.
This lane's going extremely well for them now. And DC, they should feel really pressured. You know, they need to make the moves happen. They need to force these towers down, but every time it happens, Tinker, there to march it out.
So, I mean, what does this look like if the game pace continues just like this? It seems like Liquid, they got the lanes that they needed. DC having a couple of failed ganks. They've got some kills to their name, but Tinker's still getting out of control. Spectre's farming incredibly quickly. How did DC turn this around?
DC need to try to do what they're doing now. Get grouped up, looking for these kills on the tower. They're probably going to fall here.
Wow,
And
sparing
now
no
this tower,
expense.
Yeah, this tower's been completely surrounded, and this is the kind of tower Tinker can't defend. Once it's been surrounded like that, it's way too dangerous for him to begin and try to march it out. And this is how DC will start their game going. But of course, Spectre is so close to that early. 3,000 gold at 16 minutes in the game, and they're just going to trade towers.
Yeah, tier 1 for tier 1. Still some really good net worth going the way of Liquid. We've got top 2 on the chart here. I mean, usually Spectre takes a little bit more time to top the chart than this. She's already 6,500 net worth at 16 minutes. Like you mentioned, Relic Gold's getting very, very close, and I mean, we're probably looking at like a 20-22 minute Radiance if she keeps up this pace.
Sounds about right. And as it looks right now, there's just DC will not have the items or the farm or like the levels at all to deal with this Radiance Haunt. Witch Doctor pretty much just sitting on his boots, Raindrops, TP, Monkey King, same story, trying to build up to that Midas. Even Venge isn't that tanky yet. Shadow Fiend, Haunt is gonna do so much damage. Pretty much only the Abaddon is really safe from it. I don't know, this looks pretty grim at the pace it's going right now.
Yep. I mean, DC could definitely still blast this open with a couple of nice team fights, a couple of nice rotations. If they kill off the Tinker once or twice, if Spectre has a couple failed ganks, if they can burn some ultimates. I mean, DC are definitely still in this. I don't want to count them out just yet at 17 minutes, but it's a much trickier game to execute now that their lanes went a little poorly.
Yep, they're definitely not out, but the clock is ticking.
Yeah, I mean, what's going to be the cutoff point? What's the point where it's going to be like, all right, DC just can't get anything. Liquid can just run them over.
If they lose the team fight when Radiance Haunt comes out, I think.
So that point's coming up pretty quickly there. Spectre already with Relic Gold now, just needs about 1,000 to finish off that Radiance, and it's going to get pretty nasty. Matumba Man got a lot of freedom here. 3-0-2 on the Spectre, already with an urn, got the phase boost, the poor man shield, and yeah, Radiance not too far off as Miracle just goes in behind the tower. They will end up trading as, wow, that was an optimistic TP from the Venge. Matumba Man finishes her off with one hit. So
Nice Haunt there, pretty much lets them get the 2-for-1 trade.
Yep, I mean, getting down the Tinker is super important, but trading for Mason's Venge is not exactly what you want to do either. Vengeful Spirit, at least.
They killed the decoy. The real carries here.
Regen rune denied by Demon, making sure no one's getting healthy. Now Bulba just charging through the forest, gonna get lots of pings from his teammate. They go in, we'll be able to find this ward. It's gonna be some nice vision taken out, but is it gonna cost Bulba his life here? He's gonna get blasted low. They're holding on to that Doom. Bulba's just sitting back, and it looks like they'll let him off with a warning. DC continue to get aggressive and continue to try to push this, but all of Liquid are waiting at this mid tower.
Not want to commit there into the Witch Doctor cask and all the monkey nonsense that comes out afterwards.
Yep. Monkey King still dreaming of that Midas, has the gloves in his backpack, and still about 1,000 gold off the recipe, so gonna be a bit delayed in terms of overall items. We've already got one Midas on the Doom. We've got Relic now in Spectre's Courier, so flying that in. So things are about to get a little bit nastier here for Liquid. That Radiance is looming very close.
Yep, Doom with his plus 80 Devour bonus gold talent and Hand of extremely fast now too, even without hitting creep. If he would just devour it off cooldown and Midas, he would still keep up and farm with all these heroes. This is pretty scary. Radiance is pretty much complete now. It's coming out on the Courier. Haunts up in 20 seconds. Witch Doctor saying his prayers. He's about to fall over when that thing comes out.
Yeah, just one Radiance Haunt can totally demolish Demon. Vengeful Spirit's going to have a tough time dealing with it as well. She's got the Dragon Lance up, so does Abed, but the items are just feeling a little bit lackluster right now. Shadow Fiend still not even, I mean, just barely breaking that halfway point in the net worth chart.
Dagger on Shaker now too.
Yeah, you got Blink on Doom, Blink on Shaker. This is going to be a very big fight from Liquid when they're ready to hit that trigger. Smoke up, getting ready. Spectre now has the Radiance, has the Haunt, and they're ready to take a fight here, if nothing else. Just soak in a tower that's falling on its own. So moving in, Tinker with a Blink as well. This team is very mobile.
Not a whole lot of catch when beside Monkey, but Monkey, I'm sure he'll be sitting on the side of the wood for Tinker the entire time, but if that Haunt comes out again when they go on Tinker, it could be very, very dangerous.
Oh, Abed. He's going out for the rune, but as soon as he retreats, he's going to walk right into these heroes. There's going to be the first Radiance Haunt going in. They top it off with a Blink Echo Slam. Yeah, this is exactly what Liquid wanted. Bulba now trapped there under his own shrine. Dubu running back as well. Bulba has to pop his ult just because of the urn. There will be a Wukong's command trying to zone everyone back. Spectre taking some damage. Dubu just kind of skirting around the edge of the circle, but will be killed off regardless. It's going to be an 0 for 3 as they're going to keep chasing down Bulba. A heat-seeking missile not quite going to do the job, but a blink in from Mind Control with that Infernal Blade will be able to get it done. Mind Control TP's out. Everyone going to be safe on the side of Liquid as there are 4 casualties on DC. It's looking like DC are just losing a lot of steam as this game moves into the mid-game.
Yep, that was 4 kills when the Haunt came out. Nobody on Liquid died at all. I guess DC do have Roshan potential. You know, perhaps they could smoke up and just run at Roshan. Because DC, or Team Liquid don't have any cooldowns right now. They used all their ultimates to take that team fight. That's perhaps the only opening I see for them right now, but it doesn't look like they're going to take it. I don't know. This is tough. This is what you're thinking about. It's the next game.
Yeah, again, DC have that 1 game advantage, so it's not all on the line here. They still get 1 game to redeem themselves if they can't bring this one back, but, well, they're not tapping out till the bitter end. But looking at that net worth, it is just spiking. And this is on the back of a Spectre and a Tinker that are getting absurdly farmed and show no signs of slowing down.
Building into that Crimson card, just trying to tank up as much as possible, play that frontline role.
Tinker now has the Aghanim Scepter queued up, so gonna make that laser even more lethal in these team fights. It just seems like DC, they had a really clear game plan when they picked this draft. They wanted to get mobile, they wanted to have successful lanes and early rotations, and that just didn't happen.
Yeah, it just didn't work out. Liquid had a lot of control over their safe lane. They were able to kill off the Abaddon. Mid lane was extremely rough for Abed, and they couldn't really help him too much. He kind of just had to do his own thing. And then Doom, once he got levels, he was actually very scary in the offlane. Doom and Crystal made him able to pretty much kill anyone in that.
Yeah, it feels like Mind Control kind of tried to play on this Doom the same way an Abaddon would, and it's being more successful than the Abaddon right now. Abba has his own Radiance queued up, but wow, they are going all in for this. Spectre's going to be getting ready to go. Monkey King just jumping away. There's a Doom spent out on Mason's Vengeful Spirit. This core Venge just feels like a support, feels so flimsy right now. There will be a TP out. Dubu gets back to safety. They aren't able to go and get vision for that Frostbite, but still, Liquid now get free pressure into this lane. Probably going to be able to turn it into the full tier 2 tower, with Matumba Man just sitting back, farming casually, and already has that Manta queued up as his next item.
Yep, he's accelerating through his items extremely quickly right now. Tinker may get caught here. Monkey King can jump on it too, but definitely there's not a lot of tank to march, not a lot of HP on him. They just can't do a whole lot, I guess. Abaddon is getting close to his Radiance at least. Almost at the relics for now.
Yeah, I mean, how much can this Abaddon Radiance change this up? If he's sitting with his teammates, if he's soaking up damage, if he's proccing missed chances, is that enough to get DC back in this?
Alone it's not, but it's definitely something. Go in their favor. I'm looking for things that can potentially help them get to that level where they can take fights, and they're very, very far away from that for now, but Radiance is definitely a step in the right direction. Monkey King almost has his Midas, he's about halfway there.
He's been working on that thing for
like,
so long.
Yeah, 10 minutes, it's got like the same goal.
I mean, is this just not a great time for Monkey King to try to get that Midas? Should he have just bailed out a couple minutes ago and gone for the phase boots, gone for that core transition a little earlier?
I think he needs something else. Midas is fine.
Oh, here we go. Wukong's command coming in. They're doing a fair amount to the Doom. He's going to be popping off that new Crimson Guard. Doesn't make it outside the circle. GH going to be blinking away as Miracle is ready to keep the spam up, popping out the heat-seeking missiles. And yeah, this is getting pretty tricky to deal with. Doom goes down, DC, they're all still up, and they will be able to do a fair number onto this tower. Will go down.
Nice
Jump back in from Dubu. A little bit crazy there, but yeah. DC, they go in, they finally show some signs of life. We haven't seen a whole lot out of Abed here. Again, had a really difficult lane, went 0-4, and now a Haunt is just going to bring him down again. Okay, that's a godlike streak for our Spectre. That Radiance Haunt just came out and started decimating Team DC. Looks like Venge is going to be going down as well, finished off by the newly completed Dagon on Miracle.
Yep, DC, they actually, it was a nice maneuver from them. They forced the bottom tower. Liquid wanted to defend, even without their ultimates, hoping they could get away with it, but Dubu, hiding in the trees there, was able to give vision of it, and they just ported into a Wukong's command. They got some kills there, but of course, Spectre, Haunt came off cooldown, he pressed R, and everything.
Yep, Bulba, meanwhile, just gets exploded top lane. That was just something Tinker can repeat over and over and over again. Just the Dagon spam, it's only going to get worse as the Dagon gets upgraded. And yeah, the burst is just so ridiculous here. What's DC's plan against it? It seems like they're not quite tanky enough to live through any of these pushes.
Yeah, they just don't have the farm or the items. at this stage of the game, they're kind of just scrapping together whatever kinds of farm they can get, but Abaddon, he's not going to be getting tanked for a really long time. Witch Doctor, same thing. Monkey King, same thing. He just got his Midas. All these heroes are just going to kind of melt to the Dagon right now. They need to hope that they can get another fight like they did at that tier 2 tower where Monkey King was able to scout these heroes coming in. Perhaps they can set up on a tanker like that and they can sort of gank, but they need to make sure they bring the numbers or else Spectre's just going to haunt and then kill him again. They are going into the Roshan, but haunt is up in 25 seconds. Kill Roshan extremely quick with the Wave of Terror. There is no medallion up yet, but they have 1 negative armor. Liquid, they might know this is happening. They do.
Yeah, it seems like they're sniffing it out. GH goes in, Fissure hits onto 2. There's going to be heat-seeking missiles blasting around. They do end up losing their Earthshaker. Wukong's command comes forward. They try to Matumba Man in the circle, but he just walks right out. Monkey King getting low, killed off. It is looking pretty good for Liquid right now. Doom going to be sitting forward, gets the Doom off onto Abed, who just can't do anything. This poor guy is just being victimized here. Bulba pops his ult, he'll heal back up near full health, but then after that's over, he's a dead man. All of DC are dead in a 5-man wipe, trading only for the Earthshaker. Looks like Roche is theirs for the taking, but yeah, Liquid are quite ahead. About 20,000 net worth lead at the 27-minute mark.
These are heroes you definitely do not want to play with or play against when they're ahead. Spectre, Tanker, late game monsters, even the Doombringer.
Yeah, here we go.
Game's called.
Yeah, it seems like DC just kind of, you know, they don't want to waste any more mental effort on this game, realizing it's just 99.9% of a lost cause. So gonna be looking towards game number 3. It's all coming down to it. These teams in the Kiev major group stages trying to seed themselves nicely for the main event. So game 2 in the books. It was a quick one. It was just kind of DC trying to strat, didn't work in Liquid. Well, they executed exactly how they needed to.
Well played both teams, and we're going on to a game 3.